Nesta casa não tem porta nem morada, as janelas são fechadas, guardam tudo o que restou. Mandei o recado à lua que agora é só tua, mas ela não chegou. Dizia que encontrei um passarinho que não queria andar sozinho neste céu que se fechou. Nesta casa não tem porta nem morada, as janelas são fechadas, guardam tudo o que restou. Só quero encontrar o meu destino, sem saber bem o caminho de quem por aqui passou. Alvorada que chegou, alvorada que mudou, alvorada que chegou, alvorada que ficou.
Visions in my head of this, you don't know the half of it. I got dreams of looking up, highs I can get, but nothing feels like how it feels to know these things I don't know yet. The weight of everything, and everything's just straight. Sometimes I'm trapped inside and I don't know what I'm gonna do. But to take on the world is the only thing that we know how to do. I've got dreams of finding out what all of this is for. It's you and me. And everywhere we go will lead us to an open door.
The first team could be fully eliminated from making it to playoffs today, depending on how everything goes down. But of course, welcome back to the show. Day number 5 of Ascension Pacific. Let's see if Fancy can fight for their tournament lives.
And this Thrifty buy is getting more value inside the Cloudburst he hides, inside the Cloudburst he lurks. It's back into cover first as he waits for Xiaoxi, and it's all down to Yes I Can. It's a game, a complicated game.
Teammates are already here as well. It's just a bit of a pick. It's going to be Yes I Can getting a quick triple now. Rainy, the last one left alive with a ghost, tries to go for a couple of taps, but Yes I Can gets the quadra. A shot from before, but Fancy United are pushing into them. The showstopper, oh, and the aftershock. It actually blows it up.
Oh, this is so bad for Xiaowei. One steps up to the corner, and he even cannot get bad, and Fancy finishes this off 13-8. This has turned into a very wacky kind of situation, and you don't want to give Xiaoyu that bit of space. Oh my god, and it's turned into the 1-versus-1 winner. Has a legitimate shot at this. Why did they let the Viper Pit actually dissipate?
Oh no, the turret right behind the generator. And it kind of reveals so much. Nizzy! He just reacts, gets the first. So many angles held. 2 from generator, 1 from dice. Nizzy, another shot. And then the flash up front, Nizzy! He is the one to enter it all. And he wins the match 2-0 for Fancy United.
To remember that at the end of the day, this is dangerous for both of them. This is super important for the grand scheme of things. Boom and nows, let's get into the action.
Holds it up by Garden. Oh my god! Just the collateral and then the repeat. Blaze King is suddenly left alone, deserted. Ja again with a peek.
Or push in through the spawn, which they're doing right now, but Severine is a menace! Severine with the hat trick! Not good, not good!
And then eliminated by Blaze King. Trades from these two teams. And then the spray from Puppy Cholo! Whips the peek off his contact, Naos! They close this map out 13-11.
Wits is in a good position to actually pop off. Pushes through the goal, and Wits! Triple kill hat trick! They know where the rest of Boom are, not taking any chances, wants to save all of the weapons, and it's a game of cat and mouse, of hide and seek. Singer Carl is good for the one, Severine this side. Puppy Chulo is trying to chase, but the wall gives cover. Puppy Chulo, oh my god, he gets it! Time! He has time! He gets it! He has the clutch!
They've managed to allow Boom through, but all it is just sandwich them onto the site. Wits and Papi Chula, they spray, but here comes Boom. Maybe a single player, but Ja has to work against every other opponent. With the first shot, and Blaze King. Here comes the Boom.
This is outrageous, and there's going to be the orbital for the double kill onto Mojer and Ja, and Mojer, oh, no, it's Bobby Chulo.
Double flank indeed. It's gonna be now surrounding the side, and Papi Chulo!
Papi!
He connects onto a third! On towards Truck though, and Berserk just needs the right peak, the right timing onto this. He sees the barrel, but no! Wits! He ends it all with a double spray! Naos! Now is the time!
But can D Plus Kia prove us all wrong and hit back harder and serve up Bleed their first loss? Let's find out.
Go for the retake here. They go on in, they flood on in, and Axie! How sexy that was! A triple for him!
And the Rolling Thunder might punish them. Esperanza with a takedown. Xy's there too. And D Plus, they were ready, but there you on the hand cannon. Takedown 2, and it's 2v1. Nef, he clutches it though for Bleed. In that created chaos, it's Bleed who stands. 4v4, Allow on top, and here comes Lackey as well. Danger Close still gets the takedown. It's 2v1, all up the Scary, and it's not enough. And there you have it. In the Clash of Titans, it's D plus Kia who draws first blood. Crazy guy makes the trade work. Lackey is there too, and these 1-for-1s, it's still D plus Kia. D plus Kia buying so much time, and Scary's caught off guard. And D plus Kia, they hold together. Lakia with a quad. A nice duck from Lakia. Esperanza on the other side too. Xy's there for the clear as well. And well done by Xy. Well done by D plus Kia. Just didn't know what's going on the other side, waiting for the cross. The lance is ripped. The spray though gets no connections whatsoever. The flash is there too, and Bleed just trying to secure this kill. But Australia! He still finds the spray down anyway. Has the reload now. Darion gets halfway on the defuse, and what a shot! And what a way to win! This is D plus Kia, and this is how they keep things going. A 2-0 victory over Bleed Esports.
What a sweep here coming from D plus Kia, and they might have just shot up in the favorites.
Welcome back to VCT Ascension Pacific 2023. We're entering day 6 of games. And look, Bangkok, Thailand, it's a wonderful place. It's a mystical place, but I didn't know that cows could fly. You want to know why? Because the stakes could not be higher. They're going up to the clouds. They're going up to the stars. Every single game from this moment matters. And I cannot wait to get into the action and get into the fun. Yeah. I'm Mac. Nice to meet you guys yet again. I've got two handsome individuals to bring you all the action for the first game today, and they can't wait for this one either. We have Dax, we've got Black and Blue, and these two beautiful gentlemen are hoping that Nows can win a map.
Yeah, I mean, we're getting into the meat here of the stage, especially for Alpha, where the standings do lie. The games today will decide who makes it to the playoffs to join Fancy into that latter stage.
Yeah, it's a choice cut of incredible matches, and we all know here, it's playoffs-bound time for some of these teams. Tiebreakers, they may happen, but you rising up to those standings, you getting those win conditions today, and today of all days, final matches for certain teams too.
Yeah, it's insane how much is on the table for every single one of these matches.
I thought you wanted to make a steak joke again.
I was very close to it, but I'm trying to pull back a little bit. I already went pretty hard on that.
We'll keep that on the cutting board for now.
Yeah, look, let's quickly recap yesterday. You saw everything that went down there in the highlights package before we came to the desk.
Yep.
And there was just action. There was mayhem. And I don't think anyone could have called a 2-0 from D plus Kia over the top of Bleed.
I mean, we were especially looking at how they were able to kind of make their statement coming into this tournament, right? But what we have seen from D plus Kia is that they play their best when they're against the best, and they certainly delivered yesterday. We thought the Scars match would be one of the upsets, but really here, D plus, I think they finally cemented that they are the team to look out for in this tournament.
Standards, expectations, and we got it all there from D plus Kia. Not only that though, I think it's what everyone wanted to see from them. That kind of dominance, that kind of clean gameplay, and of course, the outstanding tactics we saw from the likes of Australia, the likes of Xy. They just knew exactly what to do against the firepower of Bleed.
I mean, don't forget Esperanza as well.
The 3 E's.
Honestly, every single person on that team was pulling their weight yesterday, and that's exactly why they looked so good and finally met the expectations we had for D plus Kia. We spoke about them as one of the superpowers coming out of Korea, coming into this tournament, but they just started so slow. But are they going to continue increasing growth? That's a conversation for another day. Let's talk about that Nows game as well. Managing to take the W over Boom has set them up well for this first game today, and I'm hoping that they can make it into the playoffs. Probably not as much as you guys are hoping for.
I mean, definitely. So you have to put kind of whatever biases aside or whatever hopes, but you look at this Nows team, they still did have struggles closing things out. It came arguably closer than it should have, but that rally on map number 2 on Pearl, I think especially, is what gave me hope for what they could bring to this table.
For sure, for sure. But before we get into too much of that discussion, again, yesterday, look, Fancy, they locked in a position, tied for second. They locked in to potentially make their way into the 5-way tie. But in doing so, they've just done enough already that they've been that first team to lock in a playoff spot, no matter where it may be, from Group Alpha. So big early congrats to them. They played all their games first and did enough in each of those. One, unfortunately, didn't look like the one we've seen previously going into that game. So it was an interesting affair, but I'm hoping personally that we can see one bounce back today, because it'd be lovely to see a Taiwanese team like them really succeed on the international stage for the first time.
Well, I believe they have to be locked in, and you talked about that here, because they have to win this in a flush, in a sweep, 2-0, just to qualify. If they give Naos a single map, they might not have the best chances of making it into the playoffs. But you talked about already Naos and Fancy, and these two teams, with them kind of fighting here for that third slot, it's actually Naos who are looking in a more precarious state.
Yeah, and Boom as well, their lives are on the line. They're in a must-win position after that loss yesterday, and they have the final game today, at the end of the day, up against Zerja as well. So it's not going to be an easy approach.
Yeah, and then you just watch exactly what happened there between Naos and Boom. Some of the closest margins we've seen all throughout the tournament. The closest score, or the biggest gap we saw in terms of the ending, 13-10, and then we went to Bleed versus D+ Kia, just the Omega matchup that everyone was watching out for. And I think really the success that D+ brought here did surprise many after that slow start.
And we kind of wonder where that sophistication will come from here for a team like Bleed. Will they be able to finally adjust? Because it's been DK who have, as the tournament progresses, have continuously made the adjustments and finally found their footing when they needed to the most.
And there may be a potential for Bleed to miss out on playoffs now, because they've won games 2-1. So there is a chance of those map differentials coming into the conversation, but of course that'll be moving towards tomorrow. They don't have their final game until then. But it also depends on today's games, right? Depends on that middle game we're going to see against Bonkers and Orangutan. Those two teams need to keep it clean, right? Orangutan can ruin the run for Bonkers if they take a win today, and they've got nothing to lose here, Dax.
Yeah, and you look at how Omega can end up if Bonkers does get that dub. Everyone will be 2-1, except Orangutan, which unfortunately is effectively eliminated from the playoffs right now. So there is that chance for tiebreakers yet again that we expected from Group Alpha to happen there.
You know, I'm kind of almost expecting Orangutan to come back in their final game of this entire group stage, just because of the classic Filipino standard. They got the Ziz and Tesseract. We know they love to bring each other down. Even saw the tweet from one of their analysts in Sky, like, we're looking to ruin Bonkers day to day.
It'll just be a poison pill, basically.
I don't want that. I don't think anyone from back home. Look, there's just such an underdog storyline going in with Bonkers. They came in, they looked horrendous in that first game, but then they managed to pick it up. They managed to find that confidence, get rid of the stage jitters, and we need an OS team in VCT Pacific, in my opinion. We need, a little bit of extra representation. So we have that investment domestically down under. But of course, look, I'd love to see Orangutan at least find a win. We know that they're a really good team, and it'd suck to see them go home without a single win on the board, even though they've taken some good maps.
To extend an olive branch here, to be fair, I think Bonkers have one of the best storylines coming into this tournament, right? Where do they stand? The Pacific League slot would mean wonders for this team, especially more so than most, considering you don't really have that org structure above them that will help them sustain this play.
Yeah, unfortunately for the likes of Mac, what's new with OC? Unsigned orgs, everyone having to go for that crowdfunding situation that you have to go all the way here just to have that chance.
Well, that's it, right? Like Bonkers, they've got not only the hearts of Australia, the hearts of Oceania on their sleeves, they've also got that financial backing from the community. So they've won the community's hearts as well with all that social media presence. You got Tarek helping them out, you even got Bleed helping them out. So hopefully we'll see them start to move forward, but let's move into the first match discussion for today. One team, if they want to make playoffs, they need to win this, and they need to win it as clean as possible, 2-0. So we shall see how it goes from the get-go, because Nows, of course, only need one map.
Yeah, they can't let Naos get that one. And the one to watch out for here for one team, it's always going to be Xiao Yu. The struggles in the first map versus Fancy United, when he was trying to force that operator, it was very apparent. On to the second one, he popped off 25 takedowns. That's the Xiao Yu that we know and love. And the problem for such a young gun there for one team is sometimes you can see the stage jitters get in the way. But one team, we've seen them really grow as a unit, get a bit more aggressive, be willing to be a bit more proactive than we expected.
Yeah, I mean, the crucial word and the crucial number here is that number one. Only one map that they can lose, otherwise they're on out, and they have to play as one whole cohesive unit. That's what we saw to be a big problem here on this Ascent map. Fancy, if you look at the way they play, there are very thin margins of error, and yet they were able to thread those lines perfectly to still keep the lead. And then when it came close on split, you still saw saw them, even though one were keeping it a bit closer in terms of the scoreline, Fancy were in the lead, they were in the driver's seat, and we have to see more of that one team that came up against in their earlier games.
Yeah, and that was the thing, right? One team looked so good every time they hit Ascension as a map pick. And Fancy looked terrible. Before this map, they had lost, or they had only won 9 rounds in 2 games. So that means that it's not looking super great for them. It wasn't looking great at all. And they went and rose above all expectations, essentially. They were the team to take their place and be the first team in playoffs securing it.
Yeah, I mean, the way that they were able to at least get a hot start in this tournament, they, I think, are also the first team to finish all their games.
Yeah,
that's a big thing, right?
Match.
Yeah, so you can kind of already see where they set, and that's a big thing for Fancy because they have more time to prep now. They have more time to kind of expect the unexpected coming into the playoffs. But the big thing here from one team, they beat a team like Boom, a great powerhouse team, and it's put them in a great position to overtake Naos, but still, the stakes against them, even though they might be high, even though the odds are ever against their favor, I don't think they mind. I think they can still make something happen today.
Yeah, there's upset potential, and we always have to go back to their signature pick of Ascent. That's where they look so comfortable.
Yeah.
They have that meta composition, and they always enable their front line as much as possible. I've talked about Xiaoyu extensively, but you keep an eye out on Winner and Rainy too. These guys have been stable pillars of the Taiwanese community for so long.
I mean, do you think it's still a good decision to pick that Ascent, even though Naos are great on the Ascent?
Yes, best map. You gotta believe.
Okay.
Okay, I'll be a believer. I'll be a believer for one team for the moment, but let's believe in Nows as well. Had a quick chat with Jar this morning. He said that they're confident, but they're not overconfident. They realize what they have to do in this game. They only need that one map. And what I want to ask you, Dax, is do you think that that's going to change up how the veto plays out? Do you think that they're going to play, try to pick towards one team's worst map, or they're going to play towards their strongest and just play for at least one map in the series? Because that is their win condition for playoffs.
I mean, we've seen in the fun facts also from yesterday, it's always been Naos going the distance, 3 map affairs for every single kind of score line. And as of right now, I feel like we're going to get something new here from Naos. They might bring out something like Split. Will they be daring to go for that Permaban of Haven? I wouldn't know. But as of right now, they're looking for that just one single win that they know they can attain. It's always a close game, courtesy of Naos Esports. It's just about getting the job done where they do stumble.
But isn't that the thing, Dax? A lot of their series, arguably all 3 of them, should have been cleaner than it apparently was. Maybe Pearl not happening for Boom. That's the only one where you can really tell, okay, Boom were in the driver's seat. Sersha should have been closed out 2-0. Their match against Fancy could have been closed out 2-0. It just never came that way. So for Naos, to do it cleanly here, it might not be necessarily required, but it's a great way to make a statement and finally cap off their group stage run.
Yeah, I feel like for Naos, they are the team where you can say, yes, they're 2-1 right now. It could have been better. It could have been 3-0. It could have been worse. It could have been 1-2. And it's just how close these games have gone for them.
Yeah, I managed to have a chat with Big Puppy Chulo as
I'm
well
just
yesterday.
impressed first, because that means they gave an interview in pure English with you. So good job, Naos.
I was down. They asked if they could do a translation, and I was like, how's your English? Huh?
You talked to Puppy Chulo.
Yeah.
You'd be surprised. That man is quite quiet. So for him to give out a statement like that and talk to you, or good job, Naos.
I think we'll see it on the broadcast later, but he did. I did have to hold the microphone very close. He was very softly spoken, you know, but still very confident. You know, he's got a lot of experience. He had a lot of passion and a lot of potential, and knows that this means more than just like, this means a lot more than just for Nows, right? It means it for all of the Philippines. You know that you guys, like, I can tell with you two here, just the amount of passion that you bring to the desk every time Nows play, that everyone back home in the Philippines are going to be just as crazy, fanatic about Nows, and they want to hit the hashtag Now's the time, but now really has to be the time, right? Now, we've got a head-to-head here. It's Yan Lee up against Senior Carl. Dax, why have you picked these two today?
Yeah, because these two teams are the biggest reasons they're here in the first place on the Ascension Pacific stage. Senior Carl added in mid-season because of NDG prioritizing his education, and he filled in so well for that controller initiator role. On the other hand, same case, you gotta give it to Yan Lee. Back in Split 1, one team, they would have Xiao Wei on that jet, you have Xiaoyu and something else, and it wasn't as optimized as you would like. Yan Lee coming on in, he used to be teammates, I think, with Xiao Wei in a different title, and he filled in that initiator role, he filled in that controller role, and you could see that for both of these guys, when they struggle, they actually lose the map. We saw it for against Fancy United for Yan Lee, we saw it for Senior Carl when they were facing off against Sersha.
Yeah, I mean, huge implications if Yan Lee's not able to provide what he does, especially on something like a KO, like what they had on Split, what they had on Ascent versus Fancy, as you talked about. And if he's not activated, this team is not won.
Now, I'm keen to see exactly how Puppy plays today, all right? Because He has been the most consistent performer across all of it. Yesterday, though, there were big names, Wits as well, keeping them in it. I'm just thinking back to that Sky 3K, 4K, managing to hold the site, which turned it around on Pearl, managed to allow him to bring it back, and really shut down the hopes of Indonesia, of Boom. And if they can make heroic plays like that again, then they're going to win my heart. They're going to win everyone's heart. And I feel like moving in towards playoffs, they're just going to have so much potential to take the whole thing, to make their way all the way to VCT Pacific through Ascension Pacific. Now, it is time to put our money where our mouths are. It's time for predictions. I'm not going to ask you to, but I'm just going to let you know I'm with you today.
Really?
Yay!
Do you believe, Mac, that now is the time for them to secure
no,
it?
no, no.
I got you so bad. Look down.
Look at it.
Oh!
He has tricked us.
You have played me like a fiddle.
He's bamboozled us.
Wow, how could you do this?
Look, I think nows are the favorites.
Yeah.
Nows are heavy favorites, in my opinion, going into this. But I didn't want, Taiwan to go down without #1 supporter MacMate on the desk here.
All right.
Backing him. I didn't want it to be, everyone now's full bias on the desk.
Yeah.
I wanted
Hey,
someone
to be fair, the last time we all kind of predicted one team being bleed yesterday, look what happened. 2-0 sweep.
We
So
also all predict Naos one time.
Yeah,
and they
and
lost to Sersha.
that was the one.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for predicting against them. I'm so happy.
He's actually helping us.
Just for reference, we calculated all the predictions yesterday. I've only got 4 correct over the whole week because there was a point after I had like 2 bad days, I was like, I'm the underdog guy. I'm the quack.
Yeah.
I'm the quack of Ascension Pacific this time. So look, someone needs to believe in one. And I'm going to rizz you up, all right? I'm going to let you know exactly how it's going to happen. Xiao Yu, they finally got another loss, finally got more of a crucial loss yesterday. So they're going to be able to bounce back. We've seen so many teams off the back of losses bounce back and have their best performances. And one team, they got close. You saw them get a huge win in that second performance. Then, of course, third game didn't go right. I'm expecting to bounce back yet again. One team, they have what it takes. They're going to be coordinated. They're going to realize how much pressure is on their shoulders. And that's going to activate a new level for the Taiwanese superpower, and I want to see them making it through. I want to see that 2-0, baby. I want to see Taiwan VALORANT make it into the light crowd in front of the arena. But before, of course, we get into the game, it is time for a break. We'll be back in a minute with the players and the maps.
At the world from the eye of the Horus. If you Alexander the Great, then I am the Porus. Coming straight from the mud like I am a lotus. So हाथियों का बल कैसे सकेगा तू मुझे रोक अब देख तू कैसे मैं लड़ूं तुम लोगों से ऐसे ना डरूं करूं मैं जिससे मैं तरुण पानी पे चलूं मैं जिससे मैं वरुण चाहे मैं जीऊं या मरूं जो करना चाहूं मैं वही तो करूं आता है तू ना करीब तू बेटी चीप जब तक कटे ना तेरी ये जीप Better believe you're gonna bleed. Pick up a seat, get your team. I'm the king of kings. Brother in arms in a battle. You all gonna die if you act like a vandal. Bring the realms to reality from every angle. This is the public service announcement from Mumbai to the rest of the world. I am a Raja. I am the Raja. भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना तू मेरी तरफ आना आ गया तो होगा फिर तनाजाना ये भारतीय भाषा फिर दुनिया सुनेगी ये तराना ना 'Cause I am the Raja 'Cause I am the Raja Look in my eyes, what do you see? I'm more than an average man. I'm a maverick, I can grow flowers on a barren land. Break a mountain with my bare hands and step back and cause a literal avalanche. Should've won about it.
Now's looking for one map and one team looking for every single map, every single round that they can take to make their way into playoffs. Who wants it more is the question. I'm going to throw it to you guys. Who do you think is that? Who do you think wants it more?
I mean, I don't even know if it's a question about want in this case. It's
Yeah.
about how they perform, and especially how they can do it. You look at one, and it has to be a clear-cut win for them just to make it into the playoffs.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking of. Realistically, it's so difficult for one team to get things done, even if they win the series. If Naos Esports gets that map win anyway, then they might not even make it into the next week, into the next destination, and that's a bit of a heartbreaker. There's always going to be that weight on the shoulders of one team if they see Naos get even a victory along the way.
It's 2-0 or adio for one team.
I like that. I like that from you. Now, look, 2-0 or ADIO, but which map do we go?
Do you think they're going to leave Ascent? You were talking about it a while ago. They have to kind of be, right?
One team is going to play Ascent. This is their comfort pick. This is where they shined all the way back in their own local stages. And we already know what Naos is going to ban. Let's not be unrealistic.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be Haven, right? Definitely.
Said at the same time.
Oh, Jinx.
It's like
you owe me a soda.
Whoa.
Whoa, okay. I mean, you
I'm
talked
going to add it to my tab, I guess.
All right. I mean, you got a long-running one, but in this case, I think the tab of what one are going for, Mac, it's going to be difficult. I hope they don't lose confidence due to Fancy. They tried to make it happen on their best map, but obviously Fancy was able to turn that around yesterday.
Now, quickly, before we keep talking about maps, I just want to let everyone know that these two have unmatched chemistry on the desk and off the desk as well. You can't get a word in, especially when they're bouncing off one another. Handsome gentlemen, look, this is your last series together here at Ascension Pacific. And I can't wait to hear you guys just keep on going, keep on talking, keep on just doing you. Dax, you're a crazy, crazy man, and Black and Blue as well. Look, what do you think the maps are going to be? Give me your 3 right now before we jump in.
Haven obviously off the board. Ascent, they're going to obviously pick it. I think Fracture could be one here too that they're going to pull out.
Maybe. I think it's going to be banned by one team. I'm thinking Ascent, maybe a bind along the way.
Okay.
I'm thinking even split out of nowhere.
Okay, well, let's see if Dax is on it or not. But it is time to check out the maps. It's time to welcome the players. It is time to kick off day 6.
The battle in Ascension, I think it's gonna be really tough. It will be challenging, it won't be easy.
It's gonna be very chaotic. I think this tournament will be like very hard and a lot of pressure. Buat tim yang tanding di Ascension, we can't just play not to lose. We are here to make sure mistake won't happen again.
So I think friendship is something which makes Orangutan different from all other teams. Just want to say, are you guys ready? Because we're coming. As the home team, I want to show them that and we have lots of strategy and firepower to beat any team in the world.
Mình muốn thấy những điều bất ngờ ở giải đấu này, chẳng hạn như những ứng cử viên vô địch bị loại ngay vòng bảng. All the team here is a winner of their regions. I think this tournament will be like very hard and a lot of pressure. We won't like scare anyone. Bleed has no fear.
Do we play against Ascension teams? Yeah, we need ready for it.
We feel like we didn't get the opportunities that we deserve, and we're gonna prove why we deserve to be here.
저희는 칼에 갈아고 나온 게 아니라 뽕에 들고 왔기 때문에 都已经在这里了，我们不怕，来吧。
Karena kita itu boom, kita itu confidence, kita itu pengen mendominasi sini ini dan kita tuh pede banget kita bakal angkat piala ya. You better bring your A game because we're not gonna mess around.
Alright, so we'll begin the map veto process for today's first match. One is Team A and Naos is Team B, so we'll begin with Naos banning the first map. Oh, sorry, one banning the first map.
And Fracture.
One bans Fracture, Naos will ban the map.
Ban Haven.
Naos bans Haven. One, you may now pick the first map. One picks Ascent. Side for Naos.
We're gonna play defense.
Naos plays defense. Naos, you may pick the second map. Naos picks Split. Side for one.
Defense.
One will play defense. And now one can now ban the next map. You have Bind, Lotus, and Pearl left.
Ban Lotus.
One bans Lotus. Now you can either ban Bind or Pearl. You have 30 seconds left.
We're gonna ban first.
Bind, sorry?
We're gonna ban first.
Bind. Okay, so the final map will be...
we ban Pearl, we play Bind.
Oh, Pearl, okay,
Yeah.
gotcha.
Play what?
Play Bind.
Yeah, play Bind, okay.
So side for one for Bind, Bind defense, all right. I'll have a quick recap, guys. So one bans Fracture, Naos bans Haven, one picks Ascent, Naos plays defense, Naos picks Split, one plays defense, one bans Lotus, Naos bans Pearl. The final map will be one playing defense on Bind. You good? All right, then good luck and have fun.
I'm just thinking all about that veto. Now's with the curveball thrown as fast as possible. Going in with the split for their map pick, that's going to be difficult because one have played this 2 times already this tournament.
Yeah, but they've lost it twice. That's the problem. And this veto screams to me one map mentality. Now, they finally have brought out that split. They themselves picking it. They've let it through some of these drafts back in their local stage. But the problem is it gets banned out by their opponent or they ban it themselves on the second stage itself. And I'm very curious, though, that they went for that split second rather than third because Bind is there at the very end.
And also, just to add some context for everyone at home, Nows have not played this map with this lineup. Even with the last lineup, they haven't played it for 9 months. So it's just been a damn long time.
But the thing is, I mean, we talked about the win condition here for one team to be able to have to close this out 2-0.
Yeah.
And I think with this veto, it's definitely a possibility. You look at Ascent, their best map so far. They almost able to take down Fancy on it here if you look at especially one. And if they take map number 1, they can definitely still take Split because even though it might be one of their worst maps, Naos have not yet played it in a tournament setting. They don't have that competitive experience when it comes to a map like Split.
While one team is unsuccessful so far on this stage, it's Naos who is unproven. And
untested.
That's untested, right? And that's my biggest concern right now. Why pick it up? Why not just let it happen later on? Because you kind of already know that one team is going to ban out Lotus. You had the options of playing something like Bind instead, of playing something like Pearl instead. But yes, like Max said, a big curveball right now, and I guess that's what Naos wanted to do all along.
I mean, we know from curveball, sometimes you might just flash yourself when you're on that Phoenix, so who knows what might happen, Mac.
Very true. I highly doubt we're going to get a Phoenix here on Ascent, though. So let's start talking about agent composition. We have a look here, and Nows, they're not going for the usual, the standard, the meta comp. They bring in that double initiator. They bring in a Fade and a Sova. And it was successful yesterday against Boom, but they got off on a very slow start. You got to remember that. It was the first game, first map of the series. Boom, they came out 5-0, winning bonus, looking damn good. What do we got here?
Ooh, they changed it up.
Change up. They change up. Bit of Sage. Is this the first time we've seen Sage on Ascent in Ascension Pacific?
I'm thinking about it. It feels like it, right?
Yeah.
Like on Ascent itself. But this is such a blast from the past, honestly, from Naos. I don't remember if they themselves have played this or just it's wits in the other rosters. But it's crazy to think that they now forego the Fade, where they wanted to have a bit of that clear potential in a close margin to find that intel if it can't be the Sova getting it done. And look at the role swap. Send your Carls on the Sova now because Wits moved over to that stage.
Yeah, so having something up their sleeves, so one team might not be able to prep as strong as possible, but one team coming in with the meta comp, tried and tested, tried and true, and relatively successful, even in the times that they have lost here on Ascent. It has been close. They have pushed so many of the big names, so many of the big teams, going all the way to OT with Zerja, taking 11 rounds off of Fancy United, going all the way to the end of regulation, and of course, 13-6, dominance over Boom earlier in Group Alpha. Oh, I have absolutely no idea what's going to go down, but it's going to be a fun game.
Yeah, it's going to be insane. You have to kind of wonder what the decision-making here for them to swap Wits on over to that stage. Is it maybe to try and give them a bit more control when you saw them kind of losing that, you know, the last time that they played this against Boom? Is it maybe so that they can kind of see over the smokes that you saw them struggle to get entry with? You kind of would wonder, maybe the Fade would give them that information. Is it the right decision here, knowing that KO is on the other side of Yan Li? Maybe they want to slow them down when the pace gets too high here, coming from one.
Yeah, anticipate the suppress, right? As they see the knife, they go for that slow orb and just slow down the pace of one team and their executes.
And as you could see as well, not only are one team trying to do it for everyone back home, they're trying to do it for Yan Li's dad, who's here live in the audience again. Big shout out to him, and he gets to watch his boy play in the first map today, not just sit on the sideline for the first map. So we'll see how this one goes, but yes, anything can happen. The stakes, they're high, we've established that. But one team cannot put a foot wrong. Nows can afford to lose a map. You got to remember that.
I don't know if you have to take that mentality into this, Mac, because you look at here the risks that Nows are taking, not just composition-wise, but the map veto that they've selected. This can definitely go wrong. I hope for their sake the curveball doesn't come back to bite them.
Such a wild card.
Oh, a wild card indeed. And look, I feel like the map, it matches the stakes, right? Right up in the sky, touching the moon, touching the clouds, touching the stars. But who's going to be touching the playoffs? That's what I want to know. Is it going to be Nows? Is it going to be one team? Boys, let's find out together.
The playoffs on the horizon. And Naos is cooking up something pretty interesting here, but we are on to our second to the last day of the group stage. The last time both Naos Esports and one team will be playing, and we begin on Ascent. And before anything else, Black and Blue, I look back at history, I look back at those old pages. The last time Naos has played this competition, Week 1 of Stage 2, most importantly, Grand Finals of Stage 1 PH Challengers versus Oasis Gaming. So this has been something that they have run back in the past, but we know from Naos, Ascent has been such a map that they experiment compositions with, and right now they're bringing back something that worked way, way long before.
It's a blast from the past, but you have to look to the future, to the end of the tunnel. Light awaits for the teams that can make it out of this series, especially if one can do it without dropping a single map. But we move on over to the pistol. Now start here on the defense. A crucial map for either team to take.
Yeah, and Xiao Yu, he needs to be hot immediately. Ja instead with the take on Papichulo on side. And now is looking prepared just to hold down the line. Mojer with two already. Here comes Wits as well. Knife out! Tandolas, that's to you to begin with. Naos already bringing in that PH flavor at the start of the game.
Welcome to Tondo, they say. And what a way to start off the opening map here of their final game of the groups. Naos we were talking about theorizing how this Sage could affect the fight, right? What is the idea here? And one has to wonder if it's, you talked about that knife as well on the KO. I think it's also to try and isolate Xiaoyu because you know that Xiaoyu, when he's supported by the rest of one team, he is deadly. But we saw versus Fanti yesterday, when they're able to isolate him, maybe with a slower up this time, that's where they can punish.
Dude, round 1 already. Naos is brimming with confidence.
Yep.
This is a very positive looking Naos right now.
Oh,
and one team needs to actually remove those emotions from them. They need to get in their heads. If not, Wits, he's going to be climbing up this wall, get those 2 takedowns, and the barrier orb gives him an extra angle to work with.
Let's not forget, this is an agent that Wits has actually done really great things on. Remember on that Secret Squad, yeah, he would play this on Icebox. Many different moments where you'd see him try and change things up. They know of the mix-up here of Wits trying to boost up, but he gets himself a third, and to get the Sage early activated, that gives you much more res capability mid-game.
Absolutely. Anti-eco, and then you get the res later on for the bonus. That is going to be perfect for them if they want to make those trades happen in CQC. Still, though, one team, winner Xiao Wei, the only one still standing. We've seen for them that they do struggle from time to time to have these kind of starts. It's just a struggle here if already Naos is willing to push the limit and push these lines as soon as possible.
You know, if I'm Naos right now, I'm just going to start feeding Wits these kills, especially against an eco like this. Give him those last 2 possibly, or at least even one more. That's definitely possible. So if I was Papi Chulo, let him get the kill. There goes Wits. The 4K for him.
Come on, this is a really important ace, honestly, for Naos.
Give it, Papi.
The economy is going to be good.
Trust Wits.
Give it to him. Give it to your captain. Xiao Wei trying to stay on the way, though. And Naos, it's just a standoff right now. Do they dare to push? They've had enough. Paranoia into the corner. Wits! He gets the ace anyway. And well done by Naos. 2-0 in a clean fashion.
Yeah, the ace on the eco. Flawless as well. An ace flawless. What a way to convert. And look at the ult orbs.
6 out of 8 already, right?
He needs 2 more to get the res. Definitely possible in the bonus. Likely only going to come in the gun round here. Especially looking at they are going to be playing a bonus. But you have to wonder, does overconfidence become a problem for this team? We've seen them when they have a lead, when they feel good, that's when the opposing side does punish and come back.
Are you saying they choke?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're Filipino. We can say that. We can say that. High five.
There's a problem. You know, what's really funny is that you talked to them yesterday and you were like, guys, your only problem is you choke.
Yeah.
And they figured that out.
Just don't make those kind of mistakes. But one team, they need to punish those mistakes as soon as possible. It's time for them now with the rifles. All eyes looking on Xiaoyu and Yan Li on how they make this execute happen. And we've been talking about the KO value. A big suppress onto someone like Ja, it's going to be a good start for them.
I mean, it's out of a place for love, the way that we criticize both of these teams, really. And I've loved the story of one here coming into this tournament because they are one of the underdog regions. They gave us such a great opener in their first series of the group stage that it put heads on their track, on their trail. And now everybody's wondering, this one team, they definitely have what it takes here. They have the support. Let's see how they play as they execute on the A site now.
Xiaoyu, of course, their own prodigy into play. On site already as they look to clear out any angle of advance. Scan comes on in though. Intel now here for Naos with staying on the high ground still. And what's really important here for Naos is they get a way to bring it up close. Xiaoyu though wants to contest the door here. Quick little cloudburst covering up the Cubby especially. Jado turning on around. It's Papi Chulo with the right timing. Naos already getting 3 of those takedowns. Xiao Wei here by Generator. A bit of power sure for one team. But it is just a blackout by Naos instead. 3-0, the bonus is 1.
And Papi Chulo cuts the lights out here off of one. Great start, a fiery beginning. And it could lead to an untimely demise here for one. The problem by one, I get that they wanted to take control, but that should have been earlier. They pushed out towards tree. The one-way dissipates by the time they push it. And the timing here by Papi Chulo, he is one of the best at making these rat plays work out.
Yeah, and as soon as they called that cloudburst, they knew the intention was looking towards Cubby. That's why Papi Chulo took that as a signal. A 4K yet again that we've seen from Naos time and time again. And as of right now, they're in prime position to just keep the ball rolling. They started on defense for good reason. They've been very confident on it so far.
And they were very, I guess, apt here at anticipating that push because it was telegraphed by one. They knew that cloudburst on the one-way towards where Ja was signaled the sign that they wanted to get aggressive there towards tree. And what a read here by Naos. But one on the eco. Thrifty round for them coming up on this. Contact has been made towards that B main. Shock dart to pepper him. He's doing good damage.
Yeah, and I'm looking at some stats real quick while we're waiting for any kind of action. One team's attacking side this Ascension Pacific so far has been better than their defense. And it's a struggle here if they can't really get the ball rolling. On the other hand, Naos, they're very primed and ready for these kind of corners. Jado suppressed. Maybe a chance here if he does swing on out. Aldron gets the spot. There's the smoke too. A disengage now here for Naos.
The thing is, we have seen Naos struggle in that second half as well. Here in attack, even possible, or more possibly. And one team, for them to go back into this, after losing versus Fancy on one of their best maps, it shows that they are unfazed, and Ja, he has no problem at all getting the double.
Yeah, they just need to shake it off, and Naos already with the takedowns. Ja here in the middle, and well, everyone's watching him with eyes beaming. Spotlights on Ja, and he will shine. A 4K for the 4 rounds.
Another flawless. 2 flawless rounds in 4 rounds played. And Naos are feeling it. This helps him build up economy early. Look at this. Some of them already maxed out. Papi Chulo, if he could drop a rifle, he would. But in this case, it's one who have to start to get the ball rolling. Their bank is looking shut. And Ja is looking the best that we've seen.
Yeah, and the problem here for one team, you know that their executes are standardized and they're done well. They also have this aggression, courtesy of Jiawei, courtesy of Xiao Yu. But the problem is, Naos is reading that so well that they're having the right timings. They're giving up the site anyway because they know that they can go for the retake.
You touched upon Xiaowei, and I think these initiators here are going to be a big, crucial factor for this series. Yanli especially, he had a big, big struggle during that opening game that they had yesterday, rather opening map. But Xiaowei starts things off right. He gets a pick on Wits of all.
That's absolutely what they need. And there's another one here. Great angles taken
the punish.
By one team, and Ja, he actually slips in and gets that takedown in response. Still though, one team now moving towards the middle. B side looking to be priority. They break the turret. They go for the scan as well. Go now, a dash towards the switch. Ja, the off angle, maybe rotation here, and it's up to Mojer to hold down the line. And Mojer now maximizing his potential to at least find 2 before he falls. It's 1v2, all left to Ja to try and clutch.
Yeah, 1v2 for Ja. We've seen incredible clutches from the Naos squad, but will this be the one? You see here that one team have been doing a good job of limiting Naos in this round, making sure they get the punish. And now it's all up to Ja to bring some heroics.
This is the best chance one team has to get around, and they have done well to make their way towards the side. Jiawei though and Yan Li trying to play a bit of distance between one another. Cloudburst there for cover. Ja yet again trying to just bait out the peak towards doorway. Wanted to isolate against Xiaowei, but there's no way he can win that fight. One team with the one.
Yeah, Xiaowei a bit more ready for that fight there. You can see Naos trying to get a limit test here on how much they can get away with in that round. Trying to go for a heat check, how hot they really are, but they're cooled down, simmered here by one who anticipates the aggression and rightfully so gets a punish. Nice attempt here by Mojer, but too little too late.
Isn't that what we talked about though? Jiawei as well as Xiao Yu. These two need to start finding those frags early on. If they can get those kills, it's a big opening. And you mentioned it, Wits falling first. No way to go for the trade that goes in Nao's favor. No resurrection.
No res, and here's the slow orb though. Look at how they immediately stop one team's aggression and the rush into the site. The split is going to be big. Xiaoyu loves to do this.
It's a good angle, and there you have it. Wits with the takedown, and one team now coming from 2 angles. Ja with the operator answered immediately by Winner. And well done again by one team. When they get that early contact, they can come up ahead, and it's Naos who has to back away.
Yeah, because they only had 2 players on the site there, nobody was ready for that flank coming in from Xiaoyu. They love to do this, that 4-1 split where they have Xiaoyu solo use his blades up in a tree from that short, from the catwalk, and now it's a 2v3. Mojer and Senior Carl, 2 big players who have come clutch in the past. Let's see if they can do it against the odds.
It's been effective for one team, but can they finish off the job? Senior Carl, though, spotted on out. Xiao Yu goes for the right click, doesn't get the connection, and it's Senior Carl versus many. It's one team, though, who still stands, and I love it from one team. Such a reliable set play for them.
And they're starting to cut into this lead here. You talked about the reliability of that play, of that execute, and they've been really good at converting that so far. The 4-1 split, as we talked about, tree goes unchecked. And you would think that their flanks would be one of the more reliable things that they could watch, knowing they have the Killjoy and the Sage to try and lock those things down. But even after the initial stop of that slow orb there towards A main. They were simply able to overrun, waiting for the timing, and if anything, it allowed Xiaoyu to get closer.
My contrast here is, since they're not running the double intel initiator anymore, there might be some angles that by default, by some of their own, I'd say, past, right? That they kind of ignore, and these can be situations where one team can slip in, get those takedowns, and suddenly surprise Naos that they're there.
They don't have as much active information gathering as their previous comp might have otherwise had, just intrinsically based on what they bring to the table here, right? Which cards they choose to play. But look at this. Papi Chulo and Wits, they're looking to dip in this fight. The timing is going to be crucial on this.
Here we go again, and Yanli plays Protector. Holds down the catwalk, and there's nowhere for Naos to run. 4v3 now, and we hear the null command to A-Site looking to be the target. Should be a good clear, and Jaws also spotted. Stellar lurking here from one team. Great angles of opportunity. Xiaoyu, though, might see the hat of the Killjoy. Oh, finds a hair, and, well, there's a bit of length to work with, but Naos trying to fight on back. Paranoia into play. 3v2 right now. Yanli spotted out by Senior Carl, and it's all about the main position for Rainy and Winner. You mentioned it, Black and Blue. The lockdown is there to try and make that space. This does force one team to either fight or go for one. And the lineup for Rainy. The swing from Senior Carl into the sidelines, and it's one team who is one away.
Playing way too front there, and they get punished. Rainy letting it pour. And one team have cut into this lead. Now it's taken for a spin. It wouldn't even be out of the question to call a timeout here early just to stop this, because the 3-round streak coming in from one has just looked so demolishing of the morale of Naos.
No matter what, one team will perform on Ascent. This is their comfort. This is their claim. And you're seeing right now more dimensions of play from one team yet again. This is why we've had so much love for this team, right? That they have evolved here on the Pacific stage.
Yeah, over-aggression here from Naos. Getting punished time and time on over. When do they catch on? They have to not be dissuaded by it necessarily, but gotta pick and choose their fights a bit more adequately here. Informed decisions by one have been their biggest key point on their attack.
Yeah, better calls here for one team. And interesting enough, Naos have had that res for so long, haven't really used it in the past few rounds anyway.
You'd want to use that early to be able to build it up on, right? So, quick push in here from Xiaoyu. One team, they get their sight. The front side at the very least, but Mojer is locking things down. He gets a double. The Trado, though, good for one.
And look at Rainy go. Great angle with from the shadows. No one watching Boathouse whatsoever since they were firmly planted to play against main. And now Naos goes for the retake, but we get the res value into play. 4v3, Shock Darts there. Senior Carl getting some good damage done onto Winner. A one-way setup, though. Interesting calls here from one team. Wits now with the takedown, and it's Naos with the frag that they need. They're low, though. Xiaoyu, can he even put up a fight before he falls? Does get the takedown at least. Rainy all alone now, and looks like this storm has been settled. Naos gets it back.
Finally, the res being utilized here, and it's important to use that in the earlier stages of the half, because they will give them a chance to have possibly two choices, or rather two opportunities to use that res in this half alone. We see a lot of times that some teams, they kind of hold onto it for the perfect moment, but then when that comes, they just lose the opportunity and ability to even be in position for it. But Mojer, the double kill here on the anchor down of lane was huge. It kept them in the game and gave them the advantage once the res did come.
Yeah, he just puts a stop to the Speedway.
Yeah.
He's been so good in that lane position all throughout. And this is why you want him on the back line here from Naos. It's been such an interesting conundrum. Where do you put Mojer? Where do you put Ja? Depends on the map. And right now, we're seeing Mojer shining with 9 kills.
We've been seeing him play that position time and time on over every single time that, you know, Ascent has been played here by Naos. And you have to wonder, when will teams, especially when will one team in this case, put more emphasis on clearing that position out, kind of dictate more utility and dedicate more utility, rather, into clearing that position, making sure that they can flush him out, send him towards the back side where he can possibly be more overrun by a player like Xiaoyu after they get the entry.
I'm thinking about for one team, maybe it's a matter of timing. What if they got to wait for Rainy to get in position before peeking out towards main? They wanted to make that noise, sure, but how do they make their majority approach safer in those regards? They do want to go for the suppressed value, but it doesn't scare off Naos, and that's something that they need to solve soon just to have the better numbers.
I think not just the timing, but they have to pick their fights here as well, very, very delicately. We know that a lot of times, you know, when there's a KO on the opposing side, one of the biggest problems to that, if you don't have a breach, could be that Sage, because the Sage, a single slow orb just stops you in your tracks. Even if they're suppressed, that slow orb can be thrown out quickly enough to deny that, and especially if you can tell the knife is coming. And even in that case, they didn't even need it here now to stop that from happening. Let's see now. Naos diverting Mojer to placing his utility, expecting an A site hit.
Yeah, quick little split, and you watch for Senior Carl playing into Manila right now. When you don't have Ja in that kind of position, they just want to get intel if they're going for that mid-courtyard here for one team. And then Naos will just seed it and play on site. Suppressed though to check out Wine, no one's home. And one team playing it slow too.
You can see Naos kind of playing back this time around, not choosing to go for aggression once more. And this wall, even if it gets destroyed, that's value in of itself. It burns time. Make sure that you're aware entirely of anybody being there. Of course, now that you got less bullets, that kind of hurts too for the spam.
That's true, actually. The Sage might get even more value now for these kind of maps. The thing is, though, now as they've been trying to hold off using that kind of utility early, now they're a bit forced into the issue as one team are going back to their classic run down the clock and look for the execute.
And Papi Chulo has the ult here. He can even use his From the Shadows just to check out A main or check B main in case of what's happening. Smoke perfectly on time. They know how the flow chart works.
It's going to be a difficult cross here for one team. The slow orb makes it even more difficult. And with the dart, this does force Naos to disengage for the time being. Xiaoyu, though, leads the charge. What a shot onto Ja. A good beginning here. 4-1 team. Wits! Where'd he come from? Super Wits, make that 3. He's all alone now onto the side. Papi Chulo's there though for reinforcements. And then with that time, Papi Chulo and Senior Carl, they come together and Naos will collect.
But you see what allowed Wits to get in position there to get those kills? The slow orb. He could tell the knife was coming. He was prepped for it on the lane. And as soon as the suppress came, he threw out that orb. It stopped the rest of one team and isolated Xiaoyu. Now, Xiaoyu was still able to get the kill from Ja, but then he was alone, which allowed the paranoia to connect and allowed the rest of Naos to really, I guess, circumvent what they were trying to do here and get the punish and encapsulate the round.
Yeah, and those 2 kills he got, I think that was still Papi Chulo reconstituting himself when he went for the teleport. So a great hold by Wit nonetheless. And you mentioned it. The knife telegraphs the intention of one team. The slow orb is enough just to leave behind. And you can see the adjustment really here for Naos, just building against this KO composition.
Like, you know, maybe Rainy can get past it with his Shadow Step, but you can tell that one are a bit wary of doing that willy-nilly, knowing that Naos have been great on the punish. Paranoia pressure, of course. They knew the paranoia has not been spent, and here it comes, stopping him.
Big blind. Xiaoyu has to wait things out, and Papi Chulo, though, is still sliced and diced. Mojer here down in hell,
Big
and
kills.
Xiaoyu will say so long to him, too. Great takedowns here for one team, but Senior Carl and Wits have other intentions. Scan comes on in. Now they know there's main presence. Yanli picking up a rifle to get that takedown, and it's 3v1. All left to Senior Carl now. Lobs a shock dart, has the ultimate, but has no one to protect him. There's the peek. Rainy will get the tag. The plant comes on in, but the steal is there for one team too. We saw this versus Fancy, and one team is doing it again versus Naos.
Yeah, nicely played here, coming from one. The overrun and where Papi Chulo was. I mean, the paranoia connected, but because, you know, you're the Jet, you got the cloud burst, you can still wait within the smoke, wait for that to dissipate, and then you go for the peak. The coordination here from one, when they're on the overrun, when they hit you hard, that is when they're the deadliest. And now find out firsthand.
Yeah, they didn't punish that generator position. Xiaoyu stayed alive long enough for that paranoia to dissipate. And from that point on, Papi Chulo was such an easy target. Those are really the power positions that one team can take. When they get a fast execute and Naos is caught napping, then they can just overrun a site so well.
But you see, because of the 0 point here, because of that suppress, it forces Papi Chulo to use his paranoia early. Otherwise, he would be suppressed, right? And he wouldn't be able to use that, which means the paranoia only connects on Xiaoyu and not the rest of the team. So that's a great aggro pull here coming from one team and Xiaoyu.
And he can't disengage too.
Yeah.
No teleport. You're stuck there. Papi Chulo, goodbye to you, good sir.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Adieu.
Adieu.
Papi Chulo.
Yeah, you said adieu a while ago.
Yeah.
It's
adieu.
2-0. It's adieu
I
for
know, but
French, and then adios is for Spanish.
I guess it's
I know, you're just trying to do your rhymes.
It rolls off the tongue better.
Mac loved it, so that's
I get host approval, that's enough.
Majority, indeed. Anyway, back to the game. You got one team here with the operator, and Winner still finds a shot onto Senior Carl.
Through the wall.
A big pick here for one team. With his numbers advantage, they will pull the rotation. No res yet, but if Wits gets a takedown, it's a chance here for Naos. One team now regrouping towards B main. Now we'll have to see this. The slow orb is there though.
Maybe a takedown, but it's a lockdown here that you have to watch out for. The spam, they have enough space to do it, but you can see Wits trying to be wary of giving his position away, giving his intent away. They have retake potential. Paranoia still available here for Naos, and now they're going to try and go for the hit as the plant attempt goes down. They have nothing to re-engage with.
Yeah, but this is an operator playing on site. Hunter's Fury now the call. And we see it here. Paranoia gets the connection. Rainy with the takedown. Wits is there for the trade. Wits is the second one, but he can't find any timing to stay on alive longer. Papi Chulo left to his own devices. It's a classic scenario here for Papi Chulo. He has been spotted and suppressed, but Papi Chulo cannot clutch. Yanli will deny him. And one team, they survived that scrap.
He was so close, an inch away from a headshot there. Barely necked Yan Li. He's now finally doing better than he was throughout that map number 1 on Ascent yesterday. They're playing fancy, but where does he come on in? And the fact that One are keeping this close on the attacking side, their less favored side, especially here on Ascent, this is a good sign for One to potentially close out map number 1 in the second half.
Yeah, it's getting very, very close, and one team back in this battleground. I do want to say, though, you mentioned it, Yan Li having to step on up. I'd say the same thing for Senior Carl. We had that head-to-head because they have been the X factors for these two teams so far, filling in the roles and the agents that they need, and not only that, bringing them to the stage in the first place.
Well, they smoke off mid here, which kind of makes Ja want to go for the peak because they don't have information of what's happening on mid. The recon here already used by Senior Carl to try and clear things out. They have control for the meantime, but Ja has to be careful on his punish. Then he goes for the wide swing. Winner not expecting it.
How did he find that survival? How did he get away with that? And one team, a good chance, a good position, honestly, by Winner. Just it doesn't pan out the way that they would like. And this now will stall one team even more so.
In broad daylight, highway robbery of the highest order. And Winner's the victim in this case. But now us prepared to lock down a 7-5. Let's see how One readjusts. They still got the res. They have Hunter's Fury to make this difficult. Null Commando stops any utility coming One's way.
Also fragment towards Market, but Mojer now having to hold by his lonesome onside. Yan Li's the first to fall, but here comes Xiao Yu with an immediate trade. Since it's a null command, Resurrection is viable here for one team. Reboot and recoup. Rainy with that takedown. Great timing versus Ja. It's all one team here onto the side. Res now to make it 3v3.
They had to clear out that B main, but now that they have control of it, they're all trapped within the site here, one team. They do have the blades on Ja. He can use an updraft to maybe get some information.
Yeah, Cloudburst is there though towards both houses yet again. The flash too into play. Slows down now just by a bit. A 1-for-1 so far. And it's Papi Chulo who finds Xiao Yu and Yan Li too. A bit of revenge for Papi Chulo, but a bigger lead now for Naos.
And what did I talk about, Dax, earlier in the half? It's good to use that res early in the half because then you have an opportunity to build that up and come in to close out this first half. And that's what happened. Final round, round 12, they get the res on Ja, get him back up to speed. And one big problem there for Naos, though, is that they forget to clear out that B main when going for a retake. That's one of the biggest power positions for the attacking post plant, and they have been punished by it, luckily able to rectify and recover from their mistakes.
And you know who has been pretty much in charge of that recovery? It's Wit. We see him have a monster game. We've always talked about him being a leader now, being more of a support player for his team to be that utility. Lately, though, we've seen in some maps that he duos with Papi Chulo to provide the clutch. But him leading the scoreboard, just shades of that Bright Esports roster from back then. That team secret role that he used to play just to frag on out and lead from the front. It's exciting to see here for now is that they have that extra bit of firepower, but one team, they haven't made it easy at all.
Well, it's lead by example for Wits, and they follow in his footsteps. They let him take the lead, and they're certainly going to be happy with how he has performed and gave them another lifeline when it seemed so dire. Now it's up here in a lead 7-5, though. Not the biggest, most considerate one, because one team, now that they're on the defense, to get 5 rounds on the attacking side has been pretty good. I want to see now, though, how do they adjust knowing that there is that Sage on the attack? Will the post plant retake here be hampered by one team because there's just so much more ways to wrestle the modicum of control away from their defense when it comes to that retake due to the Sage on Naos?
Yeah, and I remember here when they were facing against Sersha Esports, Naos was just absolutely overwhelmed by the hold of that team. When you had Alert popping on, when you had Seraph in a straight up fight, they would just be able to hold things down and prevent Naos from getting anywhere close to the objective. One team, they have the same talent that can provide that caliber of play.
I mean, second halves, not just the attacking side, have been a liability for this squad. Winner, he doesn't get the opening pick. It's Ja who gets him going.
Yeah, Ja with the takedown. Market now controlled by Naos. A dash in quickly. Yanli needs to keep an eye out. A stellar kill and another one for Yanli. Classic's all he needs, but the extra angle that Naos has does provide that takedown. 2v1 now, Rainy all alone, and no chance, no dice. Naos, just that take from mid to B towards that shed, so much pressure.
Swiftly taking that control away here. Kind of surprising one team, not recognizing that was to come, right? And by the time they realized it, it was too late. A flash flood coming from Naos. And obviously they're Rainy at the end, just not enough HP. Damaged and hurt too badly to put up a good fight. Great hold here by Yanli, the double from him, but due to Xiaoyu not winning this fight, especially against Senior Carl, it just allowed them to pincer in on him, overflood him, and they weren't ready for the tenacity that Naos brought to the pistol.
He was hyper aware though.
Yeah.
Like Yanli won
he knew
2 out of 3 angles that he all watched by his lonesome. And this is why we're saying there's still a chance here for one team. Problem is, losing that pistol puts you on an eco.
Difficult spot for them to be in. Naos last time on an anti-eco, flawless ace. 4 wits himself. I don't wager more of that to come on in here. But look at one. They've kind of gotten recognition of where the hit's going to come due to the information gathered. They know it's an A hit now.
Dash in with the updraft. Generator controlled as per usual. And now fighting Yanli immediately. And Xiaoyu, just don't do that.
I mean, it was a risk to take, but one that you wager a player like Xiaoyu love.
Kamikaze right there, good sir.
Yep.
Never want to see that.
No holds barred. Witness me.
You just wanted to fight, I guess. But in the end, it is their eco anyway. And now, with their quick executes, they're shocking and awing one team right now.
Yeah, quick of a blitz here coming from Naos. They're able to convert another flawless, so you can give them an even better bonus to play with right on after. But this is what you've seen many times on Overdax. 7-5 for Naos coming to the second half. They win the next 2 to bring it 9-5, and then the 4-round advantage just gets cut away by the opposition.
I think if anyone who's watching Naos right now, they probably learned never to trust this team until it becomes 13.
Yeah, until they sing, until the round is over, the game, the map is over. You never know how a Naos game is going to go. We're going to go down to the spike. Another flawless converted here by Naos, but this is a crucial round. If one loses this to let this go 10-5, their hopes for making the playoffs could be shattered.
Yeah, the momentum will be heavily in favor of Naos then. And one team, they spotted it even. I think it got scanned along the way. They knew he was coming. Everyone was prepared for Xiaoyu there. And this is that make or break moment that you mentioned. Xiaoyu, he had a strong start. He was able to find some stellar openings for the team, but it's just not enough. He's getting caught now, he's getting stopped, and one team need him to pop off if they want to stand that chance.
Let's reestablish the stakes of this map. If Naos take this map, they make it into the playoffs. One team have to close this series out 2-0 to be able to make that playoff slot. Otherwise, 2-1, which could still put Naos in the favor in terms of their standing, in terms of the map differential, to make it into the playoffs still and kick one team out. So crucial round here as a momentum swing would be huge.
And Yanli, he needs to come up big in this scenario. He might be that first contact. Timing, well, he's fine for now.
He knows.
Watching the cross, but Noria avoided the fragment though while he disengages. Staying onto the corner, wins out versus Ja. There's the second round for Yanli, and one team does not disappoint. This is exactly what they needed, holding down these lanes, keeping tabs of any kind of angle Naos can come from.
Yeah, great paranoia thrown here as well by Rainy to keep him alive. Yanli with a triple. Xiaoyu closes out the round. And the push here, stifled by one. You can see a bit late on that. They kind of wanted Papi Chulo to late lurk into it, but you need that A main hit to push a bit earlier to get themselves aggressive, specifically to try and shut down that door position.
Yeah, we called him to become crucial, and Yanli did deliver. It's already having those signs. Him just watching one angle into the other. Be hyper aware yet again. Be prepared of where Naos can come from. And I think that's one of the best one team is doing right now on this defense. They're assessing the numbers that Naos is bringing on each side.
But look at the numbers on Witz's scoreline here as the battle stage, 18 to his name. He certainly cannot fault his game here so far in this match. Attacking side now by Naos, their first gun round. Defensive stack towards mid. They want to take the fight, but they have to be careful.
One team gambling a bit. They want to be aggressive as soon as possible. Now, though, with the rifles, noise being made. Rainy's here holding danger close. Yanli's getting prepared too, but suddenly a wild paranoia appears, and that distracts one team enough for Naos to get the takedowns. A great sync and some great timing.
Yeah, what a great split there of that defense coming in from Naos, especially Jop dashing his way through the hold and making his way deep. But look at this, Senior Carl not ready for the fight.
Yeah,
Winner on the punish.
So caught unaware. And Zhao Wei, can he lead this charge on the retake? Waldo broken on down, can't fortify. It's gonna be difficult actually, since there's still floating blocks there. You can't actually jump towards Generator the way you would like. And Zhao Wei, shock darts yet again. Keep an eye out on Xiao Yu. He's trying to play from a flank, countered perhaps by Mojer in position towards Cubby, and exactly that. A stellar takedown here for Naos. Angles yet again of opportunity, and Naos will take this one.
Yeah, the post plant here now so difficult. This is what I was talking about, Dax, coming into this half. How do one play against that retake, knowing there's a Sage, knowing there's so many ways for Naos to just stop them, and the way that Naos are able to consistently stretch their web across the attacking side when it comes to that post plant, have Mojer be present there towards that short, have Papi Chulo holding down the line from main to play off the trade. It becomes such a difficult facet for one to have to retake with.
It's on the web. It's wings.
It's wings.
It's wings.
They fly high.
They fly high. They're finding these angles. And just yet again, one team, they might know it's coming. They might have a semblance of it. But there's just too much pressure to handle from every single side.
Well, they've got the null command coming into this round. We talked about Yanli being a crucial player in this map and in this series. And this is where you want to see the timing of that come on big. We saw them be able to use that null command to get themselves within the site, but it's about closing out the rounds that has become a problem here. 4-1 defensive side. If this goes 11-6, you might just be saying prayers to one team.
And one team has just been such a story for us all throughout this week. Every single day we saw them play, more and more fans clamoring for their success, more and more people believing in the one team cause. And you know that they're good for it. You look at how Xiao Yu's been performing all throughout the tournament. You know how Xiao Wei has brought in that extra bit of edge to the team. And as of right now, those veterans, Rainy, Winner, they've been so flexible, playing so many different roles. We've seen a Chamber from the likes of them. We've seen a Duelist. You know that they swap around in terms of the controller role when they need to the most. And finally, Yanli, that newest addition that does fill in the gaps. It's such a solid story for one team. But right now, they're in such a shaky foundation.
I mean, especially after taking down one of the group's favorites in Boom earlier on in the group stage, and then also giving Sersha a tough fight 2-1. They almost could have won one of those maps as well. This could have been a very different storyline here coming here for one team. You talk about the veterans from CBT, from Griffin and Winner and Rainy. That duo has been one of the classic staples here of Hong Kong, Taiwan, especially Taiwan as a region. But they're going to have to come in big against the other veterans on Naos.
Yeah, there you go. A mix of old and new, but it's Naos instead with the better taste. Finds that takedown onto 2. The aggression from one team immediately caught by Naos. And Xiao Yu, stifled by the slow orb, wants to go for the swing. Wits makes his own angle now from main. And this leads to a 5v3 retake.
And that's what we talked about here with that Sage Ride on the attacking side. He's going to have to be able to boost himself over those smokes and still have a way to fight back and help the team, which is going to be a big problem for the one retake. 3v5 once more, and they might just have to concede another round.
They're saving this. They're giving this up, and this puts Naos now 2 away from the playoff stage. It's just so difficult for one team. They wanted to rely on the flash and the blind potential just to catch Naos in the act of setting on up, but Naos was just ready for it.
It's about the catch here, and what a catch Naos have had consistently. Wits opening up the pick, Jai getting the punish as Yan Li was trying to dip into that fight, maybe get himself a kill or two just to go down, but 11-6. And one team are struggling to get themselves on the board in the second half. We've seen crazy comebacks against Naos. We've seen Naos mount crazy comebacks as well in the last match versus Boom on Pearl. But in this case, yeah, this exact reason is why the Sage is so strong, especially in an A-site hit there. He can have still full view of that heaven position with the barrier orb. Even on the execute with a smoke in his face, he doesn't matter. He sees and flies high above.
Yeah, there's always a chance still for one team, though. Their only losses so far were down to a 2-round gap. 11-13 versus Fancy United, 12-14 versus Sersha. And with this round, with the rifles that they still have at the very least, there's firepower to contest. I'm watching for that null command. It's the ace in the hole here for one team.
This is the round, though. This is the scoreline where Naos typically have kind of let the ball slip, where the opposition, in this case, one team, could gain some rounds. Next round would be bad economically for them. So Naos, if they're able to convert this round, that would be huge, but even bigger here for one. Their setup, though, more poised for an A-side hit. And because of the smoke being thrown out by Papichulo towards Catwalk, it's going to keep the defense towards that A-side as they're just unaware of the B-side coming.
One team preparing themselves, though, towards staircase. And Yan Li, he needs a bit of cover just to set up the way that he wants. Zhao Wei gets the recon dart back. That's big here for one team. As Naos now make their way towards the site. Ja, blinded by the smokes, looks to get in position to tuck away towards Market here. But Zhao Wei still holding on Boathouse alongside Yan Li. Teammates from before. Teammates now as Ja, again with the push, wants to aggress towards spawn. Still some great patience here. Rainy now with the paranoia. Naos knows it's so dangerous to try and play that contact.
They're waiting for the null command to expire, and now they have utility to re-hit this site. Paranoia doesn't connect. The recon's out, but Xiao Wei leads the way here for one. Rainy follows up. It's all in the Papichulo in an impossible situation, and he's taken down without a round here going their way. Flawless for one.
That's the pace that one team has been looking for. Naos finding, or rather looking, seeking for any kind of opportunity, any kind of angle they can take advantage. But all throughout that round, one team kept calm and cool, controlled the pace, used their own reconnaissance to keep slowing them down. And as soon as we saw Zhao Wei find wits there was just no way for Naos to get the hell out. They had to flood on in, and the rest was history.
Great adjustment here coming from Xiao Wei, and that null command bought so much time off of Naos' clock. It made him a bit more hasty on the execute. The paranoia didn't connect. The off angle from Wits still punished. Adjustment once again, great by Xiao Wei. And now Naos, we've seen them pegged and stuck on this scoreline in the past.
Yeah, they have seen double digits. And then notice their opponents could do the same kind of deal. You have Xiao Yu, though, jump peeking towards middle. They already notice intention from the likes of Ja.
Oh, they're aware.
He's Blades. He wants to make that opening towards the B side. That's where the rest of Naos are funneling, especially towards main. And Senior Carl, he should have the Hunter's Fury here if he got the orb. Yeah, there you have it. So 3 ults ready for Naos. They're going for the site.
Yeah, and one willing to play that retake. They're confident in the retake here to hit them back again once more. Look at where Wits is, though. Just buying so much more time, buying them much more control here towards mid to make it a difficult situation for one. He gets a 1-for-1 trade.
Yeah, the segment breaks and Wits still gets away with 1 life. Papichulo trying to go for the fight, but one team now, one mission, one purpose to get to that B site yet again. Mojer, though, looking to put a stop to it. Senior Carl holding down on default. Beautiful paranoid from Rainy, but Senior Carl still in position. 2 versus 2 now. Now it's looking to hold things down, and it's Senior Carl versus Winner and Rainy. The veterans, the pillars of the Taiwanese community. They will stand and they will get the round for them.
The consistency of these two to make it time and time again into the biggest stages of APAC, of Pacific. They deliver when they need to the most. Now, so kind of playing into their hand a bit, going for the aggression here. They got the trade off of Wits, and Ja tried to do the same. Same with Papichulo, but one have been expecting those aggressive defense pushes.
Hasn't that been the story so far, though, of the past 2 rounds? One team is dictating the rules of engagement. They've understood how Naos has been playing, when they're timing their swings, when they're finding these kind of angles, and especially when their options are limited. And this is the problem for Naos. They do have a strong impact early on, but how the later the game goes, the more the opponent can adjust.
Yeah, they're getting jealous here of how one are able to get away with that aggression, and so it makes Naos overzealous in retaliation. But just not working out for their attacking side in the post plant. When they lock things down in the post plant, and speaking of lockdown, thrown out here by Mojer, that is when they look the best. So they should be able to get this space. Not going to be denied here by one team. The fragment won't connect. Paranoia does be thrown out. They don't have it for the retake now, but look at Ja. He wants to get aggressive.
They're going to find both Rainy and, or rather, Yan Li, as well as Rainy. He's over there by mid. Not spotted, though, by Ja. Luckily, he's in cover. But a big advantage right now for Naos. Struggle here. There's the contact, but Rainy takes a step away from expectations. and gets that kill instead. 4v4, Dart comes on in, broken though immediately by one team. Trying to remove that information. This operator might be a big surprise towards Naos, but even more so the position towards Jenny. Mojer now holding close. What's new? Papi Chulo's there too, and it's Winner who gets the cleared corners instead. Stuck now for Naos down in hell. They are cornered like rats, and they're looking to be exterminated like it as well. One team will fight still.
That was looking so good for Naos, and isn't that the story of these past 3 rounds? They start off strong but cannot close out, and Naos once more letting the ball slip when it matters the most. One team, though, to punish here, especially the fact that Rainy was able to get this kill to ward short. Huge. Winner, obviously. He knew that Mojer was in that corner. Mojer should have had the proper, I guess, read there that he would be spammed. He should have had the presence of mind to reposition, but because one were knocking on their doors so swiftly, just did not have the time nor the presence of mind to do that, and a timeout forced out of Naos.
Come on, A-Mix, you gotta tell them, you guys gotta win already, because the last 3 rounds, courtesy of One Team Esports, have been incredible.
Yeah.
3 times did we see Naos contained in every single possibility, especially coming down to the plant.
And 3 times we've seen the exact same thing happen. They start off strong, they get the site quickly and swiftly, but in the post plant, they choose to go aggressive. And now One Team are expecting that, punishing them every time. You can tell there that Rainy had information, or at least intuition, to expect Ja to be there towards that short position. They expected Mojer after the opening kill as well to stay in that same position as it was his last known position. They get the spam, they get everything going. The recon as well by Senior Carl was a bit too early towards Heaven, and it allowed them to not have to worry about that late into the retake.
And this is where the question lies. Naos, do they even have that consistency in the first place? Because we've seen them, how do they get out of these situations? By someone coming in incredibly clutch. We remember the 4 rounds of the 4Ks. We also remember those Papi Chulo moments. Last time around, it was Wits. Why does it need to be someone stepping on up? Can we get something cleaner from Naos? Or else, One Team will punish them and throw up the scoreline.
You talked about the cleanliness of how their post plant has stacks, and one crucial thing that they've been lacking in all these post plants for the most part is that main presence. In that execute there against the hold, they had nobody there towards A main to really hold down the line, and that's been one big thing that has been keeping Naos alive in this post plant. You maybe have Papi Chulo or Wits in that position, and that's what works out for them in the post.
Well, they're expecting an operator here, but you notice the angle that Xiaoyu's taking. Watching out for the cross from Kabi instead. Ja plays towards mid. And they're looking here for One Team to try and pull in Naos in more awkward scenarios. Winner peeks it though. Doesn't get any intel. Instead, the rest of Naos now trying to play towards B main. Papi Chulo has a different plan. He has it from the shadows, waiting to try and pull a bit of the rotation. If this succeeds for Naos, it's a big chance for them to put themselves in a match point scenario. 3 of them stacking up here for One Team on A.
Now you can see One Team adjusting. Moving here now to counteract this push. Smoke out there towards the stairs to make the entry difficult for Naos, to not allow them to overrun the 2 anchors within the site. But will they be aware of how much presence One have on it?
Oh, they notice it. Papi Chulo actually catches Rainy napping. And Zhao Wei here with the Hunter's Fury. Action still looking to collapse towards both houses. There's the resurrection onto Senior Carl. And Papi Chulo clearing out that A side bit by bit. A chance here for Naos to rush themselves towards A. But one person, one man can stop them dead in their tracks, and it's Xiaoyu. Does he come up big? Takedown off the jaw. Another Mojer! Slice and dice. Xiaoyu with the action, and exactly what One Team needed. The hero of this story is Xiaoyu.
Xiaoyu! What a round! 4K with the blaze, slicing and dicing, leave him on the chopping board. And Naos, the late round pivot. One could argue this is where they start to choke, but how does it happen time and time on over? They had to know that they didn't have time to make it happen. I guess they realized, hey, A should be clear, but you know the run, you know how long it takes to come from B to A. And even if Xiaoyu wasn't there, I don't even think they would have made time. It would have been super close.
It would have been super close, but you notice it. They thought it was clear, not clear enough. The trust for One Team, one another, stepping up though to the plate. This is why One Team is here. The absolute sharpness of Xiaoyu, bringing them success after success. And you can feel now how this energy has changed. It's zapped away from Naos. One team brimming with confidence. Yanli, though, pinging the area. Gets the takedown onto Senior Carl. At the very least, gets one. A big opening made here by one team. Even more so now with Rainy still holding it down. And Papi Chulo, rather, will catch him at the very least. 3v3. The slow orb to make the crawl happen towards Xiao Wei. And Wit spotted, but not taken on down.
Dangerous.
Gets in cover here. Over onto the corner. Switz knows. Slow orbs there too. And this actually contains one team. Wits instead making his own rules of engagement. It's all left to Xiao Yu. He did it before. Can he do so yet again?
They have to play this perfectly. They can't let this 1v2 clutch happen once again.
Yeah, Moja's there playing by Jenny. They do want to set up a crossfire here for Naos. Cloud Burst now to allow him to crawl even closer. And Moja trades immediately. That got way too close for comfort, but at least now they're on match point.
What a recover here from Naos, but these lines are so thin, Dax. How does it happen that we get these close games when it looks to be Naos' way? Slipping here at the cliff's edge. One looking to drag them down. And they're so fortunate that Papi Chulo won this fight. If he didn't, that would have been it for this round. Wits as well coming in big, leading by example, as we've talked about from the veterans.
And this is what we've said about them. Why does it need to be like this? One team has been more convincing on this second half. They have been absolutely elaborate with their setups and coming up clutch in big moments. It's just now as they have that lead, and especially now, they're getting the usual, the big-time players going for those big-time plays. Ascando, immense here for one team. Big intention now spotted.
But look at the defense. They don't think that it's a commit, but now they do, so they're going to be late for this hit.
No, they're going for from the shadows too, and here comes Winner with the takedown. Holding still, Mojer will get the catch. Lane is controlled here by Naos. Wits providing covering fire too, and Xiao Wei. Those takedowns needed more so, but it's not gonna happen. Advantage now here for Naos, and there you go in these skirmishes. Naos will win the battles and will look to try and win the war. Rainy, Yanli, the only hopes here of one team. They move towards lane.
The paranoia.
They have the paranoia. They can go for the blind.
Oh, the scan.
But there's the dart. There's the spot from the Owl Drone. And there's the takedown. It's all left to Yanli. But the one map that Naos needed, they will take. They get the job done in the end. 13-10 here for Naos.
It's ultimately about closing out the map, but how close that came, it shouldn't have been it. We see still here the same symptoms of the same problem for Naos. Not being able to do it out cleanly, at least they get the round, they get the map. That's what they needed. And this might just be their ticket and key to the playoffs.
Yeah, well, they're looking playoff bound, but of course, they still want to win the series. Our hearts, though, go down or go to one team. You can see that they're stunned. I wanted to look back immediately at the reactions. They knew that they could do it. They knew that that second half was more theirs. But it's just now as they had that lead, they had that clutch potential, and they just have these stellar shots that bail them out in these moments.
Once again here, for this one-team squad, they pick their favorite map, their best map statistically, especially possibly in this tournament. And then they lose towards Fancy, they lose towards Naos, two great teams on Ascent. And just how can that affect them, their mental? This might just be done for them, but we'll break things down when we come back after this break.
Hey guys, Mac here. I'm joined by the big Papi Chulo, is what everyone at home knows him. I just know him as Papi. But look, he's been playing for Now's Esports. They got a big couple of wins already, you know, big upset today, and well, a big win overall. And look, they've got one more game left. So far, so good here. Do you want to talk about, you know, how your journey has been through Ascension Pacific so far?
Actually, we got a rough start and a shaky start, I mean, and because we can't close out the rounds that we needed. So we got lost by Sersha. And so far, up to this day, I think it's good. It's going good.
Now, you've had a lot of high expectations. The people back home in the Philippines, of course, they're looking up to you guys. You're sort of like the secondary hope coming through the challenges, you know, obviously. And you want to be that second Filipino team making it all the way to VCT Pacific. Is that adding a lot of extra pressure? Does that affect your gameplay, or have you been around for a long enough time that it doesn't really affect you anymore?
I think for us, it doesn't really affect us because we're just focusing on our goal and doing it step by step.
Beautiful. Now, of course, you know, your individual goals, you've played tactical FPS for a very long time now. You've got a lot of experience. In Valorant, has the goal changed? Is it just looking to make it out of the Philippines, make it into an international league, or is it just more about, you know, the passion for you?
For me, I want to win. I want to win Ascension and then hopefully go to Pacific League and join the big teams.
What would it mean to you personally if you did make it into VCT Pacific?
It means how do I say it? It's like the world to me, because it's like everyone's dream playing Valorant and in the Pacific League, or I mean the franchising league. So yeah.
Beautiful. And what keeps you passionate? What keeps you playing the game? Because you've been in tactical FPS for so long. Is it just that competitive drive? Is it just, you know, the glory you get every time you win?
Yeah, I think it's the passion, and just every time we're losing, we're just converting it to motivation. Yeah.
Beautiful. And that's been me and Papi Chulo. Good luck in your last game. And unfortunately for Taiwan and one team, now's the time. And unfortunately because of that, they lost the map. It was maybe a little bit too messy at the start of Ascent for one team. Now's they're thriving in the pressure, they're thriving in the chaos, and they managed to get too many rounds in that first half for one team to formulate the comeback. But that didn't stop them trying. They got so close. But my big takeaway is Nows with this half-buy approach they're doing and utilizing with that economy. It stretches out that economy for so long and just keeps up the pressure, and one team eventually cracked.
I mean, we look at how they were able to finally adjust late into the game. We always kind of question why isn't it cleaner than it should have been. But hey, if you're one team right now, perhaps they can still go down here with a great fight. If they win this series, that might just bolster kind of their stock value for the offseason, how maybe they can be picked up by, you know, or at least even continue this team.
The series still matters, guys. Come on. Even though Naos is kind of into the playoffs right now mathematically, what seed will they end up in? If they win the series, they're going to have to deal with whoever wins versus Boom versus Sersha in terms of the standings. Right now, they're trying to avoid the Fancy United third slot that's there. And overall, Mac mentioned it so much earlier on. First half, Naos built that lead, and they're able to use that as a springboard.
Yeah, great performance from Wits as well. You're looking at his Sage here, 24 and 13. Big performance. Man was feeling sharp today. And usually when you're looking at this team, you're not looking at Wits to be the one to carry, right? You're looking at some other names. You're looking at your Jar. You're looking at your Papi Chulo. You're even looking at Senor Carl. But today it was the IGL that did it for them. Shout-outs to Xiaoyu, some of those plays, my lord.
Yeah, that 4K, the 4K blades on the punish was great. Yeah, the clutch moment too possibly there.
It's a heartbreaker for one team because that second half was the best we've seen from them all throughout that series. It was Zhao Wei having some incredible holds, Yan Li keeping an angle every single time that Naos would try. Yan Li would be there, and Rainy and Winner picking up the moments when they needed to the most. But it's just that overwhelming scoreline that Naos builds so very early on. And it's really the buffer that has kept Naos alive in this tournament.
Yeah, that's exactly it, right? A very solid start out of the gates was enough to secure the playoffs position. But as you mentioned, they now need to play for placement. They now need to play for glory, and the job's not quite done. One team, of course, have a chance to make a reverse sweep happen and just show that Taiwan Valorant is something to behold, something to be worried about. But of course, they can't make playoffs now, which is a bit of a sad story in the series. But it needs to be said. It needs to be said. One team can still impress us, and they have won the hearts of many. They've won the hearts of me. And every time I walk past Yan Li's dad over there, he's just got this folder with all these fold-out pictures of Yan Li. It's like, welcome, Yan Li.
He was the first one here. Like, before the gates were open, he was already asking us which side is one team going to play. He wanted to dedicate his heart to his son, and it's lovely to see that kind of passion, especially from the Taiwan region. These guys, there's so many fans behind them, and you know they want to see them succeed.
Hey, I mean, I think also the family here of Amix, the coach of Naos, is also here. His mom is here, his sister is here, so it's great to see that, you know, they've got some backing from their families as well, and the support, I bet it keeps their spirits alive and ever well, especially in these type of matches.
Yeah, that's a thing for professional players as well, right? Sometimes if you don't have that support behind you, if your family doesn't agree with what you're doing, it makes the job that much harder. So having your family on your side, having people here to support you, to make you feel good, is just, you know, it's a bit of a caveat to everything. Now, look, let's start turning the conversation to where we're going. It's split. And I have one big question, right? We haven't seen Nows play this, but they've picked it. But they've already secured playoffs. So do they show their strats? Do they show what they've been working on? Or do they go for a different approach?
I think they do. Because you mentioned it. They have no proof whatsoever. This is the best litmus test that they have right now. They can be a bit more calm that playoffs is already secure. They want to go for that seeding. And sure, it'll be a VOD for other teams to study. But they themselves need to finally get to play this map. I mentioned it a while ago. There are times where they do let it pass in the map pool. They just don't make it that far. And as of right now, there is that confidence for Naos that they can get the win through this.
That's the thing. It depends on what they value more here. Being able to have an actual proper field test of what they're planning up, or trying to hide those strats because they know playoffs bound. They're going to have to play it at some point.
What are we thinking from now? Like, we haven't seen him for 9 months. We haven't seen this lineup do it. So let's talk agents, right? Let's talk.
I'm wondering,
where are they going?
Actually, like, do they put Modra in the front line back again? Because they like to play Raze, right? And whenever it's Raze, a lot of times it's Modra in that front line.
Do they go for Papi Chulo Omen, or do they even decide to go for the Astra? Does Wits play something like the Sky, or can he run that Sage yet again? There's so many possibilities on the agent pool here for Naos. I would be surprised though if they do go double controller, because we've seen how stable they are with the Sentinel.
I have a bigger surprise and a curveball for you. What if this is where they put their 6-man in NDG in?
Nah.
No believers.
Nah, I don't think so. He's a Sova main. That's why they made that comp work last time on Ascent, because since you have Senior Carl who can still play Sova, NDG used to use that when Wits was playing Sage. It worked out.
Hey, with people pulling out Sova and Fracture, you might just see it on Split nowadays too.
What about Jar? What about Jar? He's been able to pick up the Chamber every now and then. Chamber not necessarily a meta pick for Split, but with those buffs coming in, you can get aggressive. You can go for those early picks. You can play mid, and also still use that trademark, which is a little bit more potent now.
I'm actually also wondering if instead of going to the Chamber, if he pulls out the Cypher, because we've seen that from him in the past too.
And then look at the side for one team. What do they run? Double controller, double duelist. So it's going to be high impact onto the site with a strong front line, and then there is that to be a bit of that lurk potential from the Asha and the Viper, depending on how they want to manipulate that battlefield. So talking about that Cypher, it can be actually very effective. If Naos do want to go for a bigger stack onto a site, leave some traps behind just for the retake later on, it can help them.
Ooh, I just don't know which way this one's going to go.
The theory crafting.
It's just we've spoken about unknown quantities all week, right? And now this is the biggest unknown quantity. Yes, they're hitting their stride. Yes, they're playing out of their minds and looking to hit that playoffs performance. But going into a map which we haven't seen them at all, it's literally just theorizing what's going to happen because we don't know who's playing what. They've done that thing where they're like, yo, I'm going to play a duelist today. I'm going to be a controller today. Hey, I'll be the flex initiator. You know, it just is what it is. And we just have to strap in and essentially sit back, enjoy our steel case chairs, and watch the show. And that's what I'm doing downstairs.
I've been happy for how many days we've been here? Just sitting back, relaxing, watching the games. Yes, we stand up from time to time just like that to check out the action. But I do wonder how one team is gonna try and take this map in the first place. They haven't succeeded so far. Losses against Fancy, losses against Boom. And from what we've seen for both Boom and Fancy United, it's about how they set up their play and condition one team. That they have this presence elsewhere. Like, for example, when you watched against Fancy United, I think it was Nizzy who was playing that Cypher. He would bring in one team towards Sewer, just buy that space in time, that pulled attention away, and one team couldn't rotate in time for the sites.
Yeah, that's a good point because Nizzy just wreaked havoc here from the backline when they did play against Fancy on split. And I wouldn't be surprised if they pulled out the Sage once more because we look at their composition of what one team brings out, your double controller, they bring that double duelist in the Jet and the Raze, and so there's many ways for them to get into the site. Having a tripwire could be one of their biggest problems, and also because they only have that Sky for information gathering, they might not be too aware of what's happening with a Cypher lurking anywhere and globally throughout the map. And you wonder here, if Naos are going to bring that strat on out, and whatever they show up, we still have the question remains, is this actually what they plan to play, or do they specifically pick this against one team in terms of composition to kind of save and hide some strats? Copia maybe, Hopia possibly,
I do love
for the
Copium.
playoffs.
Copium is my favorite. Now look, it feels like we're taking a little while to go to the flyovers. It's like something seems to be not going super right. So let's just chill out. And before, of course, we get into the game, you guys aren't going to be here for the next two games for today. Orangutan up against Bonkers. I want to know your quick thoughts on that one, as well as Zerja up against the big dogs.
Boom.
The big boomers.
Boomers?
Indonesian
Any
superpowers.
I mean, I'm going to go for Bonkers in terms of the second matchup. They have proven it here. That win against D+, it brought eyes to the squad. Of course, you guys have been hyping them up even before we got started. But I'm a believer now. I've always believed in the RDW, but Lou, man, just how incredible has his performance been so far. Dragon's been very impactful. I love also what we've seen from Minimize, some of the cheeky angles that he can take. You gotta believe in Bonkers in that kind of situation.
I mean, my esports answer here, the real one that I officially put in was Bonkers because they're definitely the better team. They're definitely the one who have proven more and been able to do more and have more expectations of them, and also a better storyline. But then I kind of want OGS to do something here in their final game. I love it when, you know, just a team just brings another down with them, just soils and foils the plan. And if that's their intent, then this is a perfect game to do it.
Remember our local challengers? The old Naos esports roster from back then, they were incredible in Split 1, they struggled in Split 2, and they were last seed. In the last game that they did, they brought down a team called Action PH from second seed all the way to seventh just to eliminate them in the last game.
Just one game.
So that's why he's a lover of that. We were casting, we were watching that game, and he was just elated to see something.
Especially since there's Filipinos on the Orangutan squad as well, so they know how to do it, and we might just have some hijinks, but I think that second series, rather the third one you talked about as well, Surja versus Boom, that is where the stakes really matter because it's do or die for both of those teams.
Well, it's do or die for Thailand, you know. Are Thailand going to be able to get that team in the arena, in the playoffs, and, you know, it's literally all or nothing. They're going to be at the top of the group from the bottom to the top, or they're just going to be straight out completely. There's no other
That'd be crazy, so. Especially
must win.
Especially for the two kind of regions in SEA specifically that were touted as the powerhouse. Thailand and Indonesia, they have some of the best players, some of the best teams, and to have one of them missing in the playoffs, huge implications.
And think about the storyline implications themselves. Was Sersha supposed to be here? was Boom supposed to be here? There were a few favorites, a few other names up for contention on their own local stages, but they're the ones now representing the banner. And now they're in the situation where they have to eliminate one another. Coming into expectations for Group Alpha, we thought that Sersha and Boom would be the ones to run away with it. Apparently, we're just seeing tie after tie instead.
Yeah, I just am so confused as to how everything's going to be playing out, everything's going to be going down, and the storylines on today are just insane. We can quickly touch on tomorrow as well while we're filling time. You know, we got the Bleed matchup up against... They're playing, no, Bleed are playing Bonkers, and Scars are playing D plus Kia. So that's what's going down tomorrow. They're going to be the final games of Group Omega. And again, that is going to shift where teams are in the groups. That's going to shift up the head-to-heads, which very much matter because D plus Kia have shaken up everything. There is a world where Bleed can miss out.
Yeah. It's crazy to think who is the big dog of that group. It's changed day per day. We thought it would be D+ coming into the tournament. It became Scars. And then Bleed beat Scars, right? Because we also saw D+ struggle against Bonkers and lose out. And then suddenly D+ comes in and says, 2-0 Bleed. No problem whatsoever. If we do see Bonkers win today against Orangutan, we're going to see another tie that we didn't expect from that group compared to Group Alpha. And it just goes back to how do or die these last 2 days are. We thought it would be a bit more chill sometimes with a few teams that they ascend into the score lines, but as of right now, every match matters.
Well, let's start talking shop again. Looks like the players are getting close to being ready. It's going to be split. It's going to be a fun time, and we still don't know what agents nows are going to be pulling out. But if one run it back on what we've seen them go before, as you mentioned, double controller, double duelist, it's going to be an interesting one.
Yeah, they do that.
And Xiaoxi is going to be coming back in, so we will be seeing that Viper for one team.
You already know. With Yan Li out, this does mean Xiaoxi has become more of their dedicated Viper player. From what I remember, Stage 1, he used to be that Sova player. He has become their assistant coach as well, just to help in the stratagems of the team, and he hasn't really disappointed. His stats haven't been the most stellar, but his utility setup is well placed to help one team in the pinch. I'm seeing Poison Clouds save one team members from flashes especially.
And here it is. Now's with the reveal. They're going double controller, double initiator, and Jar's going to be taking the Raze. So what do we think about this one? Initial thoughts, Moja not going to the Raze like you theorized.
It's very curious that they went actually with this KO here on Split. It's not that it's a bad agent or anything like that, but I thought they would maybe trying to round out this composition with a Sage, something of that sort. But they got the Sky as well for that information gathering, and to put Ja in the front line on the Raze, it's not his most comfortable agent. He's not necessarily a liability on it, but we have seen Mojer have some stellar moments when he's on the front line and we put Ja on the back.
Yeah, and I was thinking we might not see the double control even though Naos does play it with the Astra Viper, but Mojer on the Sky is such a curious choice as well. Usually you want to see Wits on that. He's the one who's a lot more active with using those kind of flashes. It's a big test really here for Mojer that he can do what Wits does in the first place because he's on the KO here.
It's all going to be about how they set this one up, right? And the thing that sticks out to me like a sore thumb is Senior Carl. I loved seeing him when he picks up a Brimmy. I love seeing how he has absolutely no fear running back into those sites. But as the Astra, especially if you're in those post plants, you need to be a little safer. You need to rip that grab well at the right moment. You need to, you know, stagger the stars as best you can. But are we going to see him have that no fear gameplay come through, or is it going to be a bit more standoffish? How do we expect Nows to play style-wise?
Yeah, are they even comfortable playing like this, right? I think the big thing why you see Senior Carl in that Astra is because you don't really necessarily have Wits play that position, right? You don't necessarily have other players also on that position, so he has to be dedicated to that as the Viper is Papi
He's done it before. He on that Zol Esports roster that he was part of Split 2 before joining Nows Esports, and there is that possibility for Astra Viper for this team. But yeah, I'm just like, on Split, this is the configuration. It's still Ja on that Raze, and that's what my biggest concerns are right now for Naos Esports.
It really feels like Ja has to be the centerpiece for the team. He's going to be set up with millions of flashes coming through from Wits, coming through from Moja, and then plenty of smokes to set up as well. So in this first half, on the attack Nows, they need to have a strong showing. They need to show us why they've had this back pocket pick of Split for so long. And can they take the series 2-0 and send one team home to Taiwan?
We're gonna need to prove it here for Naos Esports. One team, they still have the fight in them. There's still a chance in the series at least to go for the reverse sweep. And we've been talking about it extensively in the panel. Why would Naos pick things up here on this map. Why would they choose this as their own map pick for map number 2? And how will one team respond?
Well, it seems like they actually pull out a comp here that they plan to potentially play moving on forward. It's one that can be sustainable, but playoffs bound for the Philippines' finest. They're still going to try and close this one out 2-0, round out their record with a better scoreline, and let's see how they're able to do it. One team now on the defense. They got lots to work with.
And job the blastbacks to get ramps control, and immediately one team rotate to try and catch any kind of push towards tower. Jiawei though with a stellar start. Ja falls, and the pick there from one team gives them now a chance to go for the wraparound. Xiao Yu, Winner, they're going to be together. Winner's been so flexible for this team in terms of roles. And one team now cornering Naos. Witz with a fight back. Senior Carl's there too. And a firepower from Naos. They're just fragging out of a bad situation. Xiaowei gets 3, but it's not enough. Naos still wins the pistol.
Huge lurk from Senior Carl. And that's one of the beauties of having him on this Astra, like what we used to play on Zol. He's able to have a lot more free flow. And due to them having 2 possible lurkers in Papi Chulo or even in Senior Carl, as we saw there, they have so much different presence positions that they can suddenly throw a team like one team off. And even though one team were overrunning the site, Senior Carl coming in big from that flank on the ramps, on the heaven, it's what helped the pincer work against the retake.
And now they're on the anti-eco, so good start yet again for Naos. What I'm thinking of is, though, if you remember some of those old team secret compositions, I think Witz used to play KO, right?
Yes, he did too. I think
so. I think so. We can.
There were moments where Envy would play it too, but that was before now.
No, but exactly that. So what were we getting here from Witz himself? Is this a throwback to that Team Secret roster when he was making waves on that squad? We're getting a lot of impact from him, that's for sure. And as of right now, A-side looking likely as Jiawei has fallen.
I think it's less a throwback, less looking in the mirror, and more just realizing what works for this team looking forward into the future. Now, they're looking to be that team to stand and stay strong as the Philippines' finest. As a flawless just here, once again converted by Naos on their anti-eco. No problem at all on the attacking side. And one team, I mean, how do you even muster the strength to put up a great fight after knowing that ultimately what lies is doom?
Yeah. Is it going to be a situation where they feel everything is for naught, right?
Yeah.
The mental state of one team. They need to shake it off, though, and at least go down swinging. Because Naos, they're going to come to collect these rounds. You know that they have been stellar at starting strong. And if one team lets this go early on, it's going to be the same shades haunting them from the sense.
You talked about that a while ago. Nova Pulso connects here. Perfect punish off a jaw. As Naos, great on the overrun. Nice set play they've got to take quick control of Mail.
Yeah, and if one team is trying to regain their spirits, Naos will just look to break it again and again as soon as possible. Xiao Yu's here, though. Still a chance to find a kill. Wit spotted, flicks on away. Thinking that there's presence from Mojer there, but now is actually realizing that B tower looking unsafe, they move towards A.
Yeah, the recover there, the star, just to kind of make sure it pushes him back just a hair bit more. They got the split on towards the A side. The only player within it is going to be Jiawei, so big task for him. He has to get 1, perhaps even 2 here, just to get value out of his position. Guiding Light, he dodges it, and now they're unaware of his position, have to keep their heads up.
Yeah, over an elbow, Jiawei holding an incredible shot off the jaw to begin with. At least he's ready, he's willing to fight, and he is that personality that one team has. Unfortunately, Papi Chulo with that rotate. Witz is there too, and Witz contesting the tower still. 2v3, and here comes Winner. Senior Carl overrun, 5 HP left. Difficult here for Rainy and Winner. They're so low on the HP. This is just a bonus for Naos even. They want to play aggressive and get these catches.
They're all low though here, so these Spectres are going to be such a nightmare for them to deal with. Rainy might have been able to go around them. You can see now the position here of Winner as well. He's on the site. He can force a tap, force the half. Rainy in a great position to cap this off. Papi Chulo 1v1. He knows the stick isn't there. He knows Winner is low. He knows Winner's on the spike. And he knows how to end the round. 3-0 for Papi Chulo.
The classic clutch from Papi Chulo. A stellar bonus there for Naos, getting that win, surviving with 1. And he swaps over to the Sheriff just because even if it goes through the wall, it's going to be a stronger penetration.
Yeah. He knows he's low too, so a single bullet to the chest is all he needed. So nicely done here by Naos. The great thing is that set play that they have to take Mail control. And you can see why they put Split in the veto, because they know that possibility. So thing is, they are telegraphing a lot of their intentions for the playoffs from this map.
Yeah, it's something that everyone now is keeping an eye out. New map for Naos, let's make these notes. And Papi Chulo, he's the one here lurking on the side. They line up for him. Winner and Xiao Yu stay so long. Xiao Wei, the third man to try and fight. The flash is there. Papi Chulo tries to play the anti-flash, still gets the takedown
No problem.
as the clip ends, man. And Naos, a big opening yet again made.
The last bullets in the mag is the last thing he sees before going down. Xiao Shi at least gets a kill here on the Senior Carl's lurk. Retrieves the rifle off of it too, but the double controller is left remaining. The few that stand for one, they're going to have an even bigger task to pull off. Maybe damage economically can help them because we see that buffer be a problem here. And what works for now? Oh, what
Nice
a shot from Rainy.
Even by the ropes themselves. Still one team trying to find any kind of angle to work with. Xiao Shi had the rifle, and emphasis on had. It's past tense. Papi Chulo gets 4. What will Rainy do in this situation? At
Mojo
least
knows.
He's built the Cosmic Divide. Mojo knows he's coming, and this time they're going to track him down. You've noticed, though, this has been some great takes from Naos towards that A site. Whether it's straight onto the site or with that mid presence, they're allowing themselves to rotate that way.
Yeah, it's great takes in general here. And nice heads up by Papi Chulo to anticipate aggression to come from one, knowing that they're on an eco, which heightens the chances of doing that. Obviously wins the 1v3 here. The advantage just making sure A main is his own home to hold.
Yeah, Viper Spit even available for Papi Chulo, so things are looking good for Naos if they can keep this kind of momentum. Still one team, 2 ults, one especially is the Seekers. That Guiding Light spots out the presence Papi Chulo, and now perhaps one team knows what the plan of Naos is. That mid take from Ja, it's not gonna be the most convincing thing. They back away towards tower, Vents is given to Naos.
You can see here, because of the Astra, they're able to just wrestle control away from the defense of one. And because one have nothing like a Sage, no slow orbs, no traps as well on the Cypher, this just becomes a stylistical nightmare here for one team to deal with against Naos when they have those quick executes planned, when they have those ideas prepped. And now the B split. This is their first real B split we're going to see. And how do they convert?
Yeah, this has been the struggle for one team. Running without that Sentinel, they have been pulled away from the sites time after time. This happened versus Fancy United, happened also versus Boom Esports. And now, as Heaven's being controlled here by Naos, Xiao Shi and Xiao Yu, they're the ones who might have that closer contact. A nice splash here from Naos. Can they execute from that point on? Xiao Shi denying them of that first glory, but Ja instead from above. The high ground, the best ground. But Xiao Yu rather, at least still with a fight back. Zhao Wei now in position.
Seekers.
Makes it a 2v2. The Seekers are out and will meet each other. Papi Chulo, intentions have been shown. A snake bite is there though. Time running out here for Naos, and Winner gets it done. A crucial kill onto Senior Carl. Papi Chulo needs to scramble towards the spike, and he's denied by Winner yet again. Give him a gold medal because that's the one that one needed.
And Winner, once again here, closes out the round. And one, they get their first when Naos get their fourth. Same as what happened on Ascent. So one, at least keeping that tradition alive of not letting this buffer, not letting this lead go too big. Great opening 2 kills, obviously punished there by Xiao Yu, but even better from Winner to get the clap off on the Papi Chulo. Those Seekers were crucial to give away his position.
As soon as he was spotted, right, Papi Chulo, he was just lying in wait all throughout that game, or all throughout that round rather. And Zhao Wei did such an incredible job spotting that initial intention. Same thing yet again, guiding light towards main. I do wonder if Papi Chulo did actually hide from it. But we watch Ja and watch a slow stopper. Trailblazer pop, and Xiao Shi will fall to the rocket. Xiao Yu already disengaging, backing away towards the site. A similar defense from what we saw from one team, but it's Naos now with the advantage.
He's at pain shells though, but it doesn't really do much as they don't push off of it here to maybe flush out the hell. Winner not expecting the angle. And the snake here hiding in the sewers, catching him off guard, but Xiao Yu on the push. At least they get one off in return on Senior Carl.
Yeah, Senior Carl falls, and one team at least spreading out across the map to try and limit those options. Only problem, Zhao Wei has so much to deal with moving into this A site. You already get the pinch from tower. It has to be the backside, the elbow position yet again here from Zhao Wei.
Watch the star.
The knife is there. The star, you mentioned it. Nebula pop. Jiawei's trying to just rotate around it. Maybe the timing will work out. He'll get the kill, but Mojo trades it quickly.
Yeah, I mean, whenever that smoke pops, it kind of telegraphs that somebody is playing there. Makes it more difficult to really kind of hide your position, but allows a bit more maneuverability to play from that backside. So now 2v3. Mojo still has the flash, the guiding light, to lead the way and find out where this retake is going to come. But the position by Jop being so far forward, untradeable, it's going to be crucial. If he can find his first kill, that should be the cap. But if Xiaoyu gets this, then we'll be done. But Jop, that should be the end of this round. No way that Rainy makes this a rainy day.
Yeah, Rainy wasn't in position to just quickly go for the pinch. Flash is there too, and Naos wipes one team out. 5-1, and this is already a stellar start here for Naos. 5 rounds on the attacking side to begin with.
I mean, we've seen the changes here on the split kind of at least equalize the halves up in terms of what is defender or attacker side. Timeout forced here off of one team, but Jop, even though he used those pain shells and didn't push off of it, you can see how committing that extra bit of utility kind of sold towards a one-team squad more that Naos were intending to go B, but we've seen them suddenly pivot, take that vents towards the A side time and time on over, and one just aren't prepared.
Yeah, and I'm just thinking about this map pick still while we have this time. Naos right now, yes, they're exposing the strategy. Yes, they're showing their composition.
Yes.
But doesn't this mean that they also try and say, this is another map in our pool and you might need to respect it? They're taking advantage, though, of the struggles of one team so far here in the Pacific Ascension stage, that they haven't won yet, that they can't find the way to stabilize on the defense. And right now, it's the Naos stock that's rising as a result, given that they're getting a bit more of that flexibility.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but if they win this, this is going to be their only 2-0.
Yes.
Right? So, I mean, it's about darn time it come. There should have been other series where you could argue it should have been that case as well. But then, obviously, we've seen how those games closing out has been a big problem for them. The early round lead is something that we've seen constant from Naos here in every one of their maps. But having that cushion, having that buffer, it only means not when eventually the opposition is able to erase it. Now, at least gives Naos a bit more to kind of bank on, but how often can you rely on that, especially if you go on to the playoffs?
Yeah, look at me. I have trust issues with this scoreline. Whenever it's Naos in the lead.
I don't believe it.
I still believe that one team can try and equalize. I still believe there's a chance. It might be difficult now as they're on an eco, but we've seen miracles from them happen before.
Is it a miracle or really just converted out of will, skill, and of just a pattern here that has been constantly reoccurring for Naos? A closeout here of the group stage in decisive fashion in a 2-0 manner would certainly be one way to start to dispel those bad spirits, those omens, for lack of a better pun. But they got the Viper's Pit here for the plant.
Okay, Cypher player, whatever you say. They have 4 ultimates, though, here for one team. And Jiawei, looking to provide that initial intel, especially, moves over towards ramps. I'm looking to see where Winner and Xiaoyu can come from. They want the Viper mid as Senior Carl's on the lurk. Just so much silence right now in the battlefield as Naos cross through towards screens. And Jiawei, does he find him coming? Mojo now spots the shoulder. There's a Viper wall as well. Naos, as soon as their extensions, or intentions rather, are exposed, they're on site. Winner, though, finds Senior Carl. A chance here for one team at least to have some firepower.
Yeah, nice punish here from Winner. Lurking and anticipating the lurk to counteract that. They know it is to come. Senior Carl loves to pull it off. Ja finding the double here towards the screens. They thought it was theirs. They stole the idea. Yeah, that's a neural theft.
Yeah, stellar fleet footwork. Ja just dancing on the graves of the opposition, and Naos will take the round. They did use the Viper's Pit, though, for safety, so at least one team has a consolation prize, and here we go now with the all-in from them. The Operator is out from Xiaoyu. Last time versus Fancy, it struggled to find that impact.
Well, Showstopper now available as well coming into this round. So is the Cosmic Divide. They can use that to propose a real problem finally here for the Naos attack and stall those early pushes, especially if they get the Viper's Pit in the right position. Looks like potentially mid is going to be where they're going to commit it, because Naos have been putting importance into taking away the mid position, but it's ramps now they just go in for.
Yeah, Ja's been doing this for quite a while. It's timing to dissipate there, and the blast back gets in the way. Jiawei gets the takedown off the Ja instead. Fortunate result there for one team. A great double up, and now Xiao Yu looks to hit the
Timing.
shot. Can't find it though. Over onto that garage stake, will disengage. Trailblazer though pop. The poison toxic screen is there from Naos to allow them to cross if ever. But the struggle now for Naos, they have been picked apart bit by bit. Now they're regrouping towards
And look
B.
how little map control now they have here, Tax. The fact that they're able to get that punish on Ja and now simply just weren't ready to get the trade. They were isolated. It made it so much more difficult now for Naos to wrestle control away. Perfect flash. Forces Xiao Yu off the angle. Wits gets taken down. Xiao Shi ready for the fight.
Using so many resources just to try and dislodge Xiao Yu.
Oh!
But Senior Carl will kick two to the curb.
Oh, the head.
A chance here with the high ground. Jia Wei and Papi Chulo, a bit of a standoff here. Smoke critical, but critical timing here. That works out in favor of Naos.
The
Senior Carl
controllers.
gets three. The backline stepping up to the plate when needed the most. Showstopper though, here comes winner. It's 1v1 and Papi Chulo is the great one. 7-1 here for Naos.
How clutch these two have been this entire tournament for Naos. Senior Carl, Papi Chulo. Of course, we saw Wits earlier on too, but huge kill. Senior Carl getting them going single-handedly, defeating both the controllers here on the one team side, and then Papi Chulo opening things up on the site itself. Hunter Killer, it's Batman and Superman, the world's finest.
Yeah, it was a great effort from winner at the very end, but Senior Carl, this is what you see from him on the Astra. Plays that lurk, looks for the timing, and if Naos can pull attention away, they can recover. One of the teams that has recovered mostly from a 4v5 situation has been Naos.
Wasn't that a 2v5 actually we even saw there, but at the end of things, so incredible recovery here from Naos. Composure at its highest, and confidence soothing definitely the wounds. 7-1, one team here, difficult state for them to be, and that should have been their round. And now they lose it in such a desperate manner. B-side hit to come. Rainy confirms they're here.
Yeah, Rainy has to back away immediately. Here comes Ja. Double blast backs to go for the clear. Cosmic Divide is there too, but Rainy, that's a stellar start at least. Wits goes down. The Viper Spit now into play too. One team trying to at least make a bit of pressure, make a bit of territory marked. As Ja backs on the way, does now just disengage from this. They have a bit of time to work with.
A bit of a, I guess, miscommunication there because they both used the Pain Shells and the Fragment Nade at the same exact position there towards default. You want to start with the one, maybe the Pain Shells, and then use the Fragment on the plant attempt instead to stop them from pushing.
Yeah, there's so much smoke in the way, and now it's just trying to find any opportunity. Now it's Papi Chulo looking to go for the flank. A good find from Senior Carl. Ja2 waiting in the waters. Rainy still fighting back. It's all left to Rainy now. He's been impactful in the round, but it's just not going to be enough to the numbers. 8-1 now.
Yeah, nice dismantle here. Composure by Naos. Not necessarily scared nor shied away from the Viper's Pit, and they deal with it adequately here. As one looking for those kills. Obviously, Naos will have the better engagement there with the better firepower to win this big. Senior Carl, he has been big this entire map, just getting them the crucial kills and frags to start off their rounds and get themselves going.
We call him the X Factor here for Naos. We called him that new addition that has brought them greatness. And in my assessment, NDG was an incredible player in his own right, but Senior Carl just has that tenure, just has that experience from long ago as well in the regional scene, and now the flexibility as a journeyman to boot. So now they're just using every bit of their experience here to find the small openings versus one team.
Now it's looking great so far. 8-1. How much do you trust this scoreline, Dax, right now?
Not enough than you'd expect. One team, again and again, I believe that they have that fight. If you get Xiao Yu and winner to start heating on up, there is that chance. But the Boombot already spots out those intentions. Ja here with the blast backs yet again. Showstopper onto the corner, but the Seekers will stop his push. Well done for one team so far. Can they continue with this trend? Winner over onto the corner, but Papi Chulo and the rest of Naos clear out these pathways. Xiao Shi fights back. Senior Carl makes it a 3v1, and it's all the way for Jia Wei. He has to fight by his lonesome. And Wits there over onto the corner. There's no way he can get things done. It's another one.
Quick swipe from Wits at the end. 9-1 from Naos. And an emergency here for one, as Naos are looking to run away with this. The way that they've been able to continuously hound and pound this defense off of one team has just been suffocating. And that null command, especially against a composition like this, a double controller where you really rely on those controllers to slow down the pace. You simply turn that utility off, shut it down, have every advantage. It makes it so difficult for one to even get themselves going.
And we have to talk about Xiao Yu here. 2-10 scoreline all the way at the bottom of the scoreboard. Pretty much similar to his struggles last time around on Split. And it might just be him having these difficulties to find these openings on a map like this. A map this tight, a map that has less of these open angles and more of these corners. And now it's taking advantage, especially.
You can see here now, Stu recognizing that they are against an anti-eco. They go straight for the site. Do not fight for ramps early, but the flank here from one. The Seekers are going to give their intention away. Trailblazer confirms that suspicion. Witz here has a big fight to hold.
And they know where it's coming. The anti-flash there from Naos to force that contact over onto A main. Leaps even, doesn't matter. Covering fire from the rest of the roster. And Naos yet again, a roll call even. A flawless win to boot.
Yeah, flawless fashion. You see there, Papi Chulo also threw his poison orb as they confirm that presence from the flank just so that he can pull up the wall, rather pull up the poison orb smoke in case it becomes a problem, in case they need to stop and cut the sightlines away from one team. But he didn't even up it. He was like, okay, you guys, you want to take the fight, then go ahead. You guys got this. He had to spam through the smoke as well. So now it's here, running away with this map, a full sprint to close out.
They have just gone the extra mile, honestly, from what we've seen so far. We had reservations of how their initiator setup would be. Witz not disappointing whatsoever. Ja,
the bait and switch. Do you see that?
Amazing. Incredible again from Naos. Willing to just put themselves at harm's way to get that kill. Here we go.
No way, Witz.
Another operator. Witz, he's looking for the
no
shot.
Way.
All the way on the other side of the map.
The
Naos,
gall.
they do it too.
The gall. The nuts to just do that. How insane. Push through the paint shells. Even tagged up quite high. And he still goes for the fight. Mojer has a regrowth though to get him back up to speed and fighting capacity and combat shape. But for the meantime, one here stunned at just the double op coming from Naos, and they drop it for the rifles now.
Yeah, we've seen it before on Ascent, just out of nowhere to allow themselves these better angles. Rainy though with the fight back. Mojer's there to try and stand, and in a 2v1, the isolated fight across the map yet again. This half ends with Naos in control.
In control is putting it lightly. In the driver's seat, sending them home. They have the final ticket and they're willing to hand it off to one. Just a few rounds here. And Naos have been one of the most prevalent teams in terms of pulling out that double operator on attack to find an early pick, especially when they have economy late in a half to support that idea and attempt.
Yeah, they have the renown for it.
Yep.
If it's not Ja, it will be Witz. And right now, yeah, they were both right. And right now, this is looking to be a potential Naos 2-0. And it'll be some big implications for them moving forward, especially if they win the pistol. You've been talking about it a while ago. Where is the cleanliness from Naos? Where is that more secure victory? If they want to prove themselves to be at the top of the group, maybe this is the evidence that they need.
I mean, you wonder if this is more of Naos, you know, really playing well, or if it's more of one just losing their hopes and losing their stride here in this match. It's honestly, I think, a bit of both. And the fact that Naos are winning so well on this map, I think is even better for them. Not only does it make less rounds for the opposition to review in terms of when they do match up and eventually play Split in the playoffs, but it also makes it so that what the rounds here that they have won could some of them be considered invalid, because now you don't have that proper information of what works necessarily against them. In a close game, especially a loss, is when you learn the most. And teams, because that this is such a wash, at least so far for the first half, a lot of these rounds they've won on the attacking side are invalid for necessarily learning things and applying that for the playoff matches.
Yeah, Naos was willing to expose themselves here publicly for Split, and it's working out so far. They're showing some mastery alongside the map. They've done incredible work on the attacking side. And just what we saw there, one big reason they're in this position right now, moving into the playoffs, is that clutch factor. Papi Chulo, 9 clutches all throughout the group stage, the most we've seen so far in this tournament.
I'm honestly not surprised. This guy has been one of the clutchest players I have ever seen here in the Pacific as a whole. You look at all the challenger stages and he is incredible. A rock they can rely on, but now they're going to have to rely on themselves here, one team, to get them going. This is do or die, and what a shot by Xiao Yu.
It's a big reset and a big chance here for one team. Your only real chance actually coming into this round. And with that kill, that should pull Naos to play towards B. Ja finds Rainy though. And immediately, as soon as Naos doesn't get the flood, they're gonna go back towards that A site and anticipate them there.
Yeah, one. They have a good option here of executing on this A site, the weaker side right now. Double initiator here for Naos. Lots to fight back with. Guiding Light, though not available. Mojer, quick and early kill. Wits as well with a fragment on Xiaoxi.
Just coming the way of Naos, and they're expecting it anyway.
Oh, the trail.
Trailblazer looks for the stun. Xiao Wei over onto the corner. A good takedown though on the Mojer. A chance here. Xiao Yu also chimes on in. And it's 2v2 now, but Ja has just been rotating as far and wide as can be. And he does lead into a 1v1 now. Rainy expecting Ja to come his way. 15 seconds left. He needs to pick up that spike. And Ja was ready for it. This is it. Series point for Naos Esports.
Big round here. Won by Naos. The force definitely has to come out from one team. And Wits holding down the line there towards that B site. A triple for him. One with a fragment, two with a gun. He has almost assuredly secured this map number 2. And this could be the one.
Yeah, just Wits holding by his lonesome there after the fall of Mojer. Buying enough time for Ja to get back in position. They knew the timer was on their side. They had tabs on the spike. And yet again, just the more activity we get here from Naos, the willingness to push past.
One round to send one team home. And Naos looking to convert in the cleanest fashion we've seen from them all tournament. Oh, Ja, he's aware of winner here, mid-position. They're looking to aggress.
Yeah, Ja wants to hold close. Xiao Wei expecting that kind of contact. They're spamming through the box. They're forcing the issue. And a good start here for one team. It's a 2-for-1 as Papi Chula falls. Reinforcements now from Naos to try and play towards Bent. But one team disengages yet again. Rotate now, moving towards A.
Big risks can end up in bad results. And Naos have to be sure not to get overconfident here. We've seen crazy comebacks against them. And this is not one you want to let happen, especially with this huge of a margin. Trailblazer doesn't even confirm too much. They know the hit is going to come anyways, though. And Mojer once again put in the position to anchor down the A site.
Flash is there, and Rainy is blinded. Mojer here still sticking on around. Wits in position as well to fight back. The Bulldog gets 2. But one team, the life still with them. Senor Carl, he's been the linchpin of some of these rounds. Can he get the job done yet again?
It's all on a Senor Carl to bring things home. 1v2 for the finest that they've got. Naos trying to bring it back on in. Let's see if another clutch happens for Senor Carl, the newest addition for Naos to cross the finish line with.
Yeah, star set. And he can at least look for opportunity to isolate these angles. Dissipate though. Trying to find the off angle now. Winner and Rainy sticking together. And they're gonna swing as a unit. Never mind, separated. Senor Carl isolates the fight, but he cannot find that final frag. One team, they still have their bearings here in Thailand.
Came down to 1 kill left. Could have been it, but not right now. Not this round. We play on for another. And one persevere for more of this bout. Now, so huge cushion they built upon. We've seen that be erased in the past. This almost assuredly can't be another repeat of that.
Yeah, beautiful work from one team. They still have a pulse here. The way that they were able to catch out the contest from Naos towards middle gave them that fighting chance. It did get close, but now with the rifles, Naos, they're willing to play the eco instead since they do have a lot of rounds to give.
You know, if Naos do good economic damage here, this could be a problem for one. They don't have any cushion. They can't play eco round, so they're going to have to continuously force by every single time we see them. Xiaoxi, good punish on Mojer.
No matter what, one team need to be equipped.
Yep.
And in this kind of case, winning out these duels, playing these defaults, and just catching out Naos one by one is their best chance to take this kind of side. Papi Chulo, though, eventually with the kill on the winner. It's 4v2 as one team control B. Plant goes down. Only worrisome position here for one team right now is that tower hold from Naos.
I mean, if you're one team right now, you just have to take things round by round. Can't confuse the forwards for the trees. You just see the bigger picture here of making sure that each round that they can get as stable as optimal as possible. That's how they have to convert 2v4. Naos in a difficult spot. We don't expect Wit to do much here in this position. Papi Chulo gets taken on down, and Xiaoxi and the rest of one team convert cleanly.
Exactly what you said, Black and Blue. Round per round, live to fight another instance. There's a chance that we can go into overtime if one team keeps up this kind of momentum and this kind of performance. However, now will have the buys. They will be in better positions expecting these kind of takes from one team.
I mean, obviously the audience would know it, but when you said there's a chance for us to go into overtime, I gave Dax the look, the bombastic side eye, like, do we go again? Does this happen once more? Or do Naos finally close things down and stand on the floor tall with a 3-1 score? One team here, chances, opportunities. May the odds ever be in their favor, as it's going to be a difficult comeback and climb.
Yeah, it's a slim chance, and they just need to take it bit by bit. Wits, though, behind the poison cloud. Trailblazer gonna spot him over onto the corner, and he's gonna wait to find a disengage, but Xiaoyu pushes the issue. A great kill to start things off. Tries to play the Anti-Blast, but Papi Chulo finding two before he's felled. What a swing and what a hit. John now spotted by Winner and one team in positions. And oh no, the pain shells. Not the best toss. Mojer instead waiting inside the smoke.
He's a great spot.
Priority target, Xiaoxi. He's low already. Try to bridge that gap, stay away from Winner and Rainy. Timing everything. And Mojer maximizing his potential yet again. Another one for Mojer. And it could have been it.
1v1.
But Winner still stays alive.
Again.
1v1 now.
Once more.
Coming into these clutch situations. Winner backing on away. Senior Carl is rotating here, moving towards Raps. They're gonna meet each other. It's gonna be close contact. And it's Winner who plays to his namesake. One team again, alive and kicking.
Winner wins again against Senior Carl once more. And they still stand to play another one. They got the economy as well for an actual proper full buy. Nas here on the eco, came so close though. This was the one big thing. John not expecting Winner to be that far up ahead as he did see Papi Chulo kind of play there towards that ramps. They did not expect the heaven position to be occupied already and immediately. And Winner buying them once more a lifeline.
I mean, his name is Winner and he needs to prove it. Xiaoyu also, just that push early on. A risky play, but it was enough to punish Wits. And they were able to work off that initial advantage. Now it's back on the Sheriffs. They do have 3 ultimates to utilize here, but it's probably going to be the same case for much of this half right now, Black and Blue. Every time one team does get a win, Naos will just try to play the eco in one round and then go for the full buy on the next.
Yeah, they're just going to try and secure these rounds. No reason to continuously force against this and give multiple unoptimal rounds against one. So he's going to play the eco in this case. You talked about it. Showstopper, Cosmic Divide available for the next few. The Seekers as well in the Viper's Pit in just a pinch. Naos here. Once again, economic damage is their end goal to try and make these rounds more difficult for one.
You are divided. Well, the Cosmic Divide is there, and one team, they have a chance now to try and get a bit more of this heaven take. But Ja,
what a shot.
That's a great shot to start off with. Winner though. Oh,
no way!
With a kill out the Winner. The showstopper has been stopped. Ja in the inside, but one team still survive.
But was it optimal, Dax? Not just how many went down, but how many ults they used. Showstopper denied immediately. Cosmic Divide committed. They do have the Viper's Pit, the Seekers as well, to be coming on in from Xiaowei as he used it here. Yeah, they used the Seekers too, so they might have taken the round, but was it the best decision to commit that much into an anti-eco?
Well, they felt forced, that's for sure. As soon as Ja hit that initial shot, it was a mad scramble for one team to make those decisions again and again. It's a 4-round streak here for one team. They still have at least the Viper's Pit in the Blades. And Xiaoyu, can he find even more value? He only has the Bucky behind him.
Oh, the Viper's Pit's going to make things difficult. You love the fight. You love the hustle back here from Team 1. From one team, rather, who aren't going to go down without a fight. Oh, the right click from Shoes.
That's exactly what they need. Xiaoyu yet again. Head first into the fray. And maybe a brighter day here for one team. But Senior Carl has been a thorn in their side for so very long. He tries to play onto the side. Senior Carl finds Xiaowei. A good beginning here for one team, or rather for Naos. The guiding lights there. Mojer falls to the hand of Winner. Isolated fight, but Senior Carl is stable until Rainy will knock him down. It's 3v2. One team still need to position themselves onto the site. They don't know Wits is there. Papi Chulo though with a find. Here we go again, the dynamic duo. ever so reliable, ever so clutch. Xiaoxi, he needs to find a way to find these targets. The Viper's Pit giving him the only way of cover. But look at Wits go. Back into the corner, back in position. And Naos is bound for the playoffs. We wanted convincing, and we get the 2-0 from Naos Esports.
It was only a matter of time before they make it happen. What a huge lead, what a huge game, and what a way to cap off the group stage run. The Philippines' finest go into the playoffs with a flawless finish. And unfortunately, if we're here for one team, this is the last we're going to see of them. Papi Chulo and Wits, the two veterans, the two most stable players we've seen throughout this tournament for Naos. You talked about Papi Chulo being the clutchest player we have currently in the Ascension groups, and what a way to deliver at the end.
And who was there left at the end for Naos, right? Wits, Papi Chulo, do your magic. And big props to one team. They put up a valiant fight all throughout this group stage. More so to the expectations, or rather more than the expectations we've seen from a Taiwanese regional team. But in the end, they will fall and they will be going down and home.
Well, lots of support there from the crowd here for this Naos squad. Absolutely elated to finally get the job done the way it should be. But Naos, they're going to have their heads held up high, knowing they finally dispelled those problems of the past. And when they have let those moments and leads slip, in this case, now's the time to relish in their victory.
And this is what Naos can do. This is their true potential to close out games with overwhelming leads in the first place. We did see a few of those, I'd say curses, I'd say maybe the issues, the slip-ups, yes, in that second half where it was an incredible fight from one team. But the first half, yet again, so convincing from the get-go. What a long streak on the attacking side. Big props yet again to Papi Chulo and, of course, Senor Carl. He was critical at giving avenues of opportunity there to Naos.
And isn't that the thing with Naos we've seen throughout this entire tournament? It's about building up that early lead and then using that comfort, that cushion to be able to close things out in the second half when the going gets tough, when the adjustments have been made by the opposition. And this map was that to the nth degree, to the highest fold. And now it's just so many clutch players. Senor Carl, Wits coming on big. And you really have to talk about Senor Carl and his performance, especially on this map. So many huge moments. But once again, it's Papi Chulo to bring things home.
And that's why we had in the head-to-head, though. And we know that for Naos, this is a victory they will remember well. Such a good springboard to work with coming into the playoffs.
And on the flip side, this is going to be a loss that one team will never forget, and they're going to grow so much stronger throughout the course of history, throughout the future as well, until we next see them. But look, they've won the hearts of many. They've got a lot of learnings off the back of this. And it's been a trend throughout the tournament, right, where their defense has let them down time after time. So look, as mentioned, there's a lot of learnings. There's a lot that they can take away from Ascension Pacific here and take back home to just become a more powerful squad. But how good does that feel for now? As they finally showed their hand, they showed the pocket pick of Split, and they looked like a dominant force on it too.
It's about darn time for this team to convert those maps the way that they should, close it off without letting it slip too much, as what we've seen in the past. We've talked about one team for quite a bit, and they should definitely go down with their heads up high, because they have definitely impressed and gained many of a fan here throughout Ascension, me being one of them.
I'm a believer of one team too, but against Naos Esports, and especially monstrous performances from Papi Chulo, from Ja, the way that they're able to clear out some incredible angles, and especially Ja, his double blast back setups have been absolutely immense to just buy the space that Naos needs.
Well, that's it, you know, great movement all throughout that. As we said, look, it was the double flash setup coming through from Naos, which helped Ja take that space. Papi as well. What's that? Is that a
3.0?
3.0 KD. Ridiculous scenes coming through from the big man. And it needs to be said as well, 348 ACS up against the likes of one who tried, who really did try, but unfortunately just didn't have enough left in the tank. And Naos, is this going to be a bit of a bait, right? They've shown their pocket pick of Split before the playoffs. You know that they wanted to save that for as long as possible, but they were just worried that they weren't going to be able to get this map today after a couple of hiccups already throughout the group stage. You're looking at this as well. One got 9 first kills which means Now's got 4 rounds back from a deficit. That is a spectacular performance.
Yeah, this is what we're talking about on the cast. Naos is that team that can work off that deficit. They're going to be pulling on back, and they rely on their lurk value to actually find the angles. We saw it, especially moving to that B site, how we had Senior Carl or Papi Chulo take that heaven control, that they would be taking that garage and give them, again, another angle to work with.
And I think it just makes sense, right? Papi coming through as the MVP.
Clutch percentage. Look at the clutch percent, Mac.
Yep.
100%.
How many is that? Like 1 from
1 for 1?
1
for 1?
20 from 20? I don't know what it is at the end of the day, but that is a performance that is going to shoot him up the individual statistics, so he'll feel good. Everyone at home that sees those stats are going to feel good. And you just got to say, not only these two on the desk, but everyone back at home in the Philippines are going to be feeling spectacular knowing Nows came out and asserted the domination to show what they're finally made of. We've been waiting for this Nows to show up all through the group stage. They've looked shaky, but we got what you told me they were capable of right here today.
Yeah, I mean, we saw some of those exemplary players here in the final game for the Philippine team. Our final cast, it's lovely to see how they were able to close things out. I think you talked about it during the cast of Papi Chulo had the highest amount of clutches in this tournament right now, and people are asking me, which teams, or rather which players from which teams do you think are franchise in Pacific League ready? I think he's one of them. I think these boys have got what it takes to bring the Philippines finest to the front stage.
There's a big chance right now with the form that we're seeing from them. It was that shaky start versus Fancy United. It was that loss from Sersha, but they lifted themselves to the highest heavens. They've spread their wings and they've flown to the playoffs.
And before we jump to the interview, need to shout out to Jar. Got involved in 18 of the opening kills. 11 going his way, 7 certainly not, but we have one big man, one big Papi Chulo up on the stage for a winner's interview.
สวัสดีครับผมนะครับแล้วก็ยินดีต้อนรับเข้าสู่อีกวันหนึ่งนะครับของ Ascension นะครับผมซึ่งบอกเลยว่าแค่เปิดมาแมตช์แรกก็สุดยอดกันไปแล้วครับแต่วันนี้ครับเราอยู่กับผู้ชนะนะฮะนั่นก็คือปาปิชุโลนั่นเองครับจากฝั่งของ Naos Esports ครับผม so ladies and gentlemen we are here today now with Papi Chulo from Naos Esports. What a game. What an incredible performance from your team, and congratulations for the win. Of course, we do have plenty of questions for you that, of course, our fans here and the fans back home would love to know and understand. สำหรับคำถามนะครับอยากรู้เลยเพราะแมตช์เมื่อกี้เนี่ยเป็นแมตช์สำคัญมากอยากรู้ว่าทีมของเขาเนี่ยครับรับแรงกดดันมามากน้อยขนาดไหนนะฮะในการเตรียมตัวสำหรับแมตช์นี้แล้วก็แน่นอนอยู่แล้วรู้สึกยังไงสำหรับการคว้าชัยชนะไปได้เพราะมันมีผลจริงๆครับ So the first question how did your team deal with the mental pressure knowing that how important this match was and of course how do you feel after being able to get the win and it was really an incredible performance
Actually yung pressure parang nire-reset lang namin para makapag-start kami ng bago and nung naka-qualify na kami medyo relieved kami kasi alam namin na makakalaban namin yung iba pang team na mas malakas.
So he said that they really just wanted to reset mentally to make sure that there wasn't that much pressure, and he knows that all of the other teams that they're fighting against are very strong. So he just wanted to. The team really was relieved when they knew that they were going to qualify.
ครับผมก็บอกว่าสิ่งแรกที่ต้องทำเลยนะครับกับทีมนั่นก็คือการรีเซ็ตนั่นเองฮะเริ่มต้นใหม่เพราะว่ามันแน่นอนอยู่แล้วล่ะมันมีแรงกดดันแต่พอเราทำได้สำเร็จแล้วเนี่ยแรงกดดันมันก็หายไปส่วนหนึ่งนะครับผมแต่อย่างไรท้ายที่สุดแล้วก็ต้องบอกเลยว่าโล่งอกเหมือนกันที่สามารถผ่านเข้ารอบต่อไปได้แล้วนะครับผมก็ยินดีด้วยจริงๆนะครับเพราะว่าบอกเลยว่าเกมเมื่อกี้นี้ไฟลุกมากนะฮะสำหรับคำถามต่อมาครับอยากรู้แล้วเพราะตอนนี้เราลอยลำละนะเลยอยากรู้ครับว่าตอนนี้มีทีมไหนหรือเปล่านะครับที่น่าจะเป็นปัญหาถ้าเกิดว่าเข้าไปในรอบ playoffs แล้ว and of course leading to the next question I would love to know now that you've made it to the playoffs which team would actually be the biggest obstacle for you if should they qualify
siguro sa group namin yung Sersha kasi natalo kami last time and sa kabilang group naman is yung D+ and Bleed.
So he says that they're definitely looking forward to facing Sersha once again. I think there's a unfinished business there. And on the other group, they are very much looking forward to seeing D+ Kia and Bleed.
นะครับหลักๆแล้วนะครับ ไม่มีอะไรมากครับอยากเจอเซอร์เซียอีกสักครั้งหนึ่งครับบอกว่ามันมีแค้นที่ต้องชำระอยู่นะครับเพราะฉะนั้นบอกเลยว่าเดือดแน่นอนนะครับแต่จะเป็นอย่างไรก็ตามต้องรอดูเนาะแต่ก็ยังมีทีมอื่นด้วยนะครับอย่างเช่นบลีดนะครับผมที่น่าโหต้องจับตามองจริงๆนะครับแต่อย่างไรก็ตามครับเกมแรกของเราโหดุเดือดเผ็ดมันขนาดนี้ครับเป็นเพียงแค่เกมแรกครับเรายังมีอีก2เกมให้ท่านผู้ชมติดตามนะครับผม and of course this is only just the first game that we've gone through we still have 2 more left and what a start of the day it's great I'm looking forward to the rest of the games but in the end congratulations guys for making to the playoffs but we still have, again as mentioned we still have 2 more games left but don't go anywhere go grab your drinks grab your popcorn and I'll see you guys right after the break
Uninterrupted gaming with Grab Unlimited. Free delivery every day.
Hey guys, I'm joined by Blaze King today from Boom Esports. He's been doing pretty well so far. Maybe not as well as he would have liked to, of course, but look, that's what we're here to have a quick chat about. Now, how's your time been here at Ascension Pacific so far, and have you lived up to your own expectations yet?
To be honest, not actually, because actually we didn't expect us to lose against like One Esports. Now, it makes us more harder in the group stage, so we need to win the last match against Russia. So no, I didn't expect this, to be honest. Yeah.
How are you feeling about that game in particular as well? Xerxia, look, they're a scary prospect. You've got to play them tomorrow or today, whenever this video goes out. But yeah, they are looking pretty hot right now, right?
Yeah, they are actually playing like really, really good. But just like, we have like prepared also like against them, playing against them. So hopefully everything goes well.
Hopefully it does for you guys' sake, of course. Now, look, high expectations for Boom coming into Ascension Pacific. Has that added extra pressure and affected your gameplay, or is it sort of just, you know, part of the job?
For me personally, like I didn't get pressured a lot, but I don't know about the boys. Maybe like they think like, oh, we are the favorite here, so we need to win. So if like when they lose, they get down so pretty bad. So for me, actually, like personally, I didn't get pressured a lot.
Yeah, that's nice to know. Now, I want to know more about you and your personal goals in Valorant. Is it franchise league? Is it take on the world? Do you want to make it champions one day? What's the plan?
For me personally, I'm targeting to win this Ascension first. So it's gonna be like more, how to say this, like more fun if you go to franchise, like by not get recruited by the franchise league teams. So if you're like actually winning here, so you actually like crawling from the bottom. So it's actually like more pressure for me too. But if I do have a chance, like the franchise league teams interested in me, so let's see.
So is that also what keeps you passionate about the game as well and playing competitively? Is it just the journey that you're looking for?
I really want to win. Actually, I don't care about the money. So my target is just like only winning. Yeah.
So just a competitive, passionate bloke. That's Blaze King. That's his thoughts on everything that's gone down so far. Thanks for joining me.
Thank you.
Y'all sit back and watch me speak. About to take over your screen. Talking bulls in 93. Talking mom, I'm on TV. Y'all know all I do is me. All I do is me. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and all I know, my money green. About to snap and make a scene. My cup off and make this free. My cup off and make them scream. Go back off for TMZ. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch. Watch me. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Money long, nothing on credit. I got style, don't catch no feelings. All this bread ain't got no lettuce. I got style, don't catch no feelings. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Watch me. Sit back. Sit back. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back.
I was a little bit bored after that series, so I decided to go for a wander, go for a journey around the hotel here. And on my journey, I found some fruit bearers. I found 2 jokers, 2 individuals, and they brought me this as a present. I don't know why, but they've been around. They've been walking around Bangkok, Thailand, and they've been experiencing the wildlife, the flora. What are these? This is a pineapple. What's that?
It's a fruit of some nature. I think it's named after a bonkers player.
Who are you?
Conk.
And who's that?
Komodo.
And what are those?
Rambutan.
Rambutan.
Yeah.
Rambutan. There's something new. I have never tried them before.
They're hairy
and I
fruit.
got them for you.
Oh, I love hairy fruit. It matches my moustache.
Yeah.
Either way, look, I'll eat these while you guys cast. What do you reckon? Sound
Don't
like a
take
deal?
the skin off either. You have to eat it that way.
Yeah.
That's what I was told.
Nah, not yet. Maybe later. Look, that's a fruit for another day. But we're here for serious business. And before we get into this game, what's your thoughts on the last one?
Jeez, I tell you, Nouse, right? Like, you know, they had the storyline coming into this. They've been really, really excited through the whole way. And we've got history with some of these players, like all the way back to, you know, years and years and years of tactical FPS. So to see them thrive and power forward was awesome. So they only needed 1 map. They made it 2, and G Split was a stomping.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they didn't really let one team in whatsoever, right? And I think that was a really big problem as well, because we're looking for one team to try and get something out of them, something in that series to, you know, get them hyped, get excited towards that. But more often than not, Nows were just doing, I think, more than that series necessarily needed for them, but my oh my, did they make it a show.
They certainly did. And speaking of shows, we're jumping back into Group Omega to see exactly what goes down. This isn't a must-win for Bonkers, but it kind of is. And they're doing it not only for OS, but they are doing it for all the crowdfunders. You know, everyone has helped them have themselves a little boot camp and try to hit their stride, which they managed to do in the last game, proving everyone wrong after a bounce back from a rough beginning.
Yeah, look, outside of, you know, the funding into the orgs and everything like that, India a little bit more love since the release of VALORANT. They've had some orgs, they've had some events going on. OS, a little bit of a rougher side in that thing, but there's actually a lot of comparisons that we can draw between the two, right? Whole lot of Jet players and a whole lot of ego, right? And I think that obviously benefits and also disadvantages a lot of these teams too. So despite the population differences between the two, they are hungry, they do fight, and they've got a lot to prove in the server.
Well, let's talk about Orangutan for a minute. A minute. And at the same time, this team, yes, they're already eliminated. They were the first team officially eliminated from the running here at Ascension Pacific. But now we're a little bit worried because I've been seeing the smirks on their faces. They're looking confident. They're looking insane right now in the crazy way. And they have nothing to lose. And we know what they are capable of.
Yeah, when you do add that they've got nothing to lose, that's what makes them kind of a problem factor, and it just exponentially makes that all the more different because we don't know what sort of capabilities are going to come from them in this series as well. Because they're eliminated, they have gone through so much emotion through the course of this week. We see them at the very beginning excited. Energy levels are high. They're getting, you know, a map here or there. They're getting good showings against teams that, you know, they're wanting to fight against and give it a massive fight. But the problem being now, right, we've seen them go up and down throughout that journey. When they lost that match the other day, they were so far down that they were wondering how do they mentally get back into it. They've had a bit of a rest. They're going up against the Bonkers. And as you say, this series for them doesn't really change the grand scheme of this tournament, but there's still a chance for them to get a win on the international stage.
That's it, right? It's not just about doing it for South Asia. You have 2 Filipino players as well who have seen their countrymen just get a huge win in that first series of the day. So you better believe that Tesseract is going to be fired up as well as Aziz.
He's been fragging the entire tournament as well. Like in some of those big wins that they actually have managed to bring away, it hasn't just been the focus on Raw Fuel or RVK. You know, the Filipino players have been absolutely crushing it as well. So I think that's a perfect way of putting it. You know, there is obviously still a lot to play for. Pride is such an important thing in the server here. You know, we've heard all about it. I think there was actually that cheeky interview you had with Blaze King from Boom as well. Who cares about the money? It's all about the glory. And I think both of these teams in Orangutan and Bonkers have exactly that to prove.
And you don't want to be going down 0-4, of course. You want to be going home with at least a win, or all the haters, everyone that was against Orangutan, the whole Ape army that was supporting them, might not support them anymore. You know, you got to do it for the fans. You got to do it for your whole region. You got to do it for your VCT league. And look, at the same time, this is essentially what we expect from, you know, like a Marvel movie, right? You've got your heroes, you've got your villains, and in this story, Bonkers, at least in my opinion, they are the heroes, Orangutan the villains, and Bonkers, they are looking to make it from the bottom to the top with the support of the community.
So many people as well, even when we look toward the crowds that we had in the very beginning in the Scars game, there was not much representation for the Bonkers squad there. But we have seen the turning of those tables right now. Fans here, whoever they are, they have shifted. You know, the Scars game, it is what it is. It had some circumstances. But D plus Kia, who have been rejuvenated in their series since the Bonkers game, where Bonkers got that victory. Now, people are wondering, Bonkers, what have you actually got for us? Are you going to get the playoffs?
It's going to be crazy, and I think people don't really understand truly how challenging it can be. We're an expensive region to support. It's hard. The hours are always late. You know, it's hard to get up and watch those games. And that's exactly what I sort of talk about when we mentioned the word resilience, right? Bonkers is a resilient team, getting offers for an international roster, still choosing to stay together and be a part of it. And then not only that, to rock up this on the back of a crowdfunding, showing that they've got support from streamers, from viewers, whoever it might be, and to come here and, as you mentioned, losing the Scars, sure, but D plus Kia, are you joking me?
Yeah, the fact that they managed to look so strong there, D plus Kia turning it fully around. But of course, this match matters because you've got to remember strength of schedule for Bonkers. Their last match is against Bleed. And if they don't win this one, they got to win that one. And if they don't win that one, which on paper is a harder game to play, then they could be going home. They could be missing out on playoffs because D plus Kia, as you mentioned, turned it around. Scars came out of the gates so damn hot. Bleed's been looking arguably a little bit shaky. So there is a world where Bonkers can rack up 2 more wins here and make meal of Group Omega.
Certainly more than a meal, and I think, yeah, Bleed exactly that, right? They look mortal. They have been cut along the way here because there's so many players and so many people, I think, watching along. You've seen it, fans in the crowd who have come in here being like, Bleed's the favorite. You know, it's silly not to think that. And I think Bleed's potentially actually felt a little bit of that pressure overall. So they're definitely beatable by Bonkers, but yeah, as Max sort of mentions, right, if they don't come in firing today, it'll raise questions. But on to this, the head-to-head that we talk about right now, Lou versus Rawfield. The reason I've gone for these guys is just purely on the back that Lou has at home been a little bit inconsistent, but this competition, he has stepped up to the plate. He's no longer a jet main. He's been picking up that raise. He's been looking really, really strong. And on the other side for Rawfield, he's quite commonly been that player, again, locally, who you look towards, but he has been a bit up and down at this event. So I think the contrast between the two really kind of line the tie because, yeah, both are brilliant players in their own right, fantastic to watch, and very, very exciting. And I think they're going to have to both do that exactly in the server today.
And for me as well, look, Lou, he made that cameo yesterday. He was taking notes on D+, he was taking notes on Bleed, but he wasn't taking notes on Orangutan. And even though he thought, look, maybe the top of the group isn't looking as stacked as we initially thought, he was maybe forgetting about Orangutan, and you need to take note of them today because the amount of clutches we've seen from so many of these individuals, I'm looking at RVK, every time he gets a sheriff, the amount of thrifty rounds and clutches he has won just with that, you know, that pistol in his hand is kind of ridiculous here. Definitely the highest rate of success so far with that weapon in Ascension Pacific.
Yeah, and you got to remember as well, it's not just those guys too. When you've got Tesseract starting to actually fire up on this team, you don't need Rawfield to go above and beyond. His aggression kind of was brought back a little bit by D plus Kia in their previous game. You see him winning a lot of first duels, but then trying to go for something more. Those first deaths as well, where D plus Kia get that 5 versus 4, they're able to still convert that very, very cleanly. If Bonkers are able to do that as well coming towards this series, that's going to be one avenue where I think Bonkers can really shine here.
Well, I know exactly where the predictions are going here. I feel like we're all going to wear our hearts in our sleeves for this one, so let's just bring it up. There's no beating around the bush. I don't know if anyone has gone for Orangutan. Did you guys pay attention? Did any of the talent?
Everyone was Bonkers, and I was kind of also throwing it back to my whole, when I go for Bonkers, they lose. When I go for their opponents, Bonkers win. But I have a very, very large, firm belief today that the Bonkers are actually going to, you know, make me get my prediction right.
My predictions have been cursed too. Let's go. It's been absolutely terrible.
I'm the only one that actually has anything between the Aussies. We're going to let the Filipino casters win? Are you guys joking? Let me down here.
I'm giving Orangutan a pretty decent chance of winning today. I've heard a couple of people backstage as well. Some of the Thai casters too. I was talking to them and they were like, I feel like Orangutan have this. And I'm like, why, man? Like, why you got to tell me that? Why you got to say that to me? And they're like, well, they took a map off of Bleed. They took a map off of Scars. They're pretty good. And I'm like, well, like, yeah. Yeah, they are good.
Yeah.
I know that.
Yeah.
I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it.
I really don't want to hear it from you guys right now. Let me live the dream. But it feels like all of the talent, all the English talent at least, are just fully bought into the story of the underdogs from OS, not having many opportunities and just trying to take it while they can.
Yeah, I think, well, just how many fans they've had here inside the crowd, right?
Yeah.
And it's international fans. You know, none of the Aussies have flown over to watch inside here. It's a bunch of international fans. Lou's become a little bit of a ladies' man, a bit of a star, getting cute photos all the way around. It's just been brilliant to see, and I think I love that because it really is that storyline that you want to cheer on and you want to follow.
And look, it's not all just the Bonkers fans. There are people wearing the orange and black, but both the teams do share the same strip. They've all got to
go to site after this game.
They've all got to go to site. Everyone's got their high-vis on. They're ready to get to work after they're done working in the server.
Yeah, I think it's quite fun. I think it's quite banterous as well. But I think when it does come down to it at the end, you know, Orangutan, the fact that they have that looming of no series wins here, does that add more pressure to them to perform, to get some international eyes on them? Because we do have to remember the performances that we've seen from, you know, Indian players overseas at the moment in global esports, for example, hasn't really hit what the region is kind of wanting on that international stage as well. And when you add the fact that Orangutan wasn't really the team that a lot of people wanted to see or expected to see come out of the India's region, it makes it a little bit more difficult for Orangutan.
Well, it is time, of course, for us to go to a short break. The players are getting ready, they're getting warmed up, but after this, we will welcome them to the stage as well as check out the maps. It needs to be said. Bonkers so far, they haven't had to show too much of their hand because yes, they lost 2-0. Yes, they then went and won 2-0 and they've only shown Fracture and Bind overall here so far at Ascension Pacific. Which leads us into this discussion about the map pool. Are we going to get to see Bonkers flex something new today? Are they going to be forced to? Because I know Bind has been there in there multiple times. And Orangutan play the hell out of that map as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And I would just like 3 maps, if that's okay. I've been asking everyone. They say, no, Mitch, you're only allowed to do 2 O's, and Komodo, same thing. I would really, really want 3 maps. We have to see these hands, right? And that's where I was sort of leading towards in the idea of with Orangutan, you can't just rock up and fall flat on the door, right? You know, you got to make the most of your time here, show that the individuals, because people are watching, right? So I think when it comes to maps, yeah, we have to see some further diversity and, you know, them bringing out some exciting stuff.
Yeah, and I definitely think as well the maps is where Bonkers are going to be able to get a little bit of an edge because we've seen a lot more maps from Orangutan at this event. The victories that Orangutan have got super close, bringing in overtimes. The maps that Orangutan have lost, we're looking at scorelines that are very different. Your 13-6s, 13-4s on Bind, for example, against D plus Kia. That's where things actually can be scary for them.
And they've taken maps, as mentioned, off of some big, big names. So we can't see them take Orangutan too lightly today. I feel like anything could happen, which every time I think about it, I'm like, nah. Bonkers, they just looked so good the other day. They felt good. I was talking to them. You know, they had a multitude of issues in that first series. And I checked with Dragon, he was having some resolution issues, had to play on a different res for the first series, which is a big factor. Managed to figure out what was going wrong and fixed it for that second series, which is why we got to see Dragon have some really clutch moments.
And resolution issues are hard, right? If you stop going to the gym, obviously you're not going to be able to hit those goals. So they need to lift up.
Not New Year's resolutions.
Oh, sorry. No, okay, all right.
Screens.
I'm just thinking it's mid-year. You know, maybe we. Okay, never mind. We'll go past that. But I think
you want a gym talk?
Yeah.
You want a gym talk, Dion?
That's why we brought you.
Have you been going to the gym? I know you have been.
I have been, but I'm still not really showing much progress yet.
Hey, it's not about the results yet. Right? It's about the journey.
Yes.
Right? And you've only just begun the journey. Look, you don't make a meat pie in a day.
No. Well, maybe. I think it's a croissant that you're talking about, but the journey is the perfect thing of what we're talking about here for a lot of these teams, right? The transition between Ascension and Pacific and into franchising is just a surreal jump, right? We've seen Global obviously make an okay run, but outside of that, not as much as they were kind of hoping for. So Orangutan need to be able to stand up and do the exact same thing.
Well, guess what, ladies and gents? It's not too far away. The game that you've all been waiting for, the third remaining game here in Group Omega is about to begin. Let's check out the maps and let's welcome the players to the stage.
Okay, now we'll begin the map veto process for our second match. Bonkers is Team A and OGS is Team B, so we'll begin with Bonkers banning the first map.
We'll ban Ascent.
Bonkers bans Ascent. OGS, will you ban a map?
And Lotus.
OGS bans Lotus. Bonkers, you may not pick the first map.
Pick Pearl.
Bonkers picks Pearl. OGS side.
Attack.
OGS picks Attack. OGS, you may not pick the second map.
Haven.
OGS picks Haven. Side for Bonkers. Attack, right? Right, now Bonkers, you may now ban the next map. You have Fracture, Bind, and Split left.
We'll ban Fracture.
Bonkers bans Fracture. OGS, will you ban either Bind or Split?
Ban, Bind, they Split.
OGS bans Bind. Final map will be Split. So side for Bonkers?
CT.
Which is defense, right?
Yep.
All right, gotcha. Guys, I'll have a quick recap. So Bonkers bans Ascent, OGS bans Lotus, Bonkers picks Pearl, OGS plays Attack, OGS picks Haven, Bonkers plays Attack, Bonkers bans Fracture, OGS bans Bind. Final map will be Bonkers playing defense on Split. You good? All right, then good luck and have fun.
Thank you. Good luck.
the doctor with the Sunnies. This man means business. And I'm a little bit worried. We're seeing some fresh maps from Bonkers, some fresh maps here from OGS as well. And I just have absolutely no idea which way this series is going to go. Mitch, hold me, I'm scared.
Baby boy, Mac, come here a little closer. We're going to tell you about a little map called Pearl. It's a brilliant one for both of these teams. Bonkers, they've been begging for it back home. They don't get allowed to have it here and there. It's on the occasion. They use it. They're in, they're out. But also, we did see some decent sort of things come through from the side of Orangutan in that earlier one as well, where they did go toe-to-toe in Bleed. Bind was the closer map, of course, but there were some brilliant moments.
And a stark difference as well, though, with Bind, right? A very close overtime for the side of Orangutan, but the next time they play that against D+ Kia, they get absolutely destroyed on it. So a little bit of a map that they want to potentially steer away from. But Mitch, when it comes to Pearl, you got to remember that this is the map that Bonkers usually have as a perma ban. They haven't played this map with this roster at all.
Yeah, not since January. Last time was up against Cooper Troopers, and that was yonks ago.
Look at who's on that roster, though.
A little bit different, yeah.
It's different.
It was before they got poached, before they got picked apart and pulled to pieces. But look, we got Lou now at the helm. Hopefully he's going to be able to put on a big performance today. We'll see what OGS can do to stop him. But of course, you know, he's great on that op when he gets the opportunity. And a map like Pearl certainly leans into that, especially over towards B.
It is interesting because it's funny, like, they ban it away so regularly at home, but we've had some conversations with some of the players about how they actually do sort of like to play it. So maybe, just maybe, they've been working on it. They've been ironing out the kinks. They've had that boot camp. They've been scrimming against some tier 1 bloody teams as well.
And here as well, they do have that reference material. Of course, OGS played this against Bleed and got relatively dominated. Bonkers coming through. Jet, Omen, KO, Sova, and KJ, and OGS, they're going to be bringing in the double duelist with the Ziz of the Phoenix. Oh, that's going to be an action-packed game.
Yeah, definitely Zizbra in this one coming out, the Phoenix Chad. So some different sort of positions, Komodo, I think, with this agent selection, right? Obviously throwing in that Sky, that's going to be very exciting to see. But, you know, no Viper, a little bit interesting, you know, opting obviously for that Astra here. So overall, it's going to be a lot of entertainment.
Now, Komodo, I want you to talk to me about this Omen pick. It's not a super meta pick on Pearl. These controllers, I feel like, look, Astra looks a little stronger. How do you think this is going to operate in the hands of what?
Definitely gives me vibes of a little bit of a faster place pay to come through from Bonkers, you know, a couple of progressive angles with those dark covers as well. The Omen for what? It's an agent that he's played for the longest time. Recently we see, you know, him getting on the Viper and the Astra, of course, a tickle of Brimstone. But Omen, that's his bread and butter. That's where he began.
And the thing for me too, you're looking at the Sova. Fade feels a little bit more meta on the map. You know, you use those prowlers to clear the angles. There's lots of nooks and crannies. But maybe we've got Bonkers cracking something in the back foot. Of course, they've had that boot camp. They've had that opportunity to get something ready. And maybe there were teams that saw this. Maybe there were teams they scrimmed that knew that this could have been pulled out. But Bonkers haven't had to show their hand yet. They're saving this to make it into playoffs.
Yeah, exactly. It's a perfect time to do it. I mean, there's a lot of pressure on the pick, though, right now, because, as you mentioned, sure, they don't have to win today at the end of the day. Orangutan, you know, they've got that pride they're sort of running for, but you want to give yourself as much room as possible going into a team like Bleed.
And there is still a world where we're going to have a 4-way tie here in Group Omega, even if Bonkers win today, which means that every map and every round is going to matter because tiebreakers are so important at the moment.
This tournament doesn't make sense. The way it's been going, it's chaos. Both groups, insane, still yet to know the full outcome.
Yeah, and to make sense for Orangutan, we have to look at Antidote.
Oh, well, ladies and gentlemen, it's not too far away now. Pearl, a different bit of scenery for you guys at home. Bonkers, doing it for everyone, doing it for the community, doing it for O's. But can Orangutan stand and do it for the Ape Army?
Thank you very much, Mac. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome again to VALORANT Ascension Pacific. This is the meat and potatoes of the competition that we see right now. A curveball thrown out, and I ain't talking Phoenix from Bonkers into Pearl. Komodo, everything rides on this game.
Absolutely. Of course, for Bonkers, their journey is not set in stone just yet. They are trying to get to the playoffs, a team that nobody thought would be in a situation of getting a victory. Lo and behold, it's Orangutan, Mitch. It's them currently on the 0-3. They've got something to prove here, something to make us remember. And it's all going to start off at the A side of the map. Dragon and Watt.
They're going
currently
quick.
postured.
Yeah, having a little bit of a look in so far. Obviously has that utility down. A little bit of a spot. RVK able to find that opening, and they're straight in towards the Psychomotor. Watt will defend and hold fast for just a second.
Bit of a flank as well from RVK if possible, but this is going to start to stall things. Good placement of the dart cover from Watt. And if we get a bit of a deeper extension as well from Dragon, remember his utility is currently set up. The turret over towards Art just does get destroyed, so there's still an idea that Orangutan are around the A site.
But it's a very slow one. They really sort of set this. They looked like they were pretty keen to go in towards A, but Watt definitely denied that for the time.
It's bold from Lou, though. A Sheriff on the pistol round as that Jet. Can he get some headshots? Can he get an idea that things are coming towards B? Because he's the only one here for Bonkers.
Doing his best raw fuel impression, but he's going to be punished. That's a second in the round here for RVK Komodo, and now they drink this round in, straight in towards the site and looking to get that spike planted.
Oh, shocked out onto Aziz. Can he heal or will he be taken out? That's both darts down.
Yeah, manages to make it work, getting away by the skin of his teeth here, but obviously the hot hands for Aziz will be able to bring him back. They're close, they're ready to rock and roll here, Bonkers. A little bit of a freeze. Slow it down for a second, try to gather that information. RVK gets a third here. What was good for two, but now it's going to be on to Dragon to try and clutch it out. But it's just not going to happen. A stellar opening here from Orangutan on the map of Pearl.
Sensational crossfires from them as well. The pistol rounds have plagued both of these teams in the tournament so far. You got to remember for Bonkers, when they finally got that one pistol round, everyone was excited, right? We finally got something in towards the game early. For right now, Orangutan on this attacker's side, well worth its weight in gold. These trades, as I say, absolutely perfect. Drawing rotation from Bonkers towards the B site, making it just Lou over at A, and he doesn't get a chance to even spot out for some information. A single shot of that Sheriff, and he gets taken down. Now for Orangutan, a little bit of speed, a little bit of faster pace up through B long. And that's immediately going to bring rotations from Bonkers too.
Yeah, and sending that Nano Swarm over as well to try and stem the bleeding for just a second. But nobody home. They can cruise on in, try to get this spike planted. Dragon tap down a little bit, but nothing for now.
Yep, definitely want to see Orangutan survive with all of their members going into the bonus round in the next match.
Oh, great paranoia. Straight on in. It looks like they actually might have some fear, but that's a great job there from Rawfield. Aziz picking up two as well. That looked like it was going to get a little bit dicey, but having the double up in the halls there, Komodo, worked out in their favor.
And as I said, 5 alive as well for them going into this bonus round. They're going to be able to maximize the use of Aziz on this Phoenix if he does choose to use the run it back here, if he gets a Spectre or even a rifle potentially.
Yeah, great shots. Perfect sort of thing, you know, great way to avoid the counter eco. Teaming up, buddy system, locked it in.
And we'll see what sort of buy Bonkers are going to go in with as well, because when it comes to Pearl, there's no reps on this map for them. It is, you know, very, very different, maybe unexpected.
6
of
months,
the veto.
you said?
Yeah. So they've got to have an idea, you know, for Bonkers. They've picked it for going Ascent, and there is that run it back that I mentioned.
They're looking for it, but they're already Bonkers fighting A main here. Aziz will be felled, but it is only the run it back. He does manage to get minimized in the process here, and that's going to be the site secured.
Oh, but they're in, and the problem is the players over at main for Bonkers are locked.
Lou, great response there, able to pick up one, make it two, dropping Rawfield a third. Lou! It's just a bonus, but of course Lou continues to strike as Aziz now blinded up there. Great response from RDW and Watt as well. Nice little team synergy. The paranoia was mwah! And that is a responsive round for Bonkers. They deny the bonus, but now they got to win the big one.
Very large for Lou there to get away with 3 as well. RDW, sneaky beaky, no utility used. Position unknown, but the problem is for Bonkers, they do drop 2 players there, right? It still is the pass mark, but it's already, again, something new to come through from Orangutan. If they keep changing the way that they're going to be navigating these attacking rounds, over towards A to draw rotations, quickly towards B long, now through the guts of Art, right? Bonkers won't be able to get quick reads on what's going on.
They're so quick every single round. It looks like OG wants to fight for this contest inside main, but they are going to be sent packing. It looks like it's just going to be a slowdown for now.
3 players for Orangutan trying to progress up through A, and has brought Bonkers into a 1-1-3 location for what? This duel is huge, and he gets that as
He's
well.
lucky, very lucky to walk away with that one, relatively unscathed.
You've lost Antidote. Now as Orangutan, he's got a call from the grave. What can you try and position your team to do in a round such as this? Orb control, rather. Would net RVK, you're 1 away from that Cosmic Divide. But it is silence at the moment for Orangutan. Player disadvantage. Bonkers aren't going to be overstepping any positions here.
Look
Happy
at the
enough.
reliance on Dragon here.
You got to see as well that RDW just used the drone in through A. So this is where rotations need to happen for Bonkers.
Big moments for Dragon. He is rotating just to get below, and the Blaze Wall is going to be used as well. So he gives away his spot, gives his information in, and doesn't really get much damage off as a result of it as well. So are they going to go quickly here? They're already in the position. Lou picks up another. That's going to be the spike drop here, Komodo. Now they can just freeze for a second.
5v3. This should be unwinnable for Bonkers. The spike is in the open.
How much utility they're using as well. The fragment to keep it pulsing, waiting, and as this crossfire is solidified, Minimize gets another RVK, will go down, but it's a team flash, yeah. That's not what you want to see at all. Tesseract still manages to get it. He picks away two. Rawfield, how are they winning this round, Komodo? It's down. Okay, never mind. I'll settle. I'll simmer. Just like a nice, cheeky, slow cooker. 3 for Rawfield, but not enough time.
Yeah, Watt at the end just losing his life as well, so nobody surviving from Bonkers. They are able to take away the round in the end. Some great utility usage from them as well. A big scan on the dart. Denial of a plant too. So for Orangutan, they're still looking a little bit worse for wear in their economy as well. So this is definitely going to be coming into a swing round. This one can decide who is going to get the leg up for not just the next round, but possibly the one after as well.
What does it look like?
Yeah, it's in tatters for both teams, but of course it's going to look a bit better for Bonkers. And with Lou on the blades, Mitch, he's going in hungry.
There he is, getting the opener as well. Tesseract taken down quickly. So there is that little bit of an investment. You know, Rawfield's popped his and Aziz has the rifle. Is it going to be enough?
Definitely want to see an orb gathered for Aziz here. He'll have the run it back regardless in the next round, whether with kill or death. Of course, the latter will permit that one. And for RVK, a Cosmic Divide, so we can definitely start to see these ultimates become impactful for Orangutan, but they have snuck into the link at the moment. The turret's not going to spot them for now.
You don't leave the doors to the kingdom open if you don't want people coming knocking. So they are through here, straight out the link. Lou having an eye on, but obviously the dodge, it's okay for now, Lou. Managing to utilize that reposition, and it's all working out so far for Bonkers. Dragon getting another, and Watt does get felled by Antidote, but look how much he's got to pick up the pieces here. 22 points of HP.
That vulnerability on towards Watt certainly doesn't help in that battle, but only 22 Harry Potters for Antidote. No spells that he can sling today because it's Lou's Law cracking down. Those blades, always beautiful.
The Spellcaster, Big Lou, the way he's able to use that ultimate, the Blade Storm coming out again. It's been such a pretty sight. It's not often we see him on the jet this much anymore. It does still flex here and there. His original, that's where he was born and bred, like so many others that we think about, but he's usually been leaning to that raise a little bit more now, map dependent. So it's good to see that the blades are working out for him.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, when you've got Dragon able to just pop his head up as well to get a couple of kills when Lou is maybe feeling a bit of the pressure, certainly has the synergy locked down for Bonkers at B. But now this is the round that I was talking about, Mitch. However, Bonkers are already here.
So quick, it's unreal. Lou up close. How's he alive here? Can he hold on? He absolutely can. That's a third. Lou, what are you doing? You are blowing my mind right now. A fourth, and it could be the ace. What the hell was that?
That is absolutely insane. The barriers just went up, and in 5 seconds, he's got an ace, man.
Are you joking me? That is literally, that's not allowed. This is not.
That's a gun round as well, by the way.
Oh my God.
That was a gun round from Orangutan. Just some, I don't even know, a really good
Look
read.
At it again.
A
Look
good
at
position,
it again.
a coin flip, a 50-50.
See it. Breathe it in.
I'm living it.
Oh. We're all living it right now. It's Lou's world, and I think as he stands atop the rooftops, he can beckon down, and that looks like it's going to be a pause taken.
Yeah, definitely needed a pause if you're Orangutan, because that was a gun round to come out from you. Now, we don't really get the insight, you know, if that was a call from Minimize, a feeling, a VOD-reviewed round from Orangutan in a situation like that they want to go quick over towards the B side. But 3 players from Bonkers, ripe, ready, coordinated utility as well from them. Lou, Tailwinds, into a cloudburst, popping himself back out. The teammates not necessarily there to get the kills, right? But to assist him to get the kills. This is something that we see when you want a duelist to be the tip of the spear, right? We've had so many players in this tournament to be able to do that. It's something that we were kind of missing from the Bonkers squad in a couple of their previous rounds. It was a team effort, right? But for right now, Lou is a top the server. 12 kills right there. And I, myself, am looking over towards Aziz now to replicate something like that for Rawfuel as well to emulate.
Stop the count. 12-4. And I've been learning slowly my 1s and 2s and 3s. And I hope that way continues. This game is already electric.
Yep. And of course, as I said, the ultimates start to stack up for Orangutan. Aziz to lead the way with the Vandal, with the runner back. But there's a counterplay. There's a set strategy here for Bonkers. It's a crunch on mid.
It keeps happening. These close and early plays, Komodo, in towards Art. You could hear a pin drop in the arena right now. Dragon, is he going to be able to pick the right timing? He does it again! It's pure beauty. I don't care that it's just pistols, but we'll leave Antidote. We'll give him some room. They're up close. If he can hold the line, if he can get the swing, but no, Lou denies. And Tesseract, it's not these things, you know, surely it is just the pistols, but the way that they set up to deny that, how much do we suck against pistols, Komodo, and how good are Orangutan with them?
It is a curse, that is for certain, and you can just see the counterplay the Bonkers go out with there as well, right? 4 players from Orangutan over in mid. You got one a little bit late over at the shops, but the fact that the run it back from Aziz is utilized when he gets flashed, is it a misclick? I don't really think so. It seemed like that was the plan from them, to use that Vandal, to use him as the entry pather. Denied straight away.
Operator, it's coming out this time, looking like it's going to be an A main peak.
No info on the back of the 0 point from Minimize. It's going to keep Dragon entertained though for a bit of a spot up because he does see that star go down, dissipated out to provide Aziz on the line to start to creep up towards the side as well. Meanwhile for Bonkers, we do have a bit of a peek in towards A main, so Dragon, he'll shift to a bit of a retake scenario.
You should run.
And there is that lockdown from Antidote. Has to be respected here from Bonkers.
They've still got so much to clear out though. Look at all that utility down.
Rotation's over. This is optimal time for Orangutan to get in, to try and get a plant. Play a post plant. You do have that Cosmic Divide to work with.
They've tried to go deep here, leaving the 3 members to fall away quite far. Gonna be the defender lockdown to come through from Dragon, so we'll let that simmer for just a second. How do they respond? How do they react? It looks like they're going to be stuck here. This is not going to be good. This is going to be awkward. The wrong timing. Can't quite find it. Now Lou, he's up. He's about. Pushing down long, trying to take it. The Cosmic Divide is still there. He's picked up a Vandal. He's seen the gun barrel. He's blinded up. And Antidote will take. But Minimize and Dragon will put the nail in the coffer in this round. Bonkers have done 6 uncontested.
You got to remember as well, just there, Minimize with that flash drive, a deep one. It's forced the members back behind their own Cosmic Divide. Lou from above, the 2 kills, and at that point in time, he shifts to buy time, 2 Cloudbursts, and a fragment in from Minimize. Meanwhile, Defuse stuck.
The confidence. That's the thing I have to stress right now. The fact is, Bonkers, they are so happy to just wait a second and then take it all back, all together, not faltered.
Yep. And a scrappy buy yet again from Orangutan, going in for a bit of a force up, still keeping enough credits in the back pocket to go in with the buy in the next round. Antidote and Aziz looking to them to try and open up the accounts here for Orangutan. Whilst we do have a 2-3 split, a little bit heavier into mid for Orangutan, this is where Watt's Paranoia is gold.
It's fantastic. The Guiding Light, even the dodge as well. Tesseract didn't get any information off the back of that, so he uses a little one, but the Moonwalk, call him MJ, fantastic stuff from Watt, but Tesseract will strike at the same time. Watt, though, being alive, his moves! What was that? If you get my reference, RDW also to respond. And it's RVK who has managed to pick up a Vandal, but Artie will take him down, and Bonkers, they just keep on moving.
A lot of these rounds, you know, they are kicked off by an opening Bonkers kill, a set play of a counter variety as well. How much impact has Watt's Paranoia's already had to get not just an opening frag, but multiple in succession afterwards as well? This time, he himself getting the 3K.
Experience from this man. He's been playing these games for a long bloody time, and it shows in rounds like that.
Absolutely. And Lou with the operator, of course. That's going to be posted over towards A. A similar setup, actually, for Bonkers, leaving 3 players towards that A side, whilst Dragon plays a bit of info over towards B. This time he does have Watt with him, so they can go for a fight before Orangutan get into the site.
Looks like it'll be that level of respect again, though. What close? It's the paranoia again. Will it catch? Dragon managing to drop raw fuel. That's an important member going down again. It's not even going to matter about what. It's Dragon picking up another momentum behind what is still so high and dry on this angle, but he's happy to do it because he's got the support and love of his boys. Dragon, another one. And he just continues to kick, scream, punching. He will not be dragged across this line. He will do it for the rest of his team, but Tesseract will respond quickly back to a 2-on-4.
And that one kill is going to settle Bonkers as well. A 5 versus 2, now 2 versus 4. The spike is in their vision. But you don't want to be dropping rounds like this. You don't want to give Orangutan an in.
Yeah, the screen's up on that spike. They have to go for it. RDW will be able to hold that line for just a second, but it depends who wants to peek. When does he want to go? RDW does manage to find it, but now it's onto Antidote. But it's not going to matter when Dragon is still home, breathing down fire off the backs of Orangutan. It's hot. They can't keep it stable. They're just melting under the pressure right now as Bonkers continue to bash down.
5 versus 2, as I said, close in the end to that 1-on-2 that just couldn't be navigated. And for Dragon to get a 4K as well, we are seeing individual performances backed up by friends. And I'm not talking about the friendship for Orangutan this time. It's Bonkers synergy getting the work done. A crucial round for Orangutan to make something of substance over on their attacker's side. You do have those Seekers from Tesseract, but already information onto Aziz. A good 0 point from Minimize. Hasn't really been tested too much on this KO.
It's just going to be all about that timing. RDW's position still overlooked. Lou crossing the line.
Oh, RDW's position. Are they going to check this one?
Yeah.
Lou's
right
first
onto
contact.
it. Now they're baited. They don't know at all. That's beautiful. Again, talk about friendship, Komodo. That's that.
Yep,
Hop, skip, and a jump, holding hands down the A main.
And Minimize use a flash drive as well for that peak. There's even contingencies for what Bonkers are doing.
This is what happens when Oceanic teams get a boot camp. What we actually get to do when we've got some practice. But you're right. Raw Fuel's going to get caught even as well.
Just Bonkers realizing that there was a gap through the guts of mid. Send Dragon that way to have a little bit of a how do you do, a firm handshake. 2 versus 5 once more.
Can they do anything from here? They're certainly a powerhouse to do it. Tesseract, RVK, they've been performing all competition, but they're just on the line, getting it done, and it's locked.
Yep.
Locked and held.
Again, just these opening engagements from Bonkers. They have these set plays at the moment on Pearl that unless you're scrimming them, you do not have a VOD to learn Bonkers' tendencies. You have to adapt during this game. Bonkers, they are the captain of this ship. And for right now, there's no iceberg in their way to drop them down.
No high seas, calm. It's been such a treat to watch. This map, I expected to be chaos, but it's somehow organized.
Yeah. Flash in for Orangutan. Let's see if their aggression up through the link can do something a little bit better.
Paranoia again. Can they catch? No, not quite. They're going to contest, but Dragon's here. He's still managing to hold on to 2 here. Komodo, Hunter's Fury goes out. The tag. But Aziz responds very well.
Run it back available, Mitch.
He's got a 3rd. Does he utilize it though, Komodo?
Well, maybe, maybe not. He's just been spotted out at 2 versus 3. The spike going down in an open area on the B site. And for Minimize and Lou, a lot of util for the both of them. Can they get an opening kill though? Because that turret is going to be...
Perfect timing.
Yeah, that's a good curveball.
It's a desperation round for OGs. They need to win this one, and Aziz has absolutely stood up to do it all, but it's all on Alou now. 1 versus 3. Drops 2, drops the run it back, spots out Aziz, who's been going so massive, and now dropping on towards that side. Which position does he get into? That Killjoy utility is down and out for the count, but RVK keeps his nerve, and Komodo, some talk about a curse.
We've seen it.
It's happened.
We
it's
have
real.
seen the comeback in a 9-3 already, but these rounds that Bonkers were getting on the defensive side, teamwork synergized, positions explored, paranoia to perfection. Again, a lot of reward found on the back of those ones, but this time, this round isolated for Orangutan on the back of Aziz fragging by himself. A runner back available as well. Yes, denied by Lou at the end, but still the round accumulated for Orangutan. We do shift into a halftime break now. Time for the teams to have a good discussion.
There you go. That's a little fun fact. Used to be Lou. We also had, what was it, Ninham back home, something similar, Ronsky. Few agents around, and that's why I draw so many comparisons between obviously India and Oceania here, right?
And if you look to them as well, you know, we are currently seeing raw fuel on this Jet, but SK Rossi comes to mind as well. A Jet who has gone onto the international stage.
Monyet, I think also doing something a little bit similar. Put them all in one boat apparently. But yeah, Orangutan, still, there is an opportunity, a chance for them to take their place. It might not be into the playoffs, but it might be something to give the fans to cheer along at home.
9-3, if Orangutan can get the pistol round, that'll certainly help their chances to start off on this defensive side nicely. Of course, they have more maps played than Bonkers, more chances to get a pistol round under their belt. So what is this one going to look like for them? Are we going to get aggression? Both duelists currently over at the link, but that's where Bonkers' forces are going to be, towards mid.
Info, straight off the bat. They're moving quickly though, Komodo. Look at Tesseract. Already out there, finding one from Art, and he's painting a beautiful picture of what could occur, but it's the armor, the shield, to hold the head of RDW on his shoulders. RVKano up close and will deny Dragon. This is a strong advantage for Orangutan.
Yeah, absolutely. Tesseract opening kills. Looking like they're going to go answered here for Orangutan. A 2 versus 4, and RDW really low. A dart available, but no dart cover. I'm going to have to wait for that. It just pops up, but RVK, silent, deadly. Going to reposition.
Strike. Might be easy at this point. I mean, they've given the sight. They might be able to get the spike down.
Plant's not bad for Bonkers.
Creeping into the flowers. Clearly got a date. It looks like RVK is going to deny that. What? Never rocked up. Unfortunately, you can't be doing that, my friend. RDW, what do you got? The answer? Ooh. 1. That's not bad. Okay, well done.
Yeah.
At least 1. 3 alive, though, for Orangutan. And it's the start.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, Tesseract with those 2 kills, RVK able to get the 1 in there before losing his life. But at the end of the day, that is 2 kills for Bonkers and a plant. Does that teeter enough for them to force into the next round when they do have, you know, a couple to be gathered to close out this map? Probably play it a little bit safer, right? You get a bonus round that's going to be going in and the round after. You don't see Orangutan get too close to you. That is, of course, going to be their 4th defensive-sided pistol round of this series. And when they get those pistol rounds started over at defense, on a map like Pearl especially, you know, if a bonus round swings their way, and you're getting a Ziz on these runner-backs consistently, can definitely be what you need for Orangutan, but we'll see what they are able to put up over at this B site, because Bonkers are going in hard.
Maybe a false sense of security there. Nothing caught off by the info, but Dragon will open up nicely. Aziz does get one back. Lou just shoulder stepping. Aziz getting another. He was so big in that final round of the half, but now the dust will settle for a second. Side control taken. Still swinging though. Aziz denying. Not letting him get any extra room. Minimize. Oh, okay. Back to a 2-on-2 Komodo somehow.
Yeah, Tesseract does still have the Trailblazer if he wants to swap out some information, but you do shut down RDW. You just saw Minimize get those 2 kills as well, so this flank for Tesseract, unexpected, will close the round.
Nicely done. Fantastic positioning from Orangutan there.
Yep. So, 2 surviving in towards this bonus round. Bonker's going to have the strength of weaponry, of course, for RDW. To make sure he's got his full kit, has to go down onto the light shields. But for Orangutan, this is the time to show what difference you have on this map. We saw a lot of great set plays from Bonkers over on that first half as well. Something, you know, we've seen be really successful for them throughout their games. Against D plus Kia, how many times did we say, you know, for Bonkers, opening kills, and then they're able to really just crunch out the rest of a rounds. For Orangutan, if they can get an opening kill, they've got enough pieces here to get the job done.
We talk about storylines, they win this bonus, and I tell you what, one really might start to be getting built. Lou does get a nice response though, but it is denied by Aziz. Advantage back the way of Orangutan.
And there's that runner back as well in a bonus round. That is going to be large.
Paranoid does catch, but Aziz is going to be taken down in that runner back. Inside the fragment, Minimize, trying to get close and personal. Great shot. RVK is going to be taken down here, and now he does try to reposition, but Rawfield is going to be able to drop another here. That hot hands is going to make it really, really awkward, and he does get it. A great shot from Antidote and Komodo. Oh, I'm getting excited right now. We might have a game on our hands here.
Almost feels a little bit too one-dimensional as well from Bonkers at the end of that one, where they try to flood in towards the site in a single narrative. You know, the story, it's read on the back of the cover at that point. You got positions that are really strong to be held in from Orangutan. Minimize trying to do what he can to upset the balance, but when that spike goes down, you know, there's still enough utility at the end of the day for Orangutan to off-put the positions of the Bonkers guys, and with 2 alive at the end of the day, that is not just the bonus for Orangutan. That is going into a round where for Bonkers, they have to go for a half-buy. If this goes the way of the defenders, you're now 2 away.
Yeah, exactly what we want. You know, Bonkers cannot be complacent. They can't allow that at all. They took the early lead, and if they let this fall apart in front of them, and I think they've taken a pause just perfectly for that.
And what has been their Achilles heel time and time again for Bonkers? It's been Aziz multi-fragging. It's been set up with Tesseract as well. 2 players going hand in hand together, paying dividends. So, for Orangutan, that is definitely going to be one aspect on this defensive side that is going to make things strong. If they get an idea of where Bonkers are going to be playing from, get those 2 involved in the fight. You're 1 away from Seekers in a round such as this.
And it's Tesseract and Aziz, the Filipino imports. You know, we were talking about Naus earlier on, how important it is for that region to be performing in other regions, you know, looking super, super strong. So having them kind of boost forward the rest of the roster could be a massive, massive thing.
Absolutely. For Bonkers as well, right? That 9-3 halftime scoreline, a very comfortable lead. Starting to get shaky. You lose the bonus, and that's why I was talking about, you know, when it comes to Oceania, we see very commonly a force-up in that second round, and a difference here. So playing on the side of caution, playing to your opponents. 9-6. The gap draws ever so closer. Oh, that was awkward.
All the eggs in one basket. Rawfield diving in. Aziz also spotted. I think they should have the information off the back of that. Apparently not. No. Maybe they thought it was a little bit further down towards the side, but RBK, he's picked up 2 as well. What the hell is going on here? Lou does get 1, but it's chump change at this point in time with only 17 points of HP left. They know exactly where he is, and they're going to be able to find him. It's Aziz again. And he is stepping up when the team needs him. Individuals, Komodo. This is the thing.
It seems Aziz is living rent-free in Bonkers' brains at the moment, just time and time again, getting involved in these fights. And I just mentioned it, that's a way for OGS to get this game.
We're talking about map results meaning less for Orangutan. People are watching.
Yeah.
Will they be imported? That's what we might find out after this event.
For Bonkers, though, communications, you know, as you mentioned, it might have just been a case of minimize with that 0 point, thinking that it's a little bit deeper of a position where Aziz was, because they already cleared someone out. A swing from that position, Dragon with the Marshal, getting the kill onto Rawfield, who can't quite navigate his aim properly. So for Bonkers, figuring out tendencies so far, strengths on the side of Orangutan. And I gotta say, the massive strength one at the moment, the outlier is definitely this duo in Tesseract and Aziz. Getting engagement, damage, frags, multi-frags, the crucial aspect and element of this at the moment for them. It's not just a one and done. They're putting themselves in the positions to go a little bit further. And it only needs to be a little bit from Orangutan at the moment, because that is enough to fluster a team like Bonkers.
Definitely. When the pressure is high in more than one way, you know, you take the foot off the gas for just 1 second, Komodo. You know all about it.
Yep.
Can swerve out of control.
Got to say, though, for Bonkers, on the back of that timeout, they have a couple of big ultimates that are very, very close. In fact, you've already got Minimize on that lockdown available. If you get into a post-plant scenario, you can deny RVK getting a Cosmic Divide. Maybe even Aziz, 1 away from that run it back. Early information off the rip. Good guiding light out from Tesseract. Got to see some rotations start to come from them as well. 3 players around the Alpha site at the moment, just leaving Rawfield to be, because he has that operator posted already on that line.
So slow again.
Yeah.
Maybe a little bit of hesitation here from Bonkers.
Nobody on Orangutan giving up a fight, giving up their position. where is the Killjoy utility currently situated, right? We know that Antidote is playing in towards Link. He's got an alarm bot there. Turret to play first contact if Dragon wants to push out through Art, where you then have to contend with a fight against Aziz.
Look at Rawfield, though.
Yeah.
He is so ready for this here. Our drone, though, goes through. Holding this is bold, and it is going to be the null command popped as well from Minimize, so they are going to get moving, but he is dropped immediately, but it's okay. Resurrectable, as we know, but straight onto that line, and Lou calls it. He's out.
Again, one-dimensional from Bonkers. Everybody going through B. They are waiting to see what Dragon can do at A.
Yeah, exactly right. They're going to try and leave it. Minimize actually does get the dink onto Rawfield as well, making him forced away from the line. Focus still set there, but they're watching. Aziz is keeping an eye on it here. No, it's RVK. He was in the... there we go. Done. Yep. Frag found.
Bonkers have done enough to draw out the Cosmic Divide over at the B side of the map, and now they have to get these rotations over because Dragon, 10 seconds to hold it down. He needs a forward position because the spike has to get planted.
Lost in the astral form. Sometimes it does happen. Now information gathered. They are going to get moving closely forward. Lou is going to be the first one to take point, and there is a frag. Rawfield, though, fantastic trade. Hungry to try and find this fight here. 4v3, the advantage still for Bonkers.
If Aziz gets one kill, he can use it runner back. He can pressure. He can push to Bonkers.
Now, this positioning from Rawfield could be everything here.
There's
but Aziz drops Minimize back to a 3-on-3, holding it as best as they can. The Hunter's Fury onto the spike, but they get moving. How perfect is that? Now they can get pushing and aggressing. Dragon, does he know the timing? RDW actually does manage to find it, but Rawfield, he's going to be taken off. Beautiful stuff again from Dragon. They know that Bonkers can hold this, but still, Aziz! Just not enough time, but he makes them work hard. And this man, he might be walking away without a round, but he is instilling fear into the Bonkers side.
4 kills, taking everybody down on Bonkers. If you think that there's a little bit more space in the round, he certainly makes it workable. He has just been such a focus point for Orangutan in this game so far. And Bonkers just have to not let it phase them. They've gotten their first round on the attacker's side. Dragon was toying with the idea of using the lockdown as well, but he chose not to. In fact, Dragon now meeting Lou on the frag department. 19 kills for himself with Lou, just one more, make it 2.
There's the opener. Aziz is going for the peak as well. Is he going to be able to get the response? Minimize is onto that line. And Lou chooses to join him, but they walk away instead.
Or do they know RDW's here?
I don't think so. Oh! Aziz, what are you doing? God, I miss him. Pushing in. A-main, Komodo, they want it. They're going to fight for it, and it's Aziz again, but he's punished. No more, they say. Dragon.
RVK, he's here already.
Straight in. The dark cover will hold him, and the lockdown's there to secure the plant.
They've got to respect that they don't have
No, they don't! Rawfield wants to deny. 3v3 here, Lou. Still holding true in the position. Lockdown finalized. They're just looking so hesitant, Komodo. Do they save?
They might. A little bit of an in, a little bit of a how do you do again, but it's not going to be the thing. They're going to start to back away at the cost of Dragon using that lockdown. Time to be bought to get an advantage. Lou, that blade frag just at the end there through Secret. The decisive blow in this round for Orangutan as well. You can see that the last round Bonkers actually got their first round on the attacker side. It doesn't even matter that there's been a string of rounds for Orangutan. They do not have a substantial amount of credits built up. So this one round here has forced them to save to make sure they have a bye to keep Bonkers from getting map point.
And you can hear how much it means to them right now. The fact that they're edging closer and closer to a map 1 victory. Pearl, 6 months, haven't heard of her, apparently, right? But they're still looking strong. It's a relatively stale agent composition too. Nothing spicy, nothing exciting. It's Thailand. They've gone for gentle heat, you know? And overall, it seems to be working out for them.
And Tesseract is used to that heat as well. He's gone into this sky, going into something a little bit more mainstream. And he has been fragging. He has been getting assist after assist as well to try and get into the battles. He's got 4 of those, but most importantly, those have been set up frags for Aziz.
It can't be the one-man show. That's the thing, right? Aziz fragging his little behind off. It's looking beautiful. It's looking amazing. But it doesn't matter when the rest of the team isn't carrying the truck as well.
And you've got the bad doctor in the house right now. He's telling you what you need to be doing. He is saying, for Aziz, you're doing what you're doing, you know, probably really well. The rest of the boys, you ain't getting your prescriptions just yet. You got to work for those.
Yeah. And I think that's fair enough at this point in time. Orangutan, we know how good they could be. As you mentioned, though, a lot of speculation. Other teams fighting hard for this spot in Ascension. And right now, there was hype. There was close games. There was maps won against some serious contenders in this group. But it's fallen a little short.
Just a little bit, that's for certain. And remember, for Bonkers, this game necessarily a must win, a needed win. You know, if they lose this one, their chances of getting top 3, going to the playoffs, makes it so much more difficult.
Imagine how crazy it is as a mental thing, though. Even if we win this, we might still be buggered.
Yep.
So they have to get that momentum behind them now.
Oh, that was a bit of a risky orb to be taken there. But for Dragon, a bit of a stutter.
Yeah.
RVK opening frag.
Great response. Well done. But now look at this position from Rawfield as well, Komodo.
Yeah. Usually on the operator, back at the site, playing very patient. And now he has to go back there as well because he knows where at least Bonkers
He
are coming
wants to
from.
fight!
Oh.
Oh, you can't be doing that,
Open
Rawfield.
site.
Exactly. They've literally given them the keys and given them the rent for free as well. Said, don't worry about paying Bond. It's right there.
And the paranoia, again, it blinds Antidote for just a little bit for the Bonkers side to get into the site.
More impact, finally. We're seeing it again from Watt. He's been a bit more quiet, but Aziz,
Oh,
no!
the flash!
The curveball does not bounce. It's not the sidewinder that he was looking for. And Lou will take Bonkers. It was a little bit dicey. Map point.
The light is fading for Orangutan when they get pulled down a little bit further into their grave. 12-7. They went into that round with the credits that they could, of course, to try and keep Bonkers from getting 12. They even got an opening kill from RVK. That is a conversion from Bonkers at a player deficit. Is it Rawfield pushing a little bit too far by himself when a kill is gained over at the other side of the map? We know that he's been a little bit silent in this map. Is he feeling the pressure just in this instance that he wants to get activated more to prove to people why he should be the next Jet player from the India's region?
Antidote's already opened up here. Second as well. Rawfield getting another. What is going on in this round? Still in an awkward one. Only has one blade. Needs to be precise like a doctor. And as he uses that cloudburst, he gets his head ripped off on the journey back home. Dragon does manage to at least make it competitive.
2 versus 5. RDW and Dragon, these are the guys, if you have a clutch, you probably want in.
How do they overwhelm this crossfire, though, Komodo? Somehow, some way. Okay, no worries. RDW, though, on for the 1v3. He's got so much more work to do.
No flank as well. In a 1 versus 2, if the spike can get planted, he does have to then contend with Antidote with a lockdown to try and 100% the round. 50 seconds to go. Both players from Orangutan over at B. A dart for RDW, a shock dart to add to the mix as well. And he is navigating correctly around the map at the moment. He has his choice of position at the A site of where he can go for the plant, but also, most importantly, where he wants to try and defend the
30
spike.
seconds left.
We saw this against D+ Kia. RDW walking away with a clutch of this caliber, getting into the minds of the opponent. The heroes against the villains, Komodo. That spike will go down.
Does he use the dart early or does he use it later? It's just going to be for a bit of quick clearance.
And that should give him enough to settle his rotation position, right?
Yep, should be.
Look at this.
An open plant, and he has navigated this one potentially perfectly. It just depends how quick Orangutan go. If they drop that lockdown, he'd probably have to destroy it before going for them, right?
His timing has been immaculate here. Yeah, he will. And he actually
they're
might
looking
go to
for
the
him.
right place. They are hunting for him. If he waits the right amount of timing, RVK, he's gone. And now he can actually get out here, Komodo. I think he might. Yeah, he's chilling.
No, it's not played it for him from this position. The
Yeah,
lockdown has
no
actually done
time.
it. Oh.
Well played. Well played. No, I have to give credit there. Orangutan, that's beautiful. Very, very nicely done. To keep their composure in that moment is immaculate.
And just for Antidote as well, they're realizing the fact that RDW has to play from outside the lockdown. It's a little bit too far. As soon as he spots out where that spike is planted, RDW can do nothing to deny it. Can't even win that round with a second shock dart.
The fact that they play around the lockdown is just perfect stuff, right?
Yep.
Awesome, awesome play from Orangutan to keep their composure in a 1v2 clutch. You know, it's one round away from success.
Yeah. 1 round away for Bonkers to still close this map though, so every round needs to be perfection from Orangutan to push us into OT. 4 of them, in fact. And RDW has brought an operator to the party on the attacker's side. And if he holds the right line, he might actually get that opening kill too.
Your Jet doesn't need it. Just give it to the Sova. That's more important, I reckon, as Rawfield's going to be stuck back and he is flashed up and Lou is going to be at the helm. That's why you don't give that man the operator. He wants to get running. He wants to get fragging and he's going to drop Aziz in the process as well. Spike goes down.
Just to run it back though, so Aziz is still alive.
Absolutely, and now they have to reposition off of this as well. A couple into the halls, a couple back towards Long, and they have that line, and it's RDW talking of the operator. He will punish one, and now there's only 3 left as the guiding light will gather some information onto Lou, but what an antidote go. Do-si-do, and now it's all left onto Antidote. We need a cure, but it just looks like it doesn't exist. The poison has been injected into Orangutan by Bonkers. And they will allow that. They'll drink that one in for just a second. They know how much that map means, but there's still more to do.
Yep.
They still have to close this, and Orangutan are certainly in it with a chance.
Yeah, 9-3 half. I think that's a bit of the curse that hits Orangutan there. Not enough room to breathe in the switch up. We can see the great half that they actually have on their defensive side. When things do go up, right, they're able to get to something like 8 rounds at the end for the 13-8 scoreline. Still respectable, right?
Still a crazy thing for me to think about. Bonkers going in as a favorite, picking a map out of, left field, and then winning it out, 13-9. It's like a different team that we're seeing. It's a beautiful thing to see, and I mean, like, I wanted this to be closer, and it still needs to be, it still can be. But for now, the narrative, it's been put into place. It's slowly moving forward. The script is being written as we see it in front of our eyes, as Bonkers look to change history at this point.
Absolutely, and of course you've got Lou fragging, you've got Dragon fragging as well. I want to see Duelists on the other side continue to do that. I want to see Aziz popping off. I want to see Antidote getting into the action. But I think most importantly for me, for Orangutan, we need more raw fuel.
We definitely need more raw fuel. But until then, guys, have a cheeky rest, but don't go far because around the corner, we are going to have another one. So we'll see you back in a couple of.
Hey guys, Mac here again. I'm joined by my good friend Minimize from Bonkers. He's from back home. We're good mates on other sides of the country, but look, we get along relatively well. Now, I just want to ask you a few questions, of course. What's your overall impression of Ascension Pacific? Have you enjoyed your time? And also, give me your thoughts on the Omega group you're in.
I've enjoyed my time in Thailand so far. It's been really fun seeing my team, getting to meet them. It's not pretty rare in OCE that you get to actually go out and meet your team, so it's always fun to do that. Ascension has been really chaotic, I think. Bleed right now, the only team that haven't lost a game. All teams look vulnerable in one way or another. Super chaotic. You're seeing upsets. You're seeing all these games different ways. And as our group, I honestly think our group is the harder group. I think it's very top-heavy. A lot of stacked teams like D+, Bleed, Scars, they all look really, really good. But I think if we play like we did against D+, and we keep getting better, then we can make our way out of it.
Okay, now talk to me about expectations from everyone back home, everyone in our region, of course. OS, it's a minor region. We don't get many international opportunities, as is the same with all the other regions here at Ascension Pacific. But does that add extra pressure? Do you ever think about it, or is it sort of just something in the back of your mind at the moment?
Well, obviously, as a player, you're always going to have the expectation you're going to win the whole event. I think every player here probably has the confidence that they're going to come in and beat everyone. But I think in terms of pressure, we have no pressure on us right now. I think all the teams, all the people watching, they don't really have many expectations for us. And we say that to ourselves, between ourselves. We're like, we're here as the underdogs. No one really thinks we're going to win. These guys got $10 billion orgs supporting them and have all the support. They've got everything to lose, If they lose, they get made fun of. If we lose, it's all good.
And you just say, no, we're just off on smoker, back to work as so be. Personally, are you happy with how things have been going for the team, for yourself in particular?
Honestly, I think we've made great progress already. I think going into Scars, we were all very nervous. I think it was our first game on LAN for a lot of people. The time wasn't the best, but I think overall, even from that game, we managed to deal with the pressure. We've actually learned a lot, and we've actually improved a lot already in this short term we've been here, so really excited for what's coming up.
Shout outs to Bleed for helping the boys get over, of course. Any message for all of the supporters back home? We know there's a lot out there. Bonk Stonks going crazy, hashtag bonk fighting, all that.
Look, shout out to everyone that donated to us. It really meant a lot. We wouldn't be here without the support. Everyone in Australia, we're gonna do this for you boys.
You heard it here first. That's been Minimized. That's been me. Good luck in your next games. Pearl, a great place to get Oceania their first dub in the series. Now, are they going to be able to continue this one on? Of course, you know, Pearl, it's underwater. Oceania, ocean, it just kind of makes sense, doesn't it? It was an easy one for Bonkers. Or do you think that OGS showed enough towards the end to warrant enough belief in the second map?
It's crazy just to see like what strength Bonkers came out with at the beginning, right? Such a tear as soon as they managed to kind of get moving, but then Orangutan were able to come back, right? So there's definitely that life. They certainly haven't rollen over and let it slide, so to speak, right? You know, They still have that fight in them, and they desperately need to take this. Like, if this map doesn't go 3 maps, we've been robbed, basically.
Yeah, going into Haven as well, right? I think it's a good neutral ground for both of the teams. Again, you got to remember, Bonkers haven't had to show much of their map pool here, so it does come down to scrims. It does come down to VOD reviews and history, and for the side of Orangutan, they have actually showed this map, so there's even more for Bonkers to learn against Orangutan here.
Yeah, learning on the go is something that Bonkers need to do to just keep on pulling up this tirade. If they get this 2-0, if they lose a minimal amount of rounds, it gives them the best opportunity to make their way into playoffs. It's what we need to keep on remembering. But looking at this one, Aziz, the only real member that showed up to the party, 24 and 15. The others started to fire up the engines in that second half, but unfortunately, that was just a little bit too late. Lou as well, you expect him to lead the charge on the Duelist, and he certainly did. Over a 2 KD is a great performance to kick off the series and really just fire up the beliefs of every fan back home. And you're looking at the stats here as well. Bonkers, yes, they lost the first kill. Only one of those rounds that they managed to pick up. But the rest of them, they had those first kills. They were solid in the post plants. They obviously, you know, lost a little bit of momentum at the end of the second, or start of the second half. But as soon as they won that round off the back of those pistols again, it was just them locking round after round.
The thing that I love the most, what Bonkers were bringing forward, is just the fact that they were happy to take space early. And that is obviously singing true inside those first bloods that we did manage to see. They were constantly going in pairs, and it seemed to work out the majority of the time.
Yeah, a lot of trades from both sides accordingly as well, but I think one of the big problems is that Raw Fuel wasn't getting too activated. It was not really with the pack. Tesseract was going in first a lot with the Sky Kit as well, and for Aziz, I mean, Yeah. What do we even say about him? He was doing kind of what he needed to do in the series.
Yeah.
It was just his teammates were kind of lacking a little bit.
Yeah, unfortunately, the trade game just wasn't there. And you need the trade game to pick up maps, pick up rounds, of course. But another stat I just quickly saw is Lou is so on point today. Yes, he got a great KD, but he got a 50% headshot percentage, which is very high for competitive Valorant. He got 26 kills, so that's 13 headshots, all in a relatively short game, only 21 rounds going down on Pearl. But let's start talking about Haven. We haven't seen Bonkers play this for a little while. It's been a month or so, and they've only played it once this year, I believe. They haven't played a whole lot of it.
No.
Yeah, it's definitely something that's in their wheelhouse effectively, right? Like they are comfortable on it, but ultimately, as other teams locally have felt that level of comfort in the same line, they have kind of fallen away from it a little bit. So not really wanting to kind of, you know, try put out too many reps and give extra teams space who might have a much more narrow map pool.
Yep, and of course the pick coming in now from the side of Orangutan. We know why. They got this one over the line against the side of D+ Kia, where they ultimately lose the series, of course, but that's one of the series that they actually managed to take a map.
I actually had a chat with one of the members from D+ Kia not too long ago. Don't want to leak the whole interview, but I found out exactly why they had that rocky start. They seem to start slow in all these tournaments. They just have to get that first game out, get the nerves over with, and then you see them start to really hit their stride. So D+ Kia, of course, game not until tomorrow, but it is, of course, a factor because Orangutan took that map. D+ Kia, not a team to be taken lightly.
Yeah. No, and of course, in that match as well, right, it was actually Tesseract again consistently fragging. Aziz was absent on that map when he plays Sky. So that's a shift we're expecting from a Phoenix where he's having so much impact onto a Sky.
Yeah, no, overall, I think just the way that this roster can be very diverse in the agents that they play and how it switches up between all the maps and everything like that. But again, I just have to continue to harp on it. We can't have a one-man show. We need the team to be synergized, to get on the plate, because as I mentioned at the start of this map of this series, is that we locally, in Oceania, in India as well, we lack some cohesion, we lack some coaching structure, things about that. The team needs to get energized as a group and win it together.
Well, fortunately, Bonkers have been overseas for a little while, pulling out that boot camp and really looking good, working on these maps we haven't seen from them for a while, at least in officials. And that's the thing you need to remember. They have been working on these behind the scenes. They have strats up their sleeves. And let's start talking about agents moving into Haven. Are we going to see anything fancy, or are we just going to see what has been played in the last month or so?
I would probably expect to be seeing the same agent lineups as well. You know, you come into a series like this as Bonkers, you've got something that you've got to fight for, right? You're trying to progress throughout this tournament. You're trying to get to playoffs for Orangutan. You're trying to be the villains. You're trying to cause an upset.
Well, it's agent select time. Let's see if it's exactly as we expected, and it certainly looks as much. At least with the side of Orangutan and Bonkers as well, they're going to be running with that double initiator. Breach has been very powerful. Orangutan, they've gone for more of the Sky Sova approach. So do you think that Guiding Light is going to allow Aziz to really fire up? Because at the moment, look, he's not playing that extra duelist. He's playing an initiator this time.
I think he needs to carry on the momentum that he was able to find in the previous map. Not necessarily be a one-man army, but get his teammates into the action as well. Bring in raw feel. You know, is he feeling a little bit isolated playing that Jet Lurk? Don't let that happen in this one. Bring him here.
It's a map with a lot of space, right? It certainly can be taken here on Haven. Very much rewards, obviously, that defensive-sided approach, trying to take control of those close quarters areas nice and early on. So that's where we have to see Raw Field get activated. We need to see the support from Aziz, of course, as well. But I think, you know, stepping up, RVK, it's got to do that a little bit, and Tesseract needs to continue.
And so far, Orangutan have been so strong out of the gates in both those halves, winning both those pistols, stringing in the majority of their rounds off the back of those pistols. So you're looking at them to keep that momentum going. Yes, they're strong on the pistols. Yes, they're strong off the back of it, but they need to just keep finding consistency. It's once Bonkers get their economy sorted that Orangutan just feel like they have no chance.
Yeah, absolutely. And remember as well, if Orangutan do not get this map, there is a 0-4 result for them in this tournament. All of their expectations that they were trying to achieve here, not just denied, shattered.
No more Valorant. That's the
Valorant.
last thing that these guys want. They want to be able to play on this stage in front of the crowd and really have everything cheered on, because that's what this means to these players. They want to get up on the stage. They've been fighting for it so damn hard, and to have that stripped from you feels horrible. So for Orangutan, I hope they're going to get it done.
Well, it sounds like Haven is not too far away. And look, how do orangutans feel when their backs are against the wall? You know they're built with muscle. You know they're built with might. And they surely are ready to fight. Let's see if they can fight for a map here and take their map selection of Haven.
I love it when Mac compliments himself. Strong, tough, and ready to fight. But exactly that, Orangutan. This is their moment, their final chance to shine on the big stage here down at VCT Ascension Pacific. But they have Bonkers, the underdogs originally. They were never considered a chance into this competition. They were always going to be coming in at last place, but they have defied all odds, Komodo. Are they going to take Haven, or will we get split? Let's find out.
Choosing to start on the attacking side for the Oceanic representatives in Bonkers as well. And they're wasting no time. Straight up through A lobby. Straight away rotations to come out from Orangutan.
Looking in already, getting that opening spot down towards long, but they fall away quickly, so it's just a cheeky little look towards each other.
Yep, RVK at C. Times like this, you don't want to see him extend too far because he is the only body over at that C site. Currently Antidote smoked off in the window as well.
Yeah, God, this is an awkward position here for RVK, but he's the person that can go big if they don't clear it. Antidote with the opener here, Komodo, so that's nicely done, but RVK still unspotted. Check your corners, as Antidote and Rawfield will respond, but Dragon still alive, and he does manage one, but can't quite jump up the stairs. Apparently he struggles with those ones, but that's a nice one for Orangutan. 2 alive rather, as they at least secure another pistol.
Yeah, well that's it, isn't it? It's another pistol going to the way of Orangutan. We
All
did
three?
see them get the other 2 in the first map, so this is a similar sort of situation for Bonkers where you are pistolless.
Why can't we win pistols, bro?
I don't know what it is, but hey, are we going to see a force-up because there was no plant? Probably not. Play on the side of caution yet again. Respect your opponents that they were better in that round. Marshals, Spectres, see what damage Bonkers can deliver against them in this one. It's going to start off against Aziz.
Yeah, awkward missed shot. He actually is going to get caught up by the fault line here. That's going to make it really, really challenging here, Komodo. If they recon in, Lou will find it. It's a bit awkward for Tesseract. He tried to fish, tried to support, and he's been taken down. Komodo, it's going to be on to Antidote here to try and hold fast, but he's been seen, he's been spotted. Rawfield, though, up from heaven, does manage to hold true. It's okay. Ooh, all right, come here, come close, viewers. I'll let you know. I'll give you some comfort. All the Orangutan fans, it's okay. They're alive with 3. They've won out a second round here. And now Bonkers have to try and fight against their bonus.
Yeah, no nonsense to get that round done at the end of the day from Bonkers either. Straight in towards their rifles here. We will start to see what sort of tendencies they want to do. You know, a lot of their positioning is going to rely on what RDW can scan out early on. Usually, we'll see his darts over towards A-long or over towards C-long as well. Very kind of, again, you know, not too spread out, but not too readable either. Definitely a change-up in agents here that we can start to see what sort of interactions they do have together. But as I said, it's going to be over towards A-lobby yet again for Bonkers with that deeper dart. See what they can reveal on the back of that.
Yeah, Lou spotted immediately as well.
Yep, before starting to scale on out. But again, for Orangutan, you're right, this is going to be their bonus. This is going to be what damage they can deliver to make things a little bit better for them coming into the next round. An engagement against Dragon that doesn't go your way, however.
Ooh, bit of a leg shot back.
Yeah, and an upgrade to a Vandal.
They didn't see him. Oh, how's he done that?
Cheeky.
Antidote Chad, apparently.
And a regrowth can come out from Aziz if required.
Exactly right, but he is a little bit of a distance away. And now as they dash past him, I don't know if Lou actually spotted him inside that nebula. Ooh. No, didn't at all. Aziz, that's a massive play. Gets 2, but he's only 11 HP. Cannot heal himself, of course. So Lou takes it upon himself to instead find Antidote. Now he can drop the Trailblazer, forcing his way forward. It's still a 2 versus 2 here. Aziz has that guiding light available, but what's going to make quick work of RVK, and that should just be easy. Great response there from Lou.
Aziz was trying to do what he possibly could to draw attention to himself so RVK can sneak in through the side spawn, but unfortunately couldn't get that job done.
That's where that level of composure that I talk about comes in, and clearly where Bonkers have developed team synergy.
Got to remember though, bonus round on the back of that. 3 kills you're taking away can make things a little bit more problematic for Bonkers in this next round as they're on the edge in that one. Already feeling a little bit more presence from Orangutan. A bit of rejuvenation from the previous map where they're being brought down, they're being cut. Bonkers see what they can do to draw Orangutan out when they finally do have some guns of their own. 3 rounds we've seen Bonkers contend essentially with A at the beginning, and this time a bit of a set counter from Orangutan.
It has been the thing with Orangutan, hasn't it? You know, they like to fight the duels early, and Aziz is an example of that. Perfect. Minimize does get the response here, but Rawfuel's picked up another, making it look so easy. It's a great flash point out from Minimize, but still the line is just too awkward. Rawfuel, animal, apparently doesn't want to have anything stop him at all. Just smashing his fist around and closing it strong. 1v4 for Dragon.
See what damage he can at least do here. If he can get that spike, best the 2 players over at the lobby, he will have access to a lockdown. And at that point in time, it's just doing another 1 versus 2. Start to see some rotations from Orangutan to the A site, but this is where he has to start to contest against the players, and they reveal him with the ping of the bolt. That's quite unfortunate, but Conky here, what we were asking for from the previous map, where was Rawfuel? A 4K.
Yeah, exactly the man we needed to show up to the party late, but he's brought some accessories. Good man, thank you for coming. We like to see it, but still plenty more to do. You can't just rock up to the party and not dance, sit on the floor.
Yep.
You've got to show us that you've got the moves to woo over the crowd and the fans.
When you do try to condition your opponents as well, like Bonkers have been doing, getting Orangutan over to the A site at the beginnings time and time again, you do have to expect a level of counterplay. It happened, it got him around, but this time there's change.
No holds barred, Lou straight in, and he's got no one spotted. They do actually go for the peak. That's bold, and that's what we love, Rawfuel. Great frag to come out, and now, though, hang on just a second. You're exactly right, Komodo. RDW, that Vandal ripped out of the cold, dead hands, the Phantom in the night as what doing it as well. What a turn of events. The tides have shifted. The full moon is out.
And Lou was not allowed to be the beast in that round either. It was a team effort from Bonkers. The Blade Storm shut down before it could even get activated. Yes, he can clear the back of the site, but these Sheriffs, they pop up. They are sinister from Bonkers, and that is a round of a thrifty variety that is going to excite them. This is where you, though, need to see Orangutan not be phased. You can't let that shake you.
Coach Edo as well, so happy with that one. Clearly stoked of everything going along.
There's an operator here for Rawfuel too. No shields behind it. This is a glass cannon. And Lou this time gets the opener that he wanted. Smokes it down for OGS.
I don't say it often, but what the hell were you doing just there, RVK? Giving it up for free. Site taken, spike planted.
And RDW does have a Hunter's Fury as well, so in case there is a retake for the side of Orangutan, there's going to be that ultimate that they have to contend with. Is it going to be used for the spike denial or a lockdown denial? If OGS even go for this. Mitch, they're already posturing for a save.
Yeah, I think they just aren't happy with it at all. I guess that's the thing about the opening pick there from RVK, right? He was so dry, just left it all alone and said, why have you done that, guys? Come on. So I think really, really wise here. Orangutan letting it settle and just skipping this one, next round.
Yep, you have to as well. Trying to retake against the C site with no smokes. Yes, you could try and justify getting Tesseract in with a recon bolt, but it just doesn't work out when you've also got Rawfuel on an operator. Had he popped blades, I mean, maybe one could argue, but nevertheless, a single kill done in that round. Let's just call that one a day.
Yep.
Go at it again tomorrow.
It takes a lot of mental fortitude to actually say, let's save in that moment. Last map of the tournament, potentially, Komodo.
Yeah. And I kind of want to see as well for RVK, down onto the Light Shields, down onto the Bulldog as well. You know, we will get a bit of a half buy of shields for Rawfuel to back up that operator, but the Blade Storm, we're not seeing any shifts from them to try and maximize their economy either. So it definitely feels like in a situation like this, you don't want to be seeing RVK commit to a fight over at C.
That's where we talk about that ego. Sometimes a bit selfish, right? You know, they're looking for it. Rawfuel has had some moments and he wants to continue it.
Yeah, he's 2 kills away from what he achieved on the previous map. This time, Cosmic Divide early.
RVK, straight at the back of the site. Lou, very, very close and personal. I don't think he's actually looked into this. Okay, he has. But Tesseract, he's quick there with the response, Komodo. But they're already out.
Yeah, it's a fake. That's the thing. Cosmic Divide, send a couple of boys in. You get a flash from Minimize, and that's all you kind of need. In towards the A site. Now you got some ultimates too, but you've got Rawfuel, an operator. Does he pop blades to try and get in toward the side or not?
Spike planted.
Can't believe the site. Completely barren, a wasteland here of A. There's Orangutan.
3 ultimates.
Let everyone settle, exactly. It's going to be chaos, this one. So much on it to turn the tides, to give a round lead back. And they want to pop that Rolling Thunder, but it's RDW instead to try and deny anything to come on through here. Do they catch anyone? No. Lockdown destroyed. Now a swing in from what? Massive stuff here, only 2. And again, it's so rough. Do they even want to try fight for this? No, because the Rolling Thunder's come out with Tesseract. Is there enough time? I don't think there is. He's going to get 3, but he's out there, and it just didn't look like there was any chance Orangutan were back in there.
Set strategy play from Bonkers. One of these that you can pull out to try and gain an advantage, and they do it this time. A sacrificial lamb in Lu, of course, but in towards the site for the boys at A. And I mentioned those ultimates for a reason, right? A lockdown to answer a lockdown. But then what do you have to do to try to contest against a Hunter's Fury that manages to find Aziz straight away? You take away your heavy hitter from the previous map, makes the retake a little bit more difficult, and then for good finishing as well, minimized with the Rolling Thunder to just buy enough time.
With all that utility used though, how are they going to go over these next couple of rounds without it?
Well, that's it, isn't it, for Bonkers? At least they've gotten the lead on this attacker's side. Bit of a saving grace that Orangutan do have a weaker eco here. But you got Tesseract with a Vandal. You got the Blade Storm from Raw Fuel. They're starting to take a little bit of space down mid.
Mentioning it, we needed to see more, and there is still so much available to them.
Yeah, look at this from Tesseract. No one can bail him out. He needs to get these kills.
Oh, but it's such a deep line, Komodo. He gets 1, but then he's high and dry. Unfortunately, taken down. Minimize has a response. Ooh. Okay, even finding the site there. Well done. Antidote getting the shot, but still pushing into position. I think Lu's actually managed to slip the wickets here as well. RVK gets 1, but Lu trades out. Aziz, I mean, he can still potentially do it here, 1v2.
The Vandal for Tesseract, the one that got the first kill for Orangutan in this one, dropped down deep mid, and Aziz is choosing not to go for that, backing on the Spectre. Wants the element of surprise.
I like this. Defender side spawn taken. They're hunting. Aziz is going to know exactly where it's planted for. They can happily play back here.
Can't use a Trailblazer, could use a flash, but again, wants to be sneaky.
That's it. No info given. They know he has to walk straight in, and he finds Lu. Is he going to be ready for the second, though? That's the thing about this double up, Komodo. What? He has the grab well available if he wants to pop it as well, and he will. But Aziz, he's crept back up, but he doesn't know. He knows he's not going to be on it. There's that guiding light to go out now, and there's just no time. Aziz looking the wrong way. What's done it to absolute perfection here? And again, it's those mind games that continue for Bonkers. Oh, he even gets the frag on the way out, but
he sprayed the wall.
Yeah.
Hey,
not happy with himself there.
Oh, Aziz actually manages to get away with the Vandal. That could be good going into a buy round too, because that's another important element that you now have for extra utility if you didn't on that loss money. So, you know, not really going to be a massive misstep for Watt, but it certainly does make things a little bit more spicy in this new round. Blaze Storm going to be available for Lu. No operator on the attacking side. Bit of a confusing round as well, actually. You know, straight down the guts in towards B. Bonkers able to catch Orangutan off guard. When you think Aziz alive this time, going to be able to work in for a retake. It's what you mentioned in the piece. Are they going to expect a double up in that location? The answer, no. Watt's position, big.
Too many solo plays. And this time, it's the team of Bonkers straight in towards that B side. And it looks like they should find the spike plant as well. Hunter's Fury will be popped. Lu still hunting. Antidote. Tesseract able to get a couple here. Very nicely done. But there's Aziz and RVK. I was asking for teamwork because it makes the bloody dream work. Lu in a 1v3. I speak about solo, but these are the times that it counts. He's slipped under the owl drone and he will not. Not the time to whiff there, Lu. You can be good, but you have to be consistent, and Orangutan will find 4.
Unfortunate for Lu as well that Nova Pulse actually catches him over towards the C-Link, but the teamwork for Orangutan having access to that Hunter's Fury as well, and then just scattered positioning from their players too. You know, Bonkers going fast in towards the B site. A little bit more methodical action needed from them if they want to be splitting out and pressuring Orangutan, not set up for that one as well. So a bit of a settling down into a fresh round. We're going to see a change of pace from Bonkers, though. We've had a couple of rounds of haste. This time, however, no.
Jesus!
Straight in.
That was a great pick. Aziz has the response as well, so they early pick the advantage here, Orangutan.
5 versus 3. These are the rounds you have to convert as Orangutan to tie things up 5 apiece. Build up on your economy as well. It's not looking bad for Tesseract, but for the rest of them, it's quite resettable soon. You talk about resettability, Bonkers. They want a plant. Get over the line. Get another buy in the next round.
Calm before the storm here. Rawfield actually managed that opening spot, but Dragon, where do you get away with that? How do you get off on this, Dragon? What the hell are you doing? Too dry. Solo as a killjoy now. He wants more. He's hungry. He's looking to fight, and that's a third. Oh my God, this guy, he has everything available to him. Never will he falter as Minimize closes as well. Dragon says, no, I don't want anyone's support. That was a 2v5 and a solo walk from Dragon, who again is the just superior one, flying his way through to success.
Gotta say though, minimizing that flashbang to provide Dragon an into the site as well. These are the rounds that teams should not be expected to be able to deliver when you go against the best of the best from other regions. But when you pull it out and you make it successful, it is something special.
These guys need an anti-fire shield or something immediately, because Dragon just continues to fight the good fight. And the way we've talked about him being a little bit quieter in the start of this competition, you know, you can blame the res for a little bit, fair enough. You can blame the stage jitters. This guy is 18. Never before has he stepped foot in any arena of this caliber. Has he ever done anything like this historically? A lot of these players, rich, with FPS experience all over the years. VALORANT, still a relatively new game, right? Plenty more to happen in this, plenty more storylines to build. And Dragon, we were expecting it, we were hoping for it, and finally it's happening.
Quite a young roster, together with no experience, you know, together on a LAN environment, where someone like Orangutan, who played together for 6 months in the same facility, all the experience together to learn inside and outside the game what works for us, showing a little bit of difference here today where it matters. A round for Bonkers. Elevate their spirits.
It's the pass mark as well with 6.
Yep.
Need to see Orangutan find more. Haven, look, maybe a bit more attacker-sided, but you got to keep doing more than that.
And to start over for the A side again for Bonkers, a little bit of a group up. However, it is this mid-space for Orangutan. They've done it before. Tesseract deep into the pocket
He's got support, though, this time. That's the thing, right?
But who is going to engage in the first battle? That's the big one. Rawfield over at A by himself. Dragon to play Lurk for Bonkers in this one. Oh, and the timing. Yo, don't tell me he can sneak in. Okay, no, he's been spotted.
Big info. I was going to say they could leave him for as long as possible, but it's not going to matter because that's enough info for now.
That's one spit and twice shy.
In the corner now, Rawfield. Solo Dolo. They've got to clear it. They know the sewers is dirty. They can smell it. But Rawfield, when's he going to take his place here in this round? There it is. He strikes one. Rawfield. He's already found that secondary, but he will be punished. He's not going to have his storyline made today. He will be taken away for the time being as Aziz looks to try and step up to his shoes, but it's just not going to happen, is it? Bonkers do it again. You try to build this up. You try to give Orangutan this space where they can take it, but it's the teamwork of Bonkers to encapsulate what it means to be solid in this level of competition.
Yeah, Orangutan trying to flood the space as well before Bonkers can get situated, but Bonkers pulling the drain plug, just evacuating these kills that they are able to gain as well very, very quickly in success. You've got Seekers thrown into the mix there as well to reveal position. You had a scan on the planter, and Rawfield couldn't quite get that frag. Tried to do what he could, taken away. Bonkers 7 to Orangutan's 4, and it's quick again to the A side to start things off. A rolling Thunder deep. Misses the members of Orangutan though.
Yeah.
Now they have 4 here to play.
That's a little rough. Lockdown though, Cosmic Divide, certainly doable.
Yeah, there's that lockdown. Double shockies in from Tesseract. It's not going to destroy it, but it will take out Dragon.
Yeah, great work. The shock dart making it work for now, but Lou does respond, and so does Rawfield. Minimize, though, the in-game leader will be able to take that spike to sight.
The plant, as it goes down, the flank as well. Because Dragon's down, that turret does not watch their back.
His position. The opposing Cosmic Divide, is it actually going to play into their hand here? I don't think Antidote's going to be ready for it. Looked like he was to a degree, but it just wasn't enough here. Now Aziz has to try and walk through, has to try and break this, you know, space that hasn't been given to them.
He's waiting for the flank.
Absolutely. Has to wait for the wall to go down now, maybe lulling them into a false sense of security, but it's just not going to happen when Minimize and Lou are here to steal the show. They've done it again, Komodo.
8-4. When you think that there's enough members, there's enough bodies for Orangutan, they sacrifice their lives to take Bonkers members down within the lockdown.
8 rounds, more than a pass mark, a high distinction at this point in time. However, historically, right, Oceanic teams, I mean, the similars could be said for the Indian scene as well, but the attacker's side, map like Haven, confidence, space, will they carry that forward into this defensive side?
It's going to have to be one of the big things for them, isn't it? It can potentially start with a pistol yet again. 9-3 from the previous map. When they start to build up their defenses, it looks better for them in the second half. But here, Haven to attack, different beast. 8-4 as well. More workable than 9-3, don't get me wrong. But it is going to hinge on the fact that the pistol round has to be gathered here from my eyes over to Orangutan.
Lusa Kawaii, and also with some nice ACS. He's been consistent this whole competition, and he was a pivotal part of that success against D+ Kia. Had some moments against Scars as well, but really, now that we've seen the rest of the team kind of get into the foray, you know, Watts had some big moments as well. Dragon finally showing back up to the table here today. But overall, again, Orangutan. We heard them talking about how they're friends, you know, friendship makes it work. And look, that probably still rings true, right?
Yeah.
But what we're seeing from Bonkers here is friendship, adversity, and just working together as a group and relying on that support stuff that they've brought to the table.
And I got to say, throughout the course of this tournament, Bonkers have learned to adapt really, really well in these high-pressure scenarios. These disadvantageous positions that they're seeing themselves in, losing opening kills, seeing their opponents stick around in lockdowns through utility, catching them off guard. Yeah, you see in that last one, through the lockdown, Bonkers members, 2 of them caught off guard, but they still have what it takes to fight the good old fight, to get those kills, to come out with a strategy. And in this new pistol round, they're going to have to bring that to potentially over to the B site at the moment, because that's where Orangutan are starting to set up. Utility will deny them for now, and Lou hasn't pushed too far up a lobby, but it is a probable position to get him a kill.
Did he spot that? No, but he gets the tag and he peeks again. That's dangerous. That's bold. He's out of there.
What a fault line, though. Oh. That's just going to stall them.
Yeah. Okay. He's taken back the line.
The problem is now for Bonkers, with this duel happening over at A, there's been no push-up towards C from the likes of Watt. Because his utility with Dragons is already set there, it doesn't lead them to lean into one side of the map.
Oh, that's such a rough position. We saw it from Tesseract in the previous half, didn't we, Komodo? It's a one and done, and unfortunately with a Frenzy, it might just be done as they do try to take point towards B. They're going quick. Dragon, punished by Aziz. Great positioning. Orangutan, they get control of the B site.
Yep, they can get the plant, a little bit of a lurk as well to come out from Tesseract over at that C site.
Hold the line, Blue. Another shot taken, but RVK will be his revenge up. It's Tesseract also doing the exact same. Minimize, a pretty impossible task here. Just going to hope for some damage. We can't expect him to win it. It's a Bonkers pistol, right?
Yeah, you're never going to get a pistol as Bonkers, it would seem. One in a blue moon.
0-4.
Yep.
Yet they're still ahead of the game by quite a margin.
Yeah, just goes to show as well, you know, when the rifle rounds are in play for Orangutan, that's where it's a little bit lacking, and that's why we need to not see this one-man army show. In a pistol round, okay, sure, you can probably argue that that's where it might be a little bit more acceptable than a rifle round, but right now, that pistol round has been gathered for Orangutan once again. They're going to be getting into their comfy buy for this second round, but then after that, if things go in order and we don't see a thrifty here for Bonkers, I need to see from Orangutan the rifles hitting the mark like this.
Yeah, perfect. Aziz has been doing what we've needed him to, right? This should be a third here. Yep, easy done. Great on the previous map of Pearl, you know, edging his way up towards 30 frags. But it's no different here. Swaps rolls onto the sky.
Yep.
Very, very versatile player, continuing to charge forward.
And that's one of the questions that I was kind of having coming in towards a map like Haven, because it's picked from Orangutan yet again when they relied on Tesseract to get them over the line against D+ Kia. This time, we see the first map be really, really well played out from the likes of Aziz on the Phoenix. Switching over to the Sky, what are we going to get him to do in this one? Is he just going to have to try and play with an entry duelist mindset on a different agent? And the answer is kind of looking like yes, right? He's in the mix. He's toward the front of the pack in a big amount of these rounds. And now we finally do get Bonkers into a bye come this second half. The Vandals are around for them, all the utility that they do want. Now remember, this defensive side, they want to try and get some information early on. This time it's at the form of OGS getting into the B side really quick.
Solo though, all by himself on the top of this side. He's got to be careful. Minimize is going to get caught, but he keeps using these flashes effectively. He is going to get taken down, but he does get traded. Nicely done from Antidote, of course. Just this bonus, 4 for 4. Watt picks up another though. Lou already here to respond. They managed to get that spike down despite the chaos, and as they try to swing, Dragon will punish again. Swing and a miss there for our VK, who has been pretty damn absent this map. Lou to close, spike to be defused, and Bonkers, they get the necessary response.
The time Minimize was able to buy in the scrap towards the entry of B as well to just try and get the plant down for OGS. 2 flashes thrown on out, a dart and a stun towards his location, and he still manages to win a fight before losing his life. Enough time for his teammates to get into the site, also caring for the fact that a flank could be possible. First big round for Bonkers on this defensive side, not losing out to the bonus like last time.
Not this time.
An operator for Antidote on the Killjoy, on the attacker's side of Haven.
Let him cook.
Don't think that's something that I've seen in quite a long time, if at all ever. But this is a set play from Bonkers. A fault line up through short for a peek for Lou on the contact, but the Antidote.
I love it. It's beautiful. Sometimes the dish is best served cold.
Yeah, and it's Lou that they've taken out as well. Seekers in. A quick destruction from Dragon, but now over to the seaside. It's time for Watt to get tested.
Yeah, absolutely. How good will he be? The answer is moderately. Finding one, a good response. Rawfield now spots out Dragon.
Oh.
What? He's on an island? There is no way you're doing this again, Dragon! How can you keep getting away with this? Another weapon!
Wow.
He will be punished! But this guy just cannot die! He is immortalized in this series as he continues to strike forward.
How does one analyze what Dragon has just done when there are 3 players charging at him through a cloudburst through smokes? The first shot, sure, a pot shot through the smoke, but just able to put the better shoes on to dance around them, around the fault line of his teammate as well for that matter. 3 kills and the last from his teammate. That is ridiculous.
Not even top fragging, by the way.
Okay, yeah, true.
Somehow, the impact of these rounds.
Oh, this is quick.
Yeah, very quick. Lou wants his share of the party. RDW, though, takes 2 away. And this is where you can see where Bonkers are sitting right now. They are at the helm. They are steering this ship, the captains.
Imagine if that was a buy from OGS as well. Imagine if they had all of the tools for the trade. But you got to remember who the tradies are in this one, ladies and gentlemen. Bonkers, 11. Now secured. An operator stolen for Lou on the back of a Blade Storm in this one with a shorty to back him up. Doesn't even need a primary rifle, a secondary to be brought out in the beginning engagements in that one. His boys have his back. And this has to be the next swing round.
There is so much orange up on this stage. That's all I can keep my focus on. How good this series has been.
Ooh.
As Lou will get the opening, but Aziz with the response. Komodo, I'm begging for that swing round.
Yeah, Watt is very close towards C as well, so unless they can sniff him out, he does have something to be able to play with. It's not going to be teammates.
Ooh.
The Trailblazer, oh, it's gone to him too.
Nice.
They've bit him early.
Perfectly done. That should make it almost impossible for him here. He does pull the shorty, but Aziz is able to respond. RDW, this is your time, my friend. Are you going to step up to the plate when you are needed? He's already opened up with the answer being, yes, I can. And he's not even in the server right now. Antidote failed as well, trying to do it all. And he absolutely will. RDW, the 4-time. And he does it again.
4 kills in that round, stuck at the C site, lost his teammate in Watt, by the way. And he's just able to path himself around the site using the map to his benefit. It's been a little bit silent, remember. He has stepped up. That was a gun round from Orangutan, made look like child's play.
Not one member of Bonkers has been left behind. Minimize, he's been sending that utility down hard, but every single other player, Watt has had his moments. He's done it all.
Orangutan, 6 to get in a row to try and get us to overtime, and a timeout is called here. they have a lot to discuss. They have tools to play with. They have ultimates. They have a buy that they can scrap together. Do they have a plan, though? And I mean a real solid plan to get this next round.
I ask you, how the hell do they do it? There's so many avenues that they can take, right? But every single attempt that they have made, Bonkers have denied. They've lived up to their expectations. They took down D+ Kia. They gave everyone an unbeknownst supporting level. Who the hell are these guys? Who the hell are these tradies that have rocked up in Thailand dominating?
And why should we, as an audience, back the Bonkers squad?
This is why.
This is exactly
This is why.
A crowd-funded team trying to make dreams into a reality. D+ Kia taken down. Scars on the chopping block, potentially in finals if they get there.
And for so many people back home, these remain dreams. But now Bonkers are proving that it can be done, and that is probably one of the best signs I've ever seen. Shout out.
To the moon.
To the moon. Stonks!
Alrighty.
Not financial advice, by the way.
Back into it, though.
But invest in Bonk.
Orangutan attack. Do they slow it down? No.
Okay, so they've gone for that.
Bonkers straight on in.
Yeah, they've gone for this really, really strange approach here, but they've taken control of their main, and Lou's actually managed to get away with a frag.
Yeah.
What a strange change of pace.
Rawfield down, Rolling Thunder invested. A very quick one from Bonkers on the back of a timeout. We've seen it work a multitude in this tournament so far. Quick on a timeout, but here is that lockdown that I mentioned.
They have to make it worthwhile, Komodo. 5 alive still for Bonkers here, so they're going to at least stem the bleeding for just a second, but they're approaching C.
Yep, RDW going to have to back out of that one, and Aziz can start to clear out towards the site.
Look who
Spotted
it
out
is.
by Dragon. Actually does get bit. He needs to call for reinforcements.
Is he going to be Barker or Bite, though? Because RDW, he will join the party. Dragon pushes forward, and Komodo, I think it's about to happen. Unless RVK can pull out something absolutely immaculate, they've done it. Oh, baby, I cannot believe they've done it. Bonkers! This is something that we don't see. This is something that should not happen. But it has. It bloody has. I cracked, but I'm leaving it in. Don't moot that out, production.
2-0. A 13-8 and a 13-6. It's clean from Bonkers here. They have had Orangutan's number. Individual prowess, 4K after 4K. An ace in there for Lou. We have teamwork from Orangutan. We had plays. We had it for them. But there was more from Bonkers.
The Australian dream is something that so many people talk about. You say, living the dream, right? How you doing? That's exactly what Bonkers are doing right now. And we've got to give a quick shout to Orangutan as well.
Yep.
Sure, they go out, but they still hold their heads high. They've done their best, and we know that they'll go home and continue forward.
Continue forward, they will indeed. Unfortunately for them, it's the worst possible storyline coming into it as a representative where you had to first make your region believe you could get international. You know, they had to contend against Velocity, the team that we thought were going to be here with EC1S and Doma, but it's Orangutan, and now, unfortunately, they have been cut down to size.
We talk about Ascension, Pacific, and all of the storylines, but if you guys want just one, this is the one to follow. And they have made it happen. Tomorrow's match now, disgustingly important against Bleed. They are not done just yet. They tried to take their place, but if they want to do it, they've got hell of a lot more to do.
Remember, the biggest funny, for me, statistic that I can throw into this one right now is that Bonkers got 0 pistols in such clean scorelines as well. 0 pistols.
Nuts to even think about, right? How do you continue forth with a performance? How do you get out of your head in those moments, right? You know, you're going into each half at a disadvantage. You're starting the game at a disadvantage. Imagine the level of competition that we'd be seeing from these players if they were able to improve on that and make it more consistent.
Got to say, Bonkers, they get a victory here, but there's still homework, still a job to be done. Bleed the next contender to try and take to get in towards playoffs, because you got to remember, today is going to be the day of closing Alpha, but not Omega.
Yeah, absolutely. We've obviously got that coming around the corner, but again, the match is tomorrow. You know, this is the thing, what we talk about Group Omega, how incredibly all over the place it has been and how just a drop in the ocean can change up everything. But Mac, you had a taste? What are you thinking?
I got the fruits of Dragon's labor.
Oh,
That's what we got here. That's what we're doing.
That's
we
crazy.
are happy. Everyone from Oceania found these fruits and said, yes, these are what we need to grow to make more dragons spawn. The individual efforts of him, that map is, of course, was just absolutely insane. And you got to feel for South Asia. You've got to feel for the boys on Orangutan because they are such lovely human beings.
Yeah.
Every time I've seen them, they've just been so lovely to talk to. And yes, they have the power of friendship on their side, but unfortunately, they've got no wins to take home.
They need the power of God and anime next time if they want to
True.
get it done. But I think you're perfectly right on that, right? They are such bright faces that we've seen, you know, happy cruising around the hotel. I
Yeah.
think we actually stand on the same level as them. So they've been brilliant all the way around the competition. It's not the result that they were kind of hoping for, but at least they showed up. You know, how many teams you think about around the world would come into this so demotivated, so demoralized, but instead they gave Bonkers something to fight against.
Yeah.
Yeah, nothing more to say, I guess. Look, Bonkers, of course, huge W coming through there. And with that 2-0, there is still a 1 in 4 chance with the remaining games that they don't make it the playoffs, but it relies heavily on many, many things, including them losing. So if they want to seal their fate in the group all the way towards that top side, they need to get a dub tomorrow, and then it'll just be interesting, but let's just touch back on the stats. Lou, 21 and 13. It was a spectacular affair from him, from Dragon. It was strength by committee. And of course, I had so much fun watching them, not because Bonkers was winning, but you saw how they were playing. They were playing like it was a pug. They were disrespecting the hell out of Orangutan and just having fun with it.
How many times do we see it, Mac? We get to see the Aussie team go overseas. It's like, all right, let's get up at 3 in the morning and support them. And then all of a sudden, they don't want to push anything. It's the complete opposite in this competition that we've seen. You know, and look at that. What a stat, 12 opening kills. Jesus.
That just goes to show, even though, look, OGS was able to get 12 of those opening frags, Bonkers still had an answer to get back into the rounds, 6 times?
I mean, those 2 versus 5s, those 2 versus 4s, when you've got 4Ks and 3Ks galore, these are the rounds that Bonkers should not have a right in getting back in. These are the rounds that, with an advantage as a team, you should be closing. But for Orangutan here, I don't know what the missing ingredient was for them, but Bonkers, they had one of the most sensational fraggers in this one again. And who other?
That is Lou, the MVP too, where, look, he's almost hit 50 kills over the course of 2 maps as well. And that is absolute insanity. So much action at the start of the rounds with 9 entry kills over the 2 maps and over 300 ACS overall. That is that is a top-tier performance and should be able to jump him up the table as well.
Well, he was in the head-to-head, right? You know, it was that focus. He's been such an instrumental part of Bonkers' success into this. But this time round, this series, we got to see everyone do their part. You know, Minimize, he was the quiet one, but that's what he needs to be. He needs to be the voice, the vocal for his team in the in-game leader. And he's throwing those flashes, getting it supported anyway. But every single player, and that's why we saw the success in their way.
And it's all about celebrating those wins as well. We were talking to the Bonkers boys the other day. They were super loud in their last game that they took the dub in, and they did the exact same thing again today. They were all screaming at the computers. They were all having such a good time. And when there is no pressure on their shoulders, you have now seen exactly what Bonkers can do. But they still have one big game against Bleed coming up, and let's hear from the players what their thoughts were on the game.
And hello again, everybody. Today has been really interesting. But anyways, we are now with our winner today. And of course, could be anyone else but Lou from Bonkers.
Sawadee
Oh, Sawadee Krap. Oh, so I don't have to speak in English. I'm just joking นะครับก็มาอยู่กับลูนะครับจาก Bonkers ของเราเมื่อกี้นี้คือเล่นได้ดีมากๆเนาะเพราะฉะนั้นนะครับคำถามเนี่ยไม่มีอะไรมากเพราะว่าการที่เขาชนะในเกมเมื่อกี้นะครับทำให้ทางรังตังเนี่ยนะก็แทบจะหมดสิทธิ์แล้วนะครับผมในการไปต่อแต่เส้นทางของเขายังไม่จบครับเพราะฉะนั้นอยากรู้เหมือนกันนะครับว่าตอนนี้สติสตังค์ของเขาเนี่ยนะฮะจะไปอยู่ที่ไหนนะครับเนื่องจากรู้ว่าในกลุ่มของเขาเนี่ยค่อนข้างที่จะโอ้โหใกล้กันมากดูเดือดมากนะครับ so first question, you know, knowing that this group has been the score has been really close to each other and it's been really competitive. Like, how do you and your team plan on, you know, maintaining that pressure so that you guys are ready for the next match?
To be honest, like we came here with nothing. We've got nothing to lose, so we don't really feel any pressure. We know we're probably better than everyone here, to be honest. Yeah. We don't really feel any pressure.
ดีมากนะครับ ก็ง่ายๆนะครับ บอกว่ามันไม่ได้รับแรงกดดันอะไรมากนะครับ เพราะว่าเรามาที่นี่โดยที่เราไม่มีอะไรต้องเสีย เรามาเล่นอย่างเต็มที่ก็เพียงพอแล้วนะครับ และที่สำคัญนะครับคือเขานะครับเชื่อว่าทีมของเราเนี่ยก็สู้ทุกคนได้อยู่แล้ว เพราะฉะนั้นไม่ได้มีแรงกดดันอะไรมากๆเลยนะฮะ เพราะฉะนั้นดีเนาะเป็น mindset ที่ดีมากๆเลยนะครับ and of course keeping the hope of Oceania alive you know, is there anything that you would want to say to your teammates or your fans back at home that's cheering for you guys?
I love my team and I love the fans and I love everyone.
Yeah. Come on, team. นะครับก็มีอะไรฝากถึงแฟนๆหรือเปล่านะครับก็ง่ายๆนะครับไม่มีอะไรมากนะครับรักทีมรักแฟนๆทุกคนขอบคุณที่เชียร์นะครับแล้วเดี๋ยวไปต่อกันนะครับผมแต่สำหรับคำถามสุดท้ายครับนะครับเหมือนเดิมครับคิดว่าใครในกลุ่มนั้นน่ากลัวที่สุดนะครับ so final question for the day there's a couple team that's up ahead so which team for you in your opinion is gonna be your biggest obstacle
Bleed, but I don't know.
Okay.
That's what we verse bleed, right? Next, so that's the only obstacle left, and hopefully we win.
Yeah, I mean makes perfect sense, right? สำหรับทีมที่กลัวที่สุดนะครับจะเป็นใครไปไม่ได้ครับนอกจาก Bleed นะครับเพราะว่านะก็เจอมาหมดแล้วนะครับก็ไม่รู้เหมือนกันว่าจะต้องกลัวใครอีกนะครับแต่อย่างที่เขาบอกไปไม่มีอะไรจะต้องเสียอยู่แล้วนะครับเพราะฉะนั้นครับบอกเลยว่าต้องติดตามชมทีมนี้ครับไม่ธรรมดาจริงๆครับ and of course guys that will be it today thank you so much Liu for your time and congratulations for the win hope to see you here again soon แต่สำหรับตอนนี้ครับเราขอไปพักกันสักครู่เดียวเท่านั้นนะครับแล้วเดี๋ยวเรากลับมา and of course guys we are still not done we still have the final match left today so we'll take a moment for the break and we'll come back right after for game number 3.
Uninterrupted gaming with Grab Unlimited. Free delivery every day.
Welcome back to VCT Ascension Pacific, where things are getting spicy, but it has yet again been a fast day. Have these guys brought us a bunch of 2-0s yet again? They have a curse. It's just the fast day at the office. You're not going to be here for too much longer.
At least my curse of predicting against Bonkers, or rather for them this time, didn't net them an L, so I go with that.
We just can't keep getting away with this at this point in time. I've literally been begging for a 3-map series.
Everyone has been getting their predictions correct today, so I'm happy. Well, maybe not me. I got that. I went for one team earlier, which was, it was a bit of a
Loves an underdog story, doesn't he?
It was the 10% chance, but I was invested. Now, speaking of underdogs, Zerja, they started at the bottom and now they are here. It is going to be Zerja and Boom for this third series of the day, and Boom have just not been performing up to expectations. But of course, Zerja, we need to talk about where they started. In stage 1 this year of their VCT, they came in 6th. They didn't even make playoffs. And then they managed to evolve, to grow, and then to make it all the way through Split 2 and qualify here. People at home, people here in Thailand are saying, damn, they're not even the best team. They're not going to be our best representative. But they have managed to prove everyone wrong so far, and today is all or nothing because of the implications. If Boom win, they go through, and Zerja don't. But if Zerja win, they're going to be at the top of the food chain.
And as you mentioned, right, Zerja had to take down absolute powerhouses during the course of their split to be able to get here, right? So the fact that they've done that, the fact that they've come here, they haven't looked like incredible, like top of the pack or anything like that, but at least they've looked solid, and I think they're going to really be a pest for Boom today.
Yeah, it's the case of, made in Thailand in full sense, looking like that they were the better formed teams throughout the whole course of this year, in fact. But then Zerja, they do what they need to do. They stick it to the man. They get the job done. They're here, and now they're not, in a situation like Orangutan that we saw before where they are out. They have the chance to get to the finals.
Yeah, they've defied all expectations so far, and they're looking to make it in front of that home crowd in the arena next week, or this weekend actually. I forgot what day it was. But look, Boom, this team, I had a chat with Blaze King yesterday. You heard the interview earlier, and they are a little bit down on their performances, understandably so. But we need to be looking at Famous. He needs to be popping off. We need Berserks as well to show up to the party.
But the thing about that interview as well, Mac, is he said, bugger the money, who cares? We want the glory, we want the wins, and that's a very important thing to take into this game, right? These guys are going to be fighting gloves off.
And I think one of the stark differences in this roster as well is just the difference in age as well. When we look at the previous series, you mentioned the Dragon as 18. Well, we've got Severine on this roster, the oldest guy here, still putting in the hard yakka in this game.
And it's not like this game they played yesterday wasn't close. They took it all the way to the end. And now they've even had to pull a huge comeback and really keep us believing for the Philippines. But there is still a chance for both these teams to make it. Of course, Nows, they've secured themselves a playoff spot now, and Boom is looking to join them, to represent Indonesia, to represent them, and take down Thailand. They will be the villains today. Here at home in Thailand in the arena, everyone is going to be against Boom.
Absolutely, and they've always been the villains, Boom, right? They love to get a little bit of razz up for these people on the way through. They are the antagonists, right? They love to get fired up. They love to get in your face, and I definitely don't think that's going to change at all here today.
No, but remember, there's always a nicety in a villain story as well, because when they do come out of swinging, there's always going to be those people that want to try and play with the villain. They can, align themselves with them as well, and I think for Boom here, they themselves have found themselves in a bit of a rocky situation, because we look at this, the teams that Boom have beat so far in Fancy is the one that Zerja couldn't beat, and you look at the other two teams and it's flipped the other way.
It feels like it's been a while since we've seen Zerja get to play, right? I think they've only had one day off, but it's just been like staggered. There's the day off here, the day off there, but they've had a consistent pattern throughout the course of the 6 days that we're up to now. But stylistically, Boom, of course, they love a bit of aggression, especially on that defense. They love to keep it fast and explosive, living up to their namesake. But we got to talk about Zerja as well. And these 5 individuals want to do it for the homeland, want to do it for Thailand. They want to make it to the arena. Alert has been popping off as of late. LBY as well, calling up a storm. The only name here that I feel like that has been underperforming at the moment is Rolex, but he had a huge hand in getting him here.
That's what I was going to say. Like, he was literally one one of the sole reasons, and to be able to do it from like your Killjoy and things like that is an incredible statistic to put behind you. So the fact that he kind of hasn't showed up is a little bit worrying, but you know, maybe he's just a late bloomer, right? Maybe he's only going to show up once we get to sort of that playoff stage, but they've got to get there first, Komodo.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, it's always going to be a case of in this game, it doesn't matter about your previous matches that you have played. Yes, they've led you up into this situation, but the here and now is going to be the fact that these 5 players need to band together through all of the trials that they've had to overcome, not just in this tournament already, but the whole, split. Now is the time, Xerxia, the homegrown heroes, to prove to everyone that they can get to the playoffs.
Yeah, they will truly be the ones taking their place. And they did that as much up against Nows earlier on in the group. Nows, of course, maybe not quite taking Xerxia as seriously as they should have, but Xerxia played a damn good game, especially here at Bind 2.
One enemy remaining.
And of course, they just have firepower for days. You've got Exy, who has been just a solid part, very consistent across the course. Hasn't really carried, so to speak, but you're looking at your Seraphop, you're looking at the boys to make it happen, and so far, they have. 2-1 and potential to take out the top position in the groups. Not even have to play on the Friday, jump straight into the semi.
Yeah, that's a crazy sort of thing here. And that's, I guess, what has led us into this really, really weird space over the last couple of days is who the hell is going to get where at the results of these, right? So Xerxia, not only do they need to win, they need to win it strong, they need to win it well, because if they're going to prove to us that they've got what it takes to light up the arena, right, which is going to be absolutely incredible, Mac, they have to do it here and now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're looking at Alpha versus Omega, and we're thinking one of them is going to be the group of death, but the other one just comes out, guns are blazing, and change. And, we look to this. At the start of today, in this group, there was a world which we could have had a 5-way tiebreaker. That shows how close the competition is here.
But it didn't happen.
It didn't happen.
We
didn't get Team 1.
It almost happened. It almost happened, which was why it was so crucial for it to not happen, or we could have been lost.
Now, the thing I love about this, right, is typically you're not seeing kind of that reliance on your controller a lot of the time. Sure, they're going to be throwing down. They're going to be giving you that cover to get into where you need to. But these guys have been absolutely pivotal in their last couple of games to get here in those wins, to find themselves into this position where it's ultimate qualifying moment, right? So Blaze King, he's always liked to get fired up. He's really sort of been looking strong on that Viper, picking up the Omen here and there. And Exy, who's sort of more, flexing between the Astra and the Omen, also doing big things as well. But overall, 2 standout players that I think I really need to see further impact from them continue consistently.
Is that a 43.1% headshot percentage I'm seeing? That's ridiculous. That is insane here at the tournament. He's coming in second with 39%. The only player with a higher headshot percentage than him is Nizzy. This man's sharp, so keep your eye on him today.
Yeah, you definitely have to. And I mean, he can be one of the underdogs potentially for this roster to get Xerxia over the line. You look towards Blaze King. He was the guy that tried to push through things, everything in their previous series against Nows. All of the maps going to double digits in both teams. But him on the fragging element, it's not just him providing the space for his team to get in. He's getting in and picking up after them.
I think the thing for me, for Boom in particular, is the pressure is at an all-time high. They haven't performed up to their standard. You heard it from Blaze King, and you've heard it as well. We've chatted to the players out back. They know they have more in the tank. We've seen one big win, and for me, all I'm thinking is we saw that off the back of a loss, a very crucial loss. When they first came out, they started strong on split, then got reverse swept. They didn't like that. They then came out, got a huge 2-0 win where Famous tore everyone a new one. And now insane. I'm expecting a very similar thing. They will have lost yesterday. They will think, nah, there is no chance that we're not making it to the arena. We've been working for this for so long. It needs to happen now.
And they've got so much to prove, I think, as well, because the roster, obviously, the core 3 has been together for quite a while now, and they've got that fan base behind them. They have performed. Think back to LCQ last year where they qualified through the champs, and they definitely stirred the pot there as well, right? But then, obviously, it was the pillaging of the scene, pulling apart some of these players, taking them from team to team, and, losing, obviously, like players like Flipsjitter did kind of make it a little bit rough for them for a short time, but now they are starting to recover, they're starting to move forward, and they're getting stronger as they move along.
What was that name you said?
It's Flipsjitter.
Flipsjitter.
No, it's not Cider.
J.
Yes.
Oh, just checking.
Yes.
Anyway,
correct.
Now, of course, let's start moving this conversation over more towards our predictions and where we think this game's going to go. Dion, I'm going to start with you first. What do you think is going to happen?
I even forgot my predictions. That's how close
fine.
this one is right now. I think I said boom.
Making you
I think I said boom, and I kind of want to still stick to them because there was enough that I saw in that Naos game from them that is just going to excite them to get this game done even more. Similar scenario for Xerxia, I guess, in the fact that, you know, they had players that they want to go back and see on that international stage as well. But I think when it comes to boom, they have just gone through their own trials, through their own local region as well, and they have had a little bit of an underperformance here at VCT Ascension Pacific. So I think that for them is going to be more of a drive.
Now, what's selling you? What's risen you up right now? Who are you going for?
Oh, look, I'm just following the story, right? Like, I feel like we really do need that Heroes versus Villains arc to continue in the Heroes of Xerxia, I think, right? Okay. It would make sense to see them in the arena, in the playoffs. I think, obviously, that's what everyone's really super excited for. I definitely think Boom has more than what it takes to take them down. Again, they haven't looked the most fantastic Xerxia the entire time of this competition, so I really do hope it's just a close one, but I'm going to tip the cap to Xerxia.
I also forgot what my prediction is, so let's bring him up and have a look and see which of the two storylines I was more sold on, because I've got storylines.
I did
I'm
say
going
Xerxia.
through for Xerxia, and look, Boom almost had me.
I'm the villain.
I'm super sold on the storyline of the statistics, right? Look, if they've bounced back super hard before, I almost thought they're going to do it again. But what would this event be without a homegrown team making it to the arena? I want Xerxia to go all the way, baby.
Yeah, you can already see the crowd filling in. I think that's the main sort of narrative around this, right? It's been electric every single time Xerxia has been playing, but who can contest with the Xerxia crowd? It's Boom, baby.
Yeah, that's absolutely correct. And I think one of the things as well is we've already seen an absence of a team at a local hero event, right? When we look towards Masters, we were missing the Japanese team.
Yeah.
So for here, is it, you know, to make it more exciting in the crowd to have a local home team, or do we, you know, play the villain arc and then the crowd is going to be split between the rest of the teams here?
Yeah, and who will they then go for? Because
That's it,
I don't know if they're going to go for Boom. They're going to say, hey, they're the ones that knocked out our team. What do we do here? So, yeah, Boom, if they do make it to the arena, that's another talking point. They're going to have a lot of people not really liking this team.
Yeah, definitely. And I think they really lean into that, as we sort of mentioned before, right? They don't care. They don't need any of this. They don't need to be gassed up. They'll do it themselves. And I think they've kind of earned that over the course of their years playing anyway inside the region here of Valorant. So irrespective, this is going to be, you know, one of the most depth-defying matches of the competition, I think. Like, it's just insane that we've ended up here. You know, there was the possibility, but we kind of looked onto each group and was like, yeah, this should happen. Yeah, this should happen. But nothing correct has happened. And it's been wild the entire time. The seas have been choppy.
Now, I want to touch on as well the players that need to perform today. Alert has been a rock solid for Xerxia so far, and if he doesn't perform, I'm getting a little bit worried. Yes, there has been moments where other players have picked up the pieces, but then I'm looking at Boom, and in terms of the stats, the most consistent player has been Berserks, but when Boom lost yesterday, he had the worst game so far here at Ascension Pacific, so you're really looking at him to pick it up and win this for Indonesia today.
Yeah, I think we need to see Berserks come back to what we've seen throughout the course of this tournament. For me as well, it's going to have to be Famous. If he's set up to succeed here in this series, I think that's going to be one of the pivotal factors for them.
The only thing for me, though, is when he played well yesterday, he played really well
say,
yesterday. It still wasn't enough. Now it's found an answer.
No, absolutely. They were able to finally sort of get their way back. And that's what I loved about Naos throughout this entire competition as well. They have, you know, stood up to adversity quite well, right? So they don't feel the pressure. So that's something that Xerxia need to prove to themselves, that they're not going to feel that same level of pressure that Boom can bring on.
Mate, it's so hard to feel any pressure when we're on the desk when we got these steel case chairs, man. They're just molding to my spine. I'm just chilling. We got the headsets.
Pure comfort, baby.
Ergonomics, baby. Oh, sorry, we're still on the desk. Now let's start talking. It's been a long week, Matt. It's been a long week for me, mate. I've worked hours, but I've loved every second of Ascension Pacific. And we still got another day to go. Oh, the implications are crazy. But look, let's start talking about the maps. Where do we see this one going?
It's so hard for me on where it is because we've seen a lot actually play between the course of these two. You know, I would kind of like to see an Ascent. We see a lot of teams still in the SEA region be able to pick that up. We saw that reason in the previous series why Bonkers got rid of it, right? They wanted to try and float up Pearl successfully, I might add. Now, you know, a 13-11 scoreline against Boom when it did come to Ascent, so there's a lot that could be picked apart from that on Xerxia's side of things. So I think I would like to see an Ascent, but I would also like to just see it be something completely, unexpected. I think that would be spicy.
I would love something unexpected. We've had a bit of that today, people pulling out the pocket picks for the vetoes, but it is time for the third and final series of the day. Let's not waste any more time. It's time for Ascension Pacific, baby.
All right, we'll now begin the map veto process for today's third match. Team A is Xerxia and Boom is Team B. So we'll begin with Xerxia banning your first map.
Ban Pearl.
Xerxia bans Pearl. Boom, will you ban a map?
We ban Fracture.
Boom bans Fracture. Xerxia, you may not pick the first map.
Lotus.
Xerxia picks Lotus. Boom, first side.
Defense.
Boom plays defense. Boom, you may not pick the second map.
Split.
Boom will play split. Side for Xerxia.
Attack.
Xerxia will play attack. Xerxia, you may now ban another map. You have Ascent, Haven, and Bind.
Ban Heaven.
Xerxia bans Haven. Boom, will you ban a map?
We ban Bind.
Boom bans Bind. Final decider map will be Ascent. Side for Xerxia.
Attack.
Xerxia will play attack. I'll have a quick recap. Xerxia bans Pearl. Boom bans Fracture. Xerxia picks Lotus. Boom plays defense. Boom picks split. Xerxia plays attack. Xerxia bans Haven. Boom bans Bind. Final map will be Xerxia playing attack on Ascent. You good?
Correct.
All right then. Good luck and have fun.
Good luck.
Fun.
Both the IGLs saying, say hello to my little friend, bringing out a sixth man to try and support him from the desks, of course. The little plushies are always good.
Kowalski analysis. We need to see it.
I'm keen to see this series, kicking things off on Lotus. We have not seen that just yet. Split as well, and then Ascent. This is a shake-up, and this is what you wanted, Dion.
We have seen Lotus so far already played out here for the side of Xerxia. Remember, it was the map that they got the victory on against Naos. 13-11, as close as could be without going into overtime. But for Boom, Mitch, they've steered away from it from quite a while. They haven't played it since last time against Ultra Ego in their own region.
And we've been begging for it as well, because it's been floated on the third map a couple of times now, but it hasn't quite found
You're
there.
not allowed to do third maps.
We're banned. Apparently, it's written into the script that we can't do it. So having it here as an opener, you know Xerxia's going to come out swinging. And of course, overall, it's just, this map pool feels right for this series.
When Xerxia last played Lotus, yes, they kept it strong. They kept it even in the second half, but they lost 6 in a row up against Nows and had to make that comeback happen to lock it out in regulation, 13-11. So it was close, but they dug deep. They've done it once before. They might have to do it again, but who knows? They might get off on a better foot today.
Just think of the situation as well when you are like that. You have 6 rounds in a row that you need to find to win in a 13-11. You cannot make a mistake, otherwise you go into overtime, and you would have had to give Naus another chance back at that defensive side. That could have been a bit of a shocker.
And for this tournament in particular, for Ascension Pacific, we have yet to see Boom touch this map. So they are an unknown quantity. Back home, they're looking pretty strong on it. And in terms of the agent comp, what are we feeling here, Komodo?
Looking into a mirror, baby.
Yeah, feeling like it's a little bit the same old hay going over on the side of Xerxia and for Boom. I mean, if you've got good scorelines, if you've got good plays on it, look into that mirror and see what stares back at you.
It's just that handshake, right? It's whoever's playing better on the day or whoever brings the better strategy is going to be the team that makes it happen. But in terms of aggression, Boom, they're taking the cake every single day. I'm so excited to see them play this defense because you can play aggressive, especially over towards that C side of the map. Makes it a little bit easier, but how are they going to try to play around Ruins? They're not bringing in a raise here. They're not going to be able to drop those paint shells. Things could be hard.
Played so similar to Haven, obviously, you know, those three site mappers in the way that you have to. If you don't take that aggression, you really do get punished for it. It's so hard to spread yourself out across that map accordingly. So they need to do that. And I think, yeah, Boom, especially starting on that defensive side, it's a good moment for them to get established.
Yeah.
But Xerxia, as I sort of thought, right, you know, they've had the pressure applied to them. I think they're going to come out.
I think for me, yeah, it's all good to say that we're expecting the aggression to come out of Boom,
Yeah.
but I want to see what measured aggression we're going to get out of Xerxia, because if they start to stir the pot and they're throwing in quick plays, slow plays, a bit of a half and half, you know, when it does spread on out in across this map, we're looking at fakes, we're looking at what rotations you can get, and then above all else, we're looking at what mentality these teams are going into this series. Remember, this here is do or die for both of these teams. Dreams will be crushed for one of these teams at the end of this series.
It is stakes as high as ever. Up in the clouds, as I said at the start of the day. It feels like the stakes have been cooking on the barbecue all day and they're almost ready to roast. Mate, I am keen to get some red meat in me, and I'm also keen to see how this one plays out.
I like a good medium rare, but it's been a bit well done, this competition, because it's been cooking for so damn long.
What about you, Dion? How do you like it?
I like it well done.
Well
actually.
done?
Yeah.
Look, well, it's well done today. It might be a little bit medium rare if we only have a 2-0 here, but hopefully for you, we finally get to see a third mapper. I feel like all the Thailand fans in the arena are going to be so sad if this ends up being a 2-0 for Boom. But I'm sure there's going to be a couple of Boom fans making some noise in the front line. And it's time for them to shine. Boom! Can they bounce back again? Or are the homegrown heroes going to lock in the arena?
We want to hear this electricity the entirety of the evening, ladies and gentlemen, because this series deserves nothing less. As we move into Lotus, will something beautiful bloom? Or will it just purely be the burn in front of us? As so many storylines can intertwine here, we look forth into Lotus.
Yes, indeed, we do. Time to settle it down as the leaves fall. Everybody settles in for what can be a very important pistol round for both sides here today. Bit of C aggression from Xerxia early on, and some orb control over to the middle of the map. But the man that we were waiting for, the silent soldier, Rolex, to start off on a Severine.
Disgusting opener here from Rolex to find it with the Sheriff as well. And an orthodox purchase on the Killjoy, but he makes it work.
Absolutely. That smoke's going to be down for Boom as well. So you have added pressure now for especially Famous over at this C side. As Guiding Light goes out, it will reveal that there are players to keep him interested, but player advantage for Xerxia into C.
I think they're happy with this. They're going to respect it, Komodo, allowing them some free entry into the site. The dark cover will keep them at bay.
Yeah, plant down, safe as well. We're going to see some aggression.
Hang on, yeah, they're going to go straight on in there, but it's going to be alert to deny. He picks up two, but he's blinded up for a second. Good thing he's got LBY to support him from that position. Now it's going to be on to Blaze King. I had my eye on him. He likes to pick up a few different agents, and he's on the Killjoy here. Does get the head spotted out, and I think he's just going to boogie straight out. There is no chance he gets back into this, and Xerxia have had an absolutely stellar opening here on Lotus.
Yeah. Able to get this pistol if they can hunt Blaze King as well. Get some extra credits on the back of that one, and they will do it. Alert for the 3K. A flawless round to come out from them, and they actually get their first pistol when it comes to Lotus at this tournament.
Just going to let you listen to that.
Hopefully people can hear the crowd, because it is going wild here for Xerxia.
We'll get the old Xerxia Susu. Xerxia fighting, and they are showing that as we get straight out of the gates here. Fans coming on through. It's not too late tonight. Not too bad of a...
it's not even 6 o'clock.
Of a run we've had, yeah. but I don't feel like the length of the day has solidified really anything about what we've got to experience across all 3 series so far.
Absolutely not, no. We'll see what these pistols are going to be able to do for Boom, however. Just Shiro on the Sheriff as the buyout from Xerxia permitted by the last round victory. We'll be here awaiting aggression from Boom. This is something that I like to see in the gun rounds when Boom are getting very aggressive. We know that is the tendency for this squad. If you can shut down aggression from them time and time again, make them respect you, that is definitely an avenue to get into a game. Back towards C though. Bit of deja vu for Severine. He's not going to lose his life straight away, but he might still be the first yet.
Dark cover will hold him off for a minute. And you mentioned about respect, right? Boom. Takes him a lot to do that.
Yep. Very slow, though, for Xerxia in this round. Did give enough time for Boom to start to rotate on over.
Yeah. Going to get a lot of information off that guiding line. Alert. Up nice and close, but famous. Okay, I'm a believer. Severine, another. Komodo. This one's tilting on its head, but LBY will respond. Okay. We can cool the Jets just a little bit here as the supporting utility from the captain does support. Spike planted, 1v3, and Blaze King. He was last alive previously. It might be a bit too tough.
If you can get 1 kill on the exit here, that would most likely be job done. A classic though, of course. Hold on to your utility. Alarm bot and a Nano Swarm. But spotted out. Not going to be able to get the job done at the end of it. 3 alive for Xerxia coming into the gun round of Boom. And what is the bonus actually going to look like for Xerxia here as well? A Guardian, a Bulldog carried over. The 2 stronger weapons, but Mitch here in this round, the Classics, certainly getting the job done on the back of the early information that Xerxia had, spotted out where their positions was, right? It gave enough to Boom to get those rotations over. So when we get into those gun rounds, they're going to have to be careful of situations like that.
Yeah. Not much to make anything work with, but if Xerxia do that, it'll certainly be a level of establishment here. Fault line out, and famous. He's up close and personal here. They're already having a look around, but that guiding light is going to be perfection. Great shot from famous. Responded, though, by LBY. Now they can settle around the rubble.
Yeah. Boom. They still want to go a little bit aggressive. It's only still that stalemate, 4 versus 4. Remember, Xerxia, lesser weaponry. Imagine if they could get their hands on some upgraded weaponry.
Already picked up that Vandal in the hands of Exy.
Yep.
One more would be an absolute ticket as they now creep through the gaps, looking to try and head towards B.
And if you do go in towards the B side as well, you are going to have to contend with the utility of Blaze King, but more importantly, Shiro playing at the heavens.
So split apart. Still keeping a firm eye towards this A side,
Ooh.
Shiro. Oh, okay. Couple of 1-taps, baby. LBY does get the response out again. He's been good for it, but Severine, he's sniffing out. Maybe a little bit too far. He's sniffing though, apparently, as Rolex. He's going to get the catch back, so it's into this 2-on-2 here, Komodo.
If LBY gets the kill, Mitch, he will have Rolling Thunder, but Berserk takes his head off, and now it's all on a Rolex.
Yeah, absolutely. He's got the Vandal, and he's got some time to work with as well, so he's just going to slow it down for a little bit. Knows that Blaze Kings is over this way, but it's not going to matter when Blaze Kings got his number. Crosshair placed accordingly, and that's a responding round for Boom.
Certainly damaging, though, in terms of what they've gone into it with. First gun round, you lose 3 players. You have to drop on down to some light shields in the next one, which, to be honest with you, we've seen teams go in with a phenomenal amount of light shielded rounds, so it shouldn't be too much of a difference. But the biggest thing is that Xerxia got close in that bonus round. They are looking just out the get-go, ready for this one. Some sharp shots for Shiro for sure.
Oh.
You come into this next round to use a Rolling Thunder. That is going to be an important piece that they can work with. But again, now what is Xerxia doing? Tendency over towards C to start off, not seeing any utility. Over towards A with that one way that you're dropping on down. But hello, Sunshine. It's quick in towards this C side.
Falling away immediately. Doesn't want to fight with it. Alert, happy to run through the Nano there. Should be spiked down in just a tick.
Yeah, definitely waiting to see what they can do with that one. LBY might have to use a Rolling Thunder early, and that he does.
He's happy with that.
It's pushing him back.
Exactly.
Through
all
waterfall.
Control taken now.
Plants down. Not going to be a deniable from Boom, but they are already on this advantage line at the holes.
That's it. There is another dark cover available in just a second for Exy, but for now, I'm going to keep going. Pushing through as best as they can. There's that dark cover I was talking about. Paranoia is still available. And now Alert on the line as well. Up close, great flash, but Shiro Awesome response there as well. So still it's going to be Boom holding the control of this round. Sirafop, though, lines up one, gets the... No. Blaze King finds it exactly right. Severin in position, and he does catch one. Now he has to use it, and he's straight on in, but LBY! How did he not see that? From the shadows, he comes with the Shrouded Step. No way Severin has just won that.
He's TP'd essentially next to him to give him a handshake in the map. My oh my, his HP is not there either. A breath of fresh air could have taken him down. Trades after trades from both sides at a round like this. But the gamble on the Shrouded Step, when he sees that he's looking to run into the site as well, the ponytail can't swing back.
That's it.
Breach taken down, tied up 2-on-2.
You mentioned it, that flank from Severin, great positioning, great timing.
Through the door as well.
Yeah.
A very audible, piece on Lotus.
Not ready for it.
No. It's quick though. Actually, over at C Mount from Severin. The Blades of Alert, 5 HP. Sky, Sirafop, get those heals out.
Yeah, really awkward. Has to pop the regrowth immediately there.
You mentioned from the shadows in the last round for Severin. Actually does have them available now as well. Can be used for information or to quickly get over towards A, specifically if Blaze King's alarm bot is popped at the front of the stairs. Doesn't have his Killjoy set up actually on the Alpha site. That's over at Bravo, which is getting cleared on out by a deeper guiding light. It's going to be dodged by the side of Zersha, but now they have been spotted over towards A. And here's that alarm bot, very close to Alert. No shields behind him, and that's been popped. Rotations to start to come. A potential flank from Famers later. He's nearing the spawn, but this is the time for Zersha to go in.
It's like a chokehold, Komodo. They're already here, ready for it. Berserk. Oh! What, even caught? Okay, Blaze King gets another Exi, only finds one, and Severin also picks up the plate. And they continue to throw him around. It's like a Greek party at this point in time. And now with the Trailblazer going in, Exi are feeling the pressure. Famous on the flank, pushing them in just slowly. It's like claustrophobia going on right now. How are they going to get anything happening? Rolex gets one. Maybe he's the one to try and do it here, Komodo.
Oh, they're still locked in though. That's the problem.
Still feeling it. Again, a stranglehold completely. 15 seconds as they try to get to it, but Rolex.
That's Ace. They've got in.
He's made it work. The dust settles as they try to find it. It is going to be the From the Shadows taken out from Severin.
Do they use the lockdown? They absolutely do. This can buy some crucial time for Zersha. But boom, are they going to look to disrespect it through the dark cover?
This would be a 2-on-5 Komodo. Now information gathered. Exi picks up another. Oh man, the Undertaker in Exi. Somehow they make it work, but Komodo, look at your wrist, baby, because there's a Rolex on it, and he's finally showed up.
It's bling. That's what it is. It's shiny. You look at it, and it captivates you. Rolex has done it. A 2 versus 5. We've seen so many ridiculous disadvantaged number plays to come out today so far, Mitch, but this one here in front of your home crowd as well, that is something out of legend. You're going to be forcing Boom into a bit of an eco in this one. Famous to pop Blade Storm to try and lead the way for Boom on this defensive side. He's actually the furthest away from any of the action in the spawn still. But for Zersha, a way to take the lead in this map. No timeout used on the back of a chaotic round like that as well. So not really feeling too razzled on both of the sides. Of course, for Boom, one could argue they have an eco round like this to have a discussion.
Desperately wanted this map to be good.
Yes.
Desperately wanted this series to be good. It needs to be. And these first 5 rounds have already encapsulated that.
Yeah, for sure.
Look how much respect being shown by Boom at the moment.
Yep. Zersha as well, taking it one step at a time over towards Rubble. It's going to draw rotations over a deeper dark cover. We'll buy a little bit of time for Boom. Remember, Famous's location isn't actually discovered at the moment, and he does have these blades.
I got my eyes on him. I'm sure he's got his eyes on the prize as well, because look at Alert getting in, and he's going to be taken. We've seen Famous do big things with these blades in hand, and there's the second Komodo. He's looking for more. He's got it. Look at this man go. He can dance. He can dance all bloody day. Famous. Everyone's looking at him like he's a movie star because he is living up to his namesake. Rolex 1v5. I talked about respect, but Famous has none of it.
20 seconds.
We try to calm it down for just 1 second. Looks like Rolex now spotted. And Blaze King to close.
That's an eco.
Famous, you are a beast!
And this is why you cannot take him away. This is why I mentioned him in the pre-phase of this game. If he is the one to get activated, yes, the other day, the team still lost at the end of it with Famous having that performance. But now, if he can bring the team with him, that can be the difference maker.
Call me the paparazzi because I've got my camera out on this man at this point in time. Scoreline tied 3-3, and action is indeed coming.
And that switch up as well of around Xerxia down to an eco with no blades either for Alert. Makes them look a little bit weaker, and around such as this, not testing over towards C or A, actually something different, something new. Straight down the guts of the map, through the ruins, into B. And remember, that's where Blaze King's territory is. An orb gathered, a fallback, but a push up rather
look
for
at him.
Famous too. Zerafop, a guiding light at a good time. Could actually net them the opener.
No one to get him out. It's going to be all point on Famous. Can he do it again?
There's the tailwind.
Yeah, okay. All right. Maybe he will be fine. Going to fall away for now as they take control of Mound.
And you can see that Shiro's repositioning
Never mind, he's
as
going
well.
in!
What is that? He's so ambitious.
Who does this? Why do you do this? How do you do this, Famous?
He wants more.
He's got it! Continuing the treat that is on our screens right now. I can even hear everything in the crowd. Slowing it.
He's going again.
But still continuing.
Can he get another big round, another 4K?
This self-awareness from Famous. He knows how good he is in this position. He is primed and ready. Has he heard the shrouded step? I think he's looking. Okay. Punish taken, but Shiro will trade.
Any extra damage that Shiro can get here would have been good. And he will get that one as well to get closer to his own Rolling Thunder. But a round for Boom, 4K. Remember, a eco for Xerxia, right? So at the end of the day, they do go into a proper purchase round with a lot of ultimates to back them up to assist them.
That's just surreal.
That's ridiculous.
Who does that? Why? How? What? Where?
Such a risk.
But a reward.
Absolutely.
Give
and
him.
A big one as
They
well.
pay the celebrities the big bucks.
Well, he paid a tax in that one.
Yeah, Jesus.
Does get taken down at the end, but he already got the 3K. Alrighty, into the fresh round and operator this time for Famous. A bit of a different look at dodging of the fault line.
Wants it again.
And he gets it.
Oh, he can't keep getting away with this, Famous.
Zerafop down, no heals, no flashes, no seekers either. A pathway could be opened from Xerxia. Shut down, silence.
They have to respect this more, Xerxia. Not just continuing to walk into the firing line.
Got to await the dark cover, but before the storm, the Rolling Thunder in. Doesn't actually net too much damage onto Boom, does it?
Continuing forward.
Oh, and he misses.
That's one taken down. Blaze King has a response here. Trying to hold for as long as he can, but LBY will at least make it doable, but it's not going to matter, Komodo, when you mention Berserks, right? He's been quiet, but he shows up now.
That's the one that Mac was mentioning. He was the missing piece for Boom, but he's starting to get here, right? Yeah, 4 kills, 2 in there, in that one. Get him involved, get him with the team, because that is going to be a recipe for a successful map for the side of Boom. But it is still too early to decide anything, and even just this half at the moment, 5-3, there's an inch for Boom. Another eco round for Xerxia to be played, but a paused timer. A chat to be had. Xerxia call for it. And at a time like this as well, you have Berserks now starting to get some kills in the mix. You have Famous feeling like he's on top of Lotus, feeling like he is reading Xerxia like a book.
And he absolutely has. I think he's, taken that title for now of flashiest moving star at this point in time, but it's, again, not going to only be Famous, and that's been proven in these last couple of rounds, is that, we have seen things step up from Blaze King. Berserks has been there as well, so it's all going right for Boom these last few rounds, but of course, Xerxia, they've taken out their time, they've taken their pause, they've had a chat with the coach, and he's looking dapper, so hopefully it's going to work out for them.
I always love when coaches wear suits.
Oh, it's the traditional way to go. It's beautiful. I do respect the hell of it. We got our suits.
Yeah, we did.
Can't wait for them.
Alrighty. Xerxia on the back of a timeout. Again, no Blade Storms available for Alert. to do something flashy, do something what Famous just did, right? Because these thrifty rounds can be so pivotal to push you into a better stage in the map. The operator out for Famous once again, see if that's going to net an opener for Boom. But for Xerxia, I mean, we've seen a lot of slower paced rounds for them in the past couple, so changing it up, not bad.
Yeah.
They're into B already.
Lesser weaponry, happy to work with it. Blaze King, you talk about it being his home, right? This B site, Komodo, he denies alert.
Yep, and that door, Severine spots nothing, so Seraphop, an element of surprise, but he's isolated. The lone soldier without a team. They're on the other side of the map, but he snuck in.
Yeah, he's managed to split the wickets here, Komodo, but Famous. Okay. He is more than aware. Jesus.
Yeah, that's the Classico 145
in one.
So Blaze King, luckily enough, doesn't drop down to the lighter shields like we've been seeing from a lot of players in this tournament so far. 6-3. The half-time lead, or at least equalization, gathered for Boom. More rounds to play. Finally, though, a bye for Xerxia. They have gone from bye to eco in these past couple of rounds, which, you know, would suggest that Boom have done what they needed to do on the defensive side. But you have to see within these 4 rounds in a row, the individuality for Boom. A lot of these members getting these multi-frags. It's time to come together as a team, to band together as a unit, to try and close out this half, make it something spectacular.
Yeah.
And Xerxia, again, just from this early set of utility, a deep, dark cover outside the A does mean that you'll keep Xerxia there for time, allows Famous to get on a line at C with that operator.
He's been able to do it every round now, right? Yeah. They're so terrified of it.
And the Trailblazer in. Will it spot out a deeper Berserks? He'll look to buy a little bit of time for himself, but this is the time that Xerxia needs to start to get a little bit faster, dropping in these utilities.
Speaking of cabbages, they're out. Looking for some info off the back of it. Berserks, he's going to fall away for now, but at least they've sent in that lockdown.
Yeah, but look who's going charging for it. Alert wants to get ahead of them, but he gets taken down straight away. The lockdown is going to be effective if the plant goes up.
That's bold. Now they're going to have to try and clear out tree here. Famous gets another. That's Rolex going down, so they are still in control here. Boom. Onto this defuse. Blaze King already making it even easier. There's just literally nothing they can do. Sure, Seraphop can get a frag, but then straight into the crosshairs of Famous. How many multi-frags are they going to give this guy? It's round number 10, Komodo.
They're completely locked out of the side as well. The lockdown forcing him into tree, but then bullied by utility. Heck, the 2 players that are the last surviving ones are out at the rubble. No utility to deny a defuse.
He's pushed through C as well to get there with the operator to face it in and just continuing to do it.
As soon as you take down a Killjoy as well, any flank watching that you do have to look for, Famous can just waltz his way in towards your territory when you think you're comfortable, when you think, hey, we've got into the site, we're getting a plant. There's a lockdown there from Boom. There's Famous coming from behind. The Blades and the Operator singing a great tune at the moment. And we're going back Groundhog Day in towards B, straight up, but this time for Xerxia. They don't lose a player straight away.
I like it a little more this time. LBY does have to cop the dog to the face, which is a little bit of a rough thing. So now with that spike getting planted, they do poise themselves for a quick retake, but look at the flank.
No lockdown this time.
Up close and personal. Alert. Not going to take it. Blaze King, the sidestep, will be able to do it. Seraphop, no, another. Very well done. They can push into upper from this here, but Famous, he is creeping on in and he spots out Seraphop, but he can only find one as that trade does come through. Shiro, what are you made of in this 1v3? Cruising up, does make it work for now, but he's got too many angles to clear here as well. Flashpoint out, and now as they pop that Nana, he has to creep forward, try to find this jewel and try to bait it out. There it is. They set themselves up for success in the trade, and Eggsy makes it work.
Good trade at the end, isn't it? Quick in towards B. No lockdown this time for Boom, to force Xerxia out of the site. It doesn't matter that they've got lesser weaponry. It doesn't matter that they've got hardly anything, because when Seraphop gets those kills, there's time for them to upgrade the weaponry. The flank even looked after as well. Good pushes from Xerxia. Changing of the pace. This is what I was wanting for them. I asked, are we going to get, aggression out of Boom? Of course we are. We know how they play. Are we going to get that from Xerxia, though? Are they going to change up their play time and time again? They're pushing to their non-pushing. They are showing us that. And again, though, another round where utility will set them slowly out through a lobby. They should know that Famous is on the line at C with that operator.
And if they don't, They need to do something quickly to change it.
If they don't know that he's there with that operator, there's a problem. He's flanked too many times to not be worried about it.
Berserks, though, onto this line too. Double operator.
Exactly right. You're not going to be expecting 2. Or if you are, well,
you
got
got
a good read on the game.
Yeah.
And they line up for him. Oh,
almost a collateral. Perfection from Berserks, because they have to get moving off the back of this Komodo, right? They can't be complacent. They can't just allow them to be, you know, taken apart limb by limb as the Rolling Thunder comes out.
It's the last round and a half. Remember, you cannot be stagnant. You entry that one in towards A, but you're met with another in return at B.
Another return. Severine straight on in with Shiro, who picks up 2. Denial of service as LBY tries his best to trade, but unfortunately the market is closed as XZ. He is left alone inside this 1v4. No spike available to him. They're all lined up. They're all having a cuddle. And I don't blame them, because that is beautiful from Boom. Again, Xerxia showed that they had something cooking early. But Boom, they continue strong. 8 in this opening half.
Yeah, and an 8-4 half on the defensive side as well means that switching it up, if their aggressive playstyle is anything to remember, they're going into a side which you would expect them to be a little bit more comfortable on. One thing we could say that for Xerxia they might be able to rely upon, and I hope that they're not going to need to in this situation, is that they were able to stave off a round number 12 against Naos in their series on this map here. 6 in a row to find 13-11. So they had a bit of a, you know, destructive defensive start, right? It was not there. It was absent. It was just getting rolled over.
There's a back stat.
If they could change that up, that's definitely a way to start off the defenses.
XZ and Sirafop, highest headshot percentage. HSP, what are you thinking? God, I miss you.
A delicacy.
Komodo. This game, I remind everyone watching along, do or die, win or lose. And I tell you, you can send Boom home because they're from Indonesia, but you can't quite send Xerxia home. They just got to go back to their locale, right? So this means everything to a team like Xerxia, but as we can see already here, Boom, they are indeed fighting hard.
Even more so to Xerxia, because they are a team that had 2 others put before them in every discussion you would have about who would represent Thailand at this event.
Just want John Olsen back.
A pistol round now. Very absent of shields, actually. Everybody wanting upgrades, everybody wanting utility. And here's that aggression from Boom that we were expecting. Very rapid into getting an orb for Shiro. Just spotting out at the moment, actually, for XE over at C as well. You'll start to see a little bit of differences with how these agent lineups of a mirror sort do play. Pushing alert up towards Rubble. As the rest of your team leans towards the other side of the map. Killjoy to play with an Omen.
They're just leaving him.
Yeah,
Happy with that.
This is a problem for Alert. He is literally by himself. He can ask for a flash from LBY, but it won't help too much, you would expect.
Yeah, absolutely. Straight onto this line, and he even froze for a second. It was like a brain delay, but it's not going to matter when the Alert is red, making it happen again for a little bit of support from LBY as well. Alert does get taken. He does get punished by Berserks as a response, but look at this control. Right now, it's just damage prevention, but Famous. Oh, you dirty man. There we go. An animal. He pushes forward. He's got the regrowth, and that's not what he's going to need. He's also going to need a couple more frags and a spike planted because Rolex is here.
2v2, remember. Guiding light available for Berserks.
Oh, he's peaked it. He's
Rolex
given up his hand. He's absolutely done it. It was all a gamble, but when you show it, you lose that poker face. The pressure comes in. Now onto it. Famous. Seeing if he can hit these shots. Exy's starting to come around here now to support, but there's Berserks dropping Exy. And this could be a massive 2v4 turnaround. Not like this, Xerxia. You guys heard it. Thanks, Gary.
And there
we
it is. A pistol round for Boom. Another disadvantage scenario, and who other than Famous?
If the crowd mics didn't pick that up, I'm going to be depressed. So someone clip that for me and send it back, please, afterwards, because that was beautiful. when you have the passion and the support in the crowd, you know what it means to these players, the owners, the families, the friends, everything. And that is what encapsulates this competition. 10 of the best from around Asia. They didn't get into that spot for franchising. They worked hard. They pushed through split 1 and 2. They pushed to throw that they are the best in the region for one chance, one opportunity, Komodo. And this is the crux of that now.
Right now, the focus, though, is going to be double digits for Boom. A pistol in the hands of Seraphop for Xerxia, the strongest weapon that they have to offer. He's actually at the right location as well, the A site where Boom are looking to tangle with, but now spotted and stuck.
Oh,
and stunned up as well.
Very awkward now. Severine, great catch onto Seraphop. It's just a flood, isn't it, of Boom?
Massive cleanup.
Literally nothing Xerxia can do here.
Nah, and with a plan at the end as well, some extra credits. Get another tick on towards an ultimate because I'm looking at this one going into a bonus round. Berserks is one away from the Seekers on the attacker's side. That can show you the way to round number 11 now.
I'm going to love this if Blaze King doesn't upgrade and then continues forward. It's just the classic. I've seen it work, but I've also seen it fail. But look, I just don't see this Boom train stopping at all right now. The Wolfpack are here. They are fired up. There's the big man on your camera right now. But overall, it has been a treat to see Boom fire up the way that they have.
Guiding light early as well. You know, somebody is at least looking at you over at C. Oh, and that's a risky jump spot from Seraphop. Tagged down. Can't heal himself. This bonus round for Boom, if they're able to find it, that would be an upset for Xerxia. And the opener for Famous. Subjective
man!
With a bulldog. He's bit him.
He's not even on your screen. What do? That's like an Alt F4 moment right there.
Well, it's a rage moment for sure, but for Alert, you have to be silent for your teammates because the round isn't done just yet.
It's more than Alert. It's a bloody siren, an alarm bell. He's just freaking everyone out in the side of Xerxia right now.
But Boom are ringing it over at A, aren't they? 3 players here for Xerxia have to respect the spike to go down. Famous to turn to the Lurk Looker as well at the lobby, and there are those Seekers all towards the defense spawn. You know where the retake is coming from.
Exy was still clearing out C. You know, now he has to wrap all the way around. Blaze King trying to take that control, and he'll punish Seraphop. This is the thing. Boom, they keep pushing. They keep pressuring. They're not allowing Xerxia into this at all. This is just the eco, the bonus, as I mentioned, right? Exy does get one back, but Berserks gets 2. Blaze King to close. He came into this round without a weapon, mate.
Get the guns. Get the upgrades. They're free.
Oh my God.
And in this economy for Boom.
Exactly.
That's round number 11.
Rent's expensive.
Secured.
Jesus.
Looking for 12. Looking for a scoreline to close a series that we thought coming into this conky was going to be one of the closest because of who are on the stage, because of what the stakes are right now. The winner makes it to playoffs and the loser are sent packing.
The end of Alpha. Omega still continuing tomorrow. Arguably more insane games, right? This one's at least a bit more straightforward. You win, you win, you lose, you lose.
Yep.
That's it. Tomorrow, God knows.
Yeah.
You can just tell Opal's brain is exploding right now, trying to work out all these scenarios, and everyone watching along at home as we know it.
Yeah.
But as Xerxia take the timeout, this is their last chance to bring themselves back.
And Xerxia have used both timeouts now as well. They haven't forced Boom to be able to use one. They haven't felt the pressure enough to be able to justify using it. And why would you? 11-4 is the score at the moment. Xerxia have not really found any damage against Boom where they feel too hot under the collar. Things are flowing for them. Berserks is doing what he needed to do when we were asking where was he. Famous is leading the charge. These flanks are being found. They're in on a bonus round, and they're making it look like Xerxia haven't even shown up yet.
Definitely. A little bit absent, which just can't be the case.
And Severine hasn't even needed to do anything here.
He had a big round at the start, didn't he?
He had a 2K.
That's pretty good.
Not bad.
Golf clap.
Golf clap. You have to go for this half buy if you're Xerxia at the moment. You've got to give yourselves enough gun rounds to try and close things closer at least. Don't let Boom get to 12, though, in a round like this. Alert on the Guardian.
Must be so demoralizing for Alert to try go for this as well, given how many times Famous has punished him, but they're going to work for it.
Stun.
Blaze King just sitting. I'm not sure if it's pretty though. Alert, pushing up, he's low.
Oh,
he's
hang
very
on, wait.
low. But it's not going to matter when Exy and Rolex are stepping up to the fray. Oh my Jesus, Rolex! Okay. But Famous is still alive, so don't count him out of this. Spike down, but they've got their eyes on it.
Yeah, 1v4, and they know where he is from the audio cue.
Oh, Rolex has got to be so careful to not overstep here. I don't actually know if he saw him. He's in the corner now. They've all got to swing for him. Okay, perfect. Beautiful stuff. I got a little concerned there the way that Exy peaked, but he made sure he got it done.
And remember,
they were all joining him after.
On the back of a timeout as well, mate. You go aggressive. It seems to work wonders.
Please give me 3 maps. Come on.
There's a round, though, for Xerxia to keep that lifeline afloat. Exy from the shadows, but Shiro with a Rolling Thunder. We could be seeing a proper execute in towards one of these sites for the Boom side. They were feeling the flow earlier, just measuring out what aggression they were seeing from Xerxia, and now we can see a little bit more of what you would call a normal Valorant round, which is still going to be chaotic, I expect.
Nothing about this series is normal, bro. And I don't like it. Normal is boring. I like excitement. It's Famous. He's straight on in. And look at that, Exy. Sorry, mate. Can't escape when the man is just running at you.
And he's pushing as well. Very, very deep. You've still got that Rolling Thunder for
That's
Shiro.
what I mean. Look how close up he is here. They're going to get that spike planted. Is he going to be ready for more? I think they are, but he's not going to swing at the right time. Seraphop, help out your boy. No way. Okay. At least there is a consolation prize, but is it enough?
Well, you're going to have to rely on something from Rolex here.
Pushing in close. Severine inside the dark cover. That Nano may reveal his position.
You still got a Rolling Thunder.
When do they use it? When do they pop it? How do they get it out? Rolex with the response. That's something, but Shiro's got that ready. It's going to obviously take them off, so they've had to bait that one out, and it's caught everyone. So they are going to be held. I don't even know if they can win this round anymore. Komodo, it's done. They've absolutely called it.
The Rolling Thunder. The fact that Shiro held on to that for so long, it pings all 3 players there. It forces them back. The space brought by Boom on the back of the Rolling Thunder as well meant that Xerxia were forced into a save situation. Yes, they will get a consolation frag onto Shiro in the end, but with 3 players surviving into now 7 rounds that you have to get back into this game to get us into overtime, that's more than you already have.
Yeah. And the fact is, that was the full buy, right? Before that, it was a Guardian and a couple of Sheriffs.
Yep.
And unfortunately, you can't say yeehaw anymore after this moment. But that was just brilliant from Famous. Like, his impact has been surreal this map.
Yep, absolutely. Without a doubt, one of the MVPs, if not the MVP of this map, and a couple of other ones as well previously. But up close and personal with the rubble, you're dancing with the rocks, and they are pointy. And Boom have got him.
If you want to dance with the devil, you better be bloody ready as Shiro and Berserks open up again. The underworld is theirs, and they are making Xerxia, the heroes of this story, look weak and terrified. The nightmare that has been instilled in the form of Boom. Can they close here? Can Xerxia bring this back, make it look doable, make something occur?
Time is ticking way too far at the moment. They're just locked out by Util.
Again, it's that fear. They're shaken. And there's not much they can do as Shiro will strike. And now as he tries to hold the line, Exy walks straight into the claws of Famous. It's beautiful. Something that is terrifying to bear witness. A hungry wolf in Boom as they make their mark here on Lotus. I remind you all, that was the map pick of Xerxia. And they certainly didn't make it look that way in any way, shape, or form. You can see how frustrated they are by this Komodo.
Exy is not happy with that one. Has to be brought on down in front of a home crowd as well. He is feeling all of the pressure. A tsunami overtaking him. He's staring at it and just looking. He can't do a thing.
And it's understandable why. Again, we mention it. We've harped on this so many times. You take down Myth. You take down Full Sense. You've got pressure on your shoulders, a weight, a burden that you have to carry.
And it is so heavy at the moment as well. But for the side of Boom, Mitch, they were looking so bloody good, weren't they? 13-5. Famous popping off. 2 versus 4s, 2 versus 5. Give them whatever. This is Boom delivering one of their best performances yet.
The main thing about Famous as well is just how well he was able to control the early round. But my, oh my, we have been given a treat. And you know I love a good snack. So for now, we're going to take a break. And you guys get bloody ready for that next map.
Looking at the world from the eye of the Horus. If you Alexander the Great, then I am the Porus. Coming straight from the mud like I am a lotus. So हाथियों का बल कैसे सकेगा तू मुझे रोका? देख तू कैसे मैं लड़ूं, तुम लोगों से ऐसे मैं डरूं. करूं मैं जिससे मैं तरुण, पानी पे चलूं मैं जिससे मैं वरुण. चाहे मैं जीऊं या मरूं, जो करना चाहूं मैं वही तो करूं. आता है तू ना करीब, तू बेटी चीप, जब तक कटे ना तेरी ये जीप. Better believe you're gonna bleed. Pick up a seat, get in your team. I'm the king of kings. Brother in arms in a battle. You all gonna die if you act like a vandal. Bring the realms to reality from every angle. This is the public service announcement from Mumbai to the rest of the world. I am a Raja. I am the Raja. भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना. तू मेरी तरफ आना. आ गया तो होगा फिर तनाजा ना. ये भारतीय भाषा फिर दुनिया सुनेगी ये तराना ना. 'Cause I am the Raja. 'Cause I am the Raja. I am the. 'Cause I am the Raja. Look in my eyes, what do you see? I'm more than average, man. I'm a maverick, I can grow flowers on a barren land. Break a mountain with my bare hands and step back and cause a literal avalanche. Should've been about us traveling. अष्टभुजाएं मेरी जैसे मैं टरेंचुला. ना है कोई तोड़ मेरा जब से पूर्वजों का ज्ञान मिला. मेरे जैसा मिलेगा कोई ना. तू और चाहे जो भी था सबकी कबर मैंने खो दिया. तुम लगाओ के बोलिया कम पड़े गोलियां. चंद्रगुप्त ने मौर्य या किला तू लोरिया. Come to me and you just gonna die. That's really a given. I am invincible and you are invisible. See, that's really a difference. Get out of my way, I'll leave the world. The choice is yours. I don't kill my enemies, I play with them. That's what the toys are for. From Mumbai to the rest of the world, I am the Raja. भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना. तू मेरी तरफ आना. आ गया तो होगा फिर तनाजा ना. ये भारतीय भाषा फिर दुनिया सुनेगी ये तराना ना. 'Cause I am the Raja. 'Cause I am the Raja. I am the. 'Cause I am the Raja. Put your back down on your knees. Would you kiss the ring? Put your back down on your knees. I am the. Put your back down on your knees.
what a coinky dink Zerja find themselves in, but I think there's a bit of relief from some individuals in the arena. Now, Boom finally came to play. We had Famous turning up, we had Berserks turning up, we had Shiro turning up, we had Blaze King turning up, and we didn't even need Severine to turn up, but even on the 5 kills that he did bring, he was finding rounds, he was finding clutches.
He was still good, but now I want to touch on one thing briefly before we get into this next map, right? We've been here 6 series, and it may very well be 6 2-0s, right? Which is terrifying me at this point in time. But quickly, they've been good. That's the thing. The maps have not been crap.
Yeah, that was insane. Look, Famous, his performance, he's here today, but so is everyone else. That's what I was trying to get at. And that looks really good. But everyone came in that first series that they played, and then they got reverse swept. So what I want you to think about is that is still a possibility, and you saw the raw emotion coming out of Exi, coming out of Zerja, that test slam in the player cams right at the end, man. That is anger, but that can be harnessed. That can be brought into the second series. They realize their position right now. There is one map between Zerja's hope of going out on the top spot of the group or going home.
Yeah, and you just look towards the performance that we actually get from majority of the members over on Boom as well. It was such a great recipe for them to succeed in that map. Just time after time, everybody getting into the action, good layering of utility, good fundamentals of rotations as well. The amount of times that we see Zerja just get locked out at the beginning of their attackers' rounds, and then when you flipped it over as well, Boom were just being ever so explosive, unpredictable, and I don't see why that's going to change going into Split.
Not at all.
Rolex turned up. You mentioned that as well for a couple of those rounds, but Alert was a little bit sleepy. Alert was a little bit slow, and you're looking at the stats. What's making you giggle here, Mitch?
How 14 first kills, man. It was murder on the dance floor, but the dance floor being C-site here, right? Famous was just absolutely juking them around, and the fact that Zerja, they just kept pushing back.
Yeah, and it just felt like Boom, they were more ready. This is the Boom I expected to come out. This is what I was saying in the pre-match, right? They came in, they're coming in off a loss yesterday, and they are not happy about it, and they are punishing Zerja for something they didn't even do.
Yeah, and I mean, a way to answer back, right?
Yeah.
When you do come back with a loss, you want to make a statement, and they do it with a little bit of pizzazz. When you've got Famous just getting kill after kill in the sky with those blades, making our draw drops, making even the Zerja fans draw drops, that's something.
Yeah, everyone was silenced on that side of the arena, I'll tell you.
Yeah,
Walking in here, there was a lot of sighs, a lot of awes, and not a lot of niceness. But look, Split is going to be that second map of the series, and we've seen Boom have pretty good results on this before, but we haven't seen too much of it from Zerja so far. So what do you think they've been saving up their sleeves for us here?
I don't really know if we've got anything from Zerja that we didn't see against the game in Fancy United, because that was the one where Fancy kind of was slapping them around time and time again. Locking out LBY was such a problem for Zerja to try and get some success into that game, and that was actually the one that we did see Exi get some good performance actually happening on what he was trying to get into the action. Remember, he was the one that just slammed his desk. So I want to see him get reset in towards a map that he seemingly feels comfortable in.
Yeah, and I'm looking at these as well. Boom have so many reps. Yes. So many reps on this map, man. It's going to be extremely hard for Zerja to have counter-stratted this one. And as you mentioned, that desk slam, maybe Zerja were thinking, all right, we got the veto that we wanted. We'll take that first map easily.
Yeah.
We'll take that third map easily. I don't know if they're going to make it to the third map. You got these two on the desk. There's no hope of a third map. That's all I'm saying.
Did they read the script that was given out beforehand? Clearly not. Apparently they just want to go against the grain or something like that. But overall, look, if it's now the time, like I feel like if Zerja pull it through, then at least they'll be like, okay, all right, they do deserve this playoff spot now because they were able to go down in a moment of adversity and really, really fight back. Because all I'm hearing is Zerja Susu. I need to hear it again and more. And look, I am a little bit fearful in that sort of veto, as you mentioned, right? You know, not taking away Lotus is pretty dicey.
That's ballsy.
Yeah, look, Split, it's going to be doable, maybe.
I'm looking at the stats, and I'm really not liking what I'm seeing from Zerja. They played it a few times, and the last time they won it handsomely was 3 and a little bit months ago. So every other series that they have won, it's either been in OT or close to OT, and it's not looking nice. The statistics are putting them up against the ropes, and I hope that they can prove the stats wrong, can prove everyone wrong, and make us take it all the way to the third map. but I don't know, man. I'm running out of hope.
Well, now is definitely the time to show us something new for them, right? If you have an agent lineup that you've been prepping and preparing and you haven't displayed that just yet, you're on the face of an elimination where you won't even get a chance to try and now make it into the international stage because it's do or die in this series. If you are feeling comfortable enough to try something new when you are a map down to catch your opponents off guard, now probably is the best time for that.
And the scariest thing is as well is the fact that I know we see Boom a little bit more comfortable going into Ascent as the final map of the series too, right? So even if we get there, even if they make it through Split, it's like, oh geez, there's another spicy boy around the corner.
Yeah, I'm hoping we really get all the way to 3 and get to see that Ascent. But as you mentioned, Boom, maybe there's a world. This is the only thing. I'm grabbing at straws here.
Give it to me.
The only world I'm seeing Zerja win this one is if Boom just get overconfident about what just happened on Lotus. They don't calm themselves down, things start to go wrong and they just don't know how to pull it back. Whereas Zerja, we've seen them pull multiple comebacks here in Ascension Pacific. They've done it before, they can do it again. It's just the stats aren't on their side right now.
Exactly, they just need to have that composure because it is so hard to do it, especially like going away, making sure you reset effectively. Because what do you even do? What do you even talk about in those times, right? You've just got to basically scrap the previous map. That's where the coach is the most important person, the leader as well, to try and just make sure that everyone's on the same page and they can just take this one like it's a fresh series.
Now talk to me about how, when you guys get really, really angry, how do you get it out? Because I know every time I've, stubbed my toe, whacked my elbow, got my finger caught in a drawer or something like that, I scream super loud, and everything's fine after I scream, right? So is that what we were seeing from Exy? He got that desk slam out. That's all the frustration, and then it's back to business.
I'm the exact same. It's usually just an immediate shriek at whatever's happened at you. Call it something stupid, call it a deck of cards or a bottle of water or whatever and be done with it. But you have to just let it out and let it go and cool off immediately.
Yeah, whatever it works for him, right? Whatever he needs to do to reset his mentality to get back into this game needs to be done in the short time they've got between these two maps. I'm looking towards Rolex as well to just help him out potentially coming into this next map because Rolex was, previously yesterday having a bit of a rough performance. He's turned that around and did, some pretty good things in that series. So he's figured out what he needed to do to at least get in the right mindset to get back into this series. And now you're together as a team. You're together at the moment as a family. And you really need to band together to try and get over the line here. Because remember, this is one of the most pressure-felt situations for Zerja that they will feel for quite a while.
Oh, yeah. Now let's start talking about agents, of course. I'm looking at Boom. They're going with that double duelist. They're going with that double controller. And then the flashes with the Sky. But over on the other side of things, we got Zerja. They're still running Sage comps here on Split, which can be powerful, but it just feels like it's not the go-to worldwide at the moment.
It definitely feels like when we've seen a Sage in this tournament as well, it's kind of been a little bit underwhelming.
Unless you wit.
Unless you wit.
We'll give him that. Yeah, we'll give him that.
Yeah, I was more looking to let you crazy guys and stuff. We're kind of questioning a little bit on, Sage isn't generally the meta at the moment. So when you steer away from the meta, you have to do things a little bit differently, right? You need new strategies. You need counter strategies. You need full theories to go in on how to better your opponents, but also play into your strengths when you're going in for an agent like Sage. Because you have to remember at the end of the day, meta agent comps are meta for a reason. When you go outside of them, you're taking away a potential player on a strong agent to put him on Sage.
Yeah, and generally overall for me, for Zerja, from everything we've seen, I swear we've seen the better performances out of Alert when he's managed to pick up the Jet. But last time they went up against Fancy, they went with a different approach. They pulled a different composition out from the time that they managed to take it off of Full Sense, managed to beat Crit Esports all throughout the Challengers stage, which got them to this position. And look, there's a few smiles coming. It looks like all that frustration's gone. And Zerja, they are going to go back to what worked in their grand final against Full Sense. They're pulling out the double duelist as well, double walls. And yeah, overall, Boom, we're going to be seeing a mirror match yet again. Does it favor Zerja though? I don't know.
And this is one of the things that I was just talking about, right? If you go into this and you've got something old that you want to bring on back or something new you were trying, you're allowed to do that. No one's telling you you can't.
And Siripop had a pretty decent series, you know, over the last couple of days. So I'm looking at him to start to rise. Maybe that first map didn't go his way as much as we needed, but now he's on that race. Now he's on that secondary duelist. This is when impact can happen.
Absolutely, and it is that double duelist that hopefully maybe will be the thing that kind of drives Xerxia forward a little bit more, right? You know, going to be able to get up into the face of Boom, because Boom do crack, right?
Yeah.
They're definitely not a team that is constantly mentally, you know, strong the whole way through. If they start to break, maybe they just might fall off the pedestal.
I'm going to take you back to when Boom absolutely blasted.
Tell me a story, Matt.
Every bloody team out of Split here. That was on the defense. It was in that first half, and it was Famous and Berserk just running it down with Severine flashing forward over towards A main, and there was absolutely nothing their opponents could do. But Xerxia, they're standing strong. They're standing tall. They've got the power of the crowd, the power of Thailand in the air. There's a high pressure at the moment, and they need to thrive in it. They need to harness it. And if they don't, well, it's all coming to an end here and now.
And one of the changes in a map like Split that Boom do focus on as well is the fact that they swap roles as well, right? We saw last map Severine playing on the controller, but here, changing on towards an initiator. The same can also be said for Shiro in the vice versa. So whether or not it goes a little bit more comfortable for them on this map, it opens an opportunity for Blaze King to be able to play with the Viper as well.
Yeah.
Remember, against one team, it was Famous who was shocking, right? He was very, very absent. The only saving grace for him was the fact that it was Berserks popping off on Jet.
Well, it seems like it might be the beginning of the end. What are Xerxia going to be able to do between last map and now? Oh, I just hope that they can embrace the power of Susu. Oh, they're going home soon. Let's see what happens here on Split.
Well, Komodo, I've got one thing to say, mate. It's been a treat casting with you. This very well could be the last map of our journey to Bangkok, Thailand. We've only had the runs, we've only had the back and forth, but it has been electrifying and an absolute treat. I hope everyone watching along from around the world has been enjoying it as well, because this is what it looks like when you get 10 of the best in Asia who have been fighting for 6 months through their splits, watching along at what it means to get a franchising slot. This is the time to do it now, and we're all here for it.
And starting on the attack for Xerxia as well, a pistol round secured is a first step in the right direction, and they have to get this one here, don't they?
Absolutely.
Blaze King on the Viper. This is a change that I was talking about with Famous onto the Raze too. Very focused in towards mid, but an exploration actually happening over at A. A Trailblazer in with Berserks leading the way.
Yeah, straight in towards these vents here, and Blaze King actually tagged up. So he'll hold off.
Done.
Great opening from Exy.
That's that push that I was just mentioning as well. And for a reason, that was a big success for Xerxia to get this started here. Blaze King and Severine now over at A, but a little bit of a lurk. I wonder if Blaze King is going to be expecting this from Alert.
Yeah, already. But just unmoving. Moisturized, flourishing, staying in their lane. But Alert, there it is. That's the timing, but Komodo, will they overlook Blaze King? He's found one in LBY, and Famous has picked up another, so this positional advantage from Xerxia might not work out, but Sirafop gets one back.
Famous has to disconnect from that battle as well. For Shiro, though, he's flanking so hard through their spawn. In fact, a little bit disconnected from the action. You do have a player advantage as Xerxia here too, remember?
He's the only healthy member, though, in this round, Shiro, as he does come along, so there's a lot of pressure onto him.
Line held from Sirafop. It's the right one to find Shiro here, the higher HP person.
Nebula down.
Smokes him off.
Certainly splits the wickets. Shiro has a start in hand, able to do it. Info gathered. He will be able to fell it quickly, but Komodo, they've got to get a bit of a wriggle on now. Burning lots and lots of time here. Rolex XC very low, but it's not going to matter. Oh!
Nearly.
Okay.
Another second? Maybe.
Potentially.
But more importantly, a pistol round for Xerxia here. It doesn't matter that it's only Sirafop surviving. It's a pistol round at the start. The absence that we've seen time and time again for Xerxia. Starting map struggles. Will it turn into a change up here at the nth hour? Start with a pistol, start with a second one. You win a bonus on the attacker side of Split. Still, you know, defensively strength. Could be good.
They won the pistol on Lotus.
Yep.
They started opening. We heard the crowd shriek. But then they were relatively quiet for the rest.
Yeah.
Let's hope this is a change of pace.
Maybe. Very slow to start, though, for Xersha again in these rounds. Wanting to test the waters, see if there's any lurking sharks. For Boom, though, of course, not too much to lose in a round like this. When you go into it with the classics, with the shorties, with the Sheriff on Shiro.
Pistol rounds still can get it done. A friend once said to me, it's not about the size of the boat, it's about the motion in the ocean. And that's what these guys are going to be looking for here.
Going to be leaning over towards the stronger side set up for Boom. They will be able to play with their Toxic Screen and their Poison Cloud as well. Potentially play in with a little bit of decay. The pistols could get some damage in.
Yeah. Well, look, you know, it's not exactly the craziest buy from Xersha in this investment.
No, not at all. And with 45 seconds to go, remember, they know the hit's happening here because of what Shiro's been looking at the other side of the map.
They've managed to at least break that one as well. The longer they buy the time, Komodo, the tougher it gets for these guys, but they're going in. Alert has spotted out Blaze King, but there's Berserks. LB White gets a response, but it's actually going to be Severine.
And now they've got a crossfire.
Absolutely. They're doing it so well here. This is this level of hesitation coming out from Boom. But Xersha can come back in with 3. 20 seconds left on the clock.
If he stayed silent, could have got LBY here. Now he is stuck.
15 seconds. They've got to get moving immediately. Rolex, Shiro. Oh, Shiro, does he have to stick it? He has to hold it. I think he does. Okay, it's fine.
One Sheriff shot would have ended LBY at the end there. The strong crossfire denied from Boom.
LBY's more than a hero in that round. It's something where so simple. Up against the pistols, you know it should be a given round every single time. You should never have to clutch out a round of that caliber.
Especially in a round like this. That's the thing as well. When your opponents go in with a nil investment. And that's one of the downfalls of a playstyle like Xersha as well. Very passive at the moment, leading into their non-aggression, right? Where Boom, we're going to be expecting a lot of fast-paced action from them.
That's for sure. Boom have been getting up in the grill of Xersha the entire time.
Yeah. Need to see a bit more from Xersha, a little bit faster to continue, but away into this round is going to be quickly into B, potentially. Sarah pops in.
That's the opener that they need, Komodo, and the regrowth can come out immediately as well because we know how rough their bonus was looking previously.
This is the way you want a bonus to start, taking away Berserks. Such a problem player on this map specifically when it comes to Boom. Rotations, though, do happen.
Oh! Good response.
Yeah.
Shiro at least getting one back, but that's going to be the Vandal. Hot potato.
You can already see the Famous is very paranoid of what might be going back over towards A, but it's still here at B.
They've made the investment. Shiro one away, obviously, from the Cosmic Divide, but Alert at the helm here. Shiro, he's just so nervous. 26 points of HP, has to break the Trailblazer, and it's going to be Alert to take him. That's another Vandal there. Komodo is Famous. Oh, Famous, he has to be the one to stem the bleeding, to get on in. But it's LBY. I spoke about him being a hero in the previous round, but he's done it again. Blaze King, what can you do?
No util.
Nothing to work with. And Rolex, perfect. That's another Vandal at the top of the ropes as well.
And that's a bonus round to come through from Xersha. They do not drop it either with an opening kill. That is a good conversion.
Attacker's side, starting hot, moving fast. Xersha, just maybe.
I think the first real tell that Boom are going to be feeling anything in this series is not necessarily losing the bonus here, but when they force out a timeout. When Boom have to use a timeout, that's when we will know that Xersha have done enough to start to just fluster them a little bit, start to tickle their toes, start to creep on up, make them feel uncomfortable.
Slight sense of panic. The pause time used. A nice high dig as the ball goes up in the sky.
Yeah, but now the proactivity from Boom as well, even with the lesser weaponry. This is where Xersha's patience might find a reward.
Love this proactivity. But also they're just so ready for it as well.
Absolutely, because that's the playstyle of Xersha at the moment. Just really passive, letting an aggressive team get aggressive in the very beginning. And when Shiro loses his life, pushing through the garage.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah.
Seen that a couple of times
But
where there's been a bit of a brain delay, but exactly. That's it. You've got your partner in crime to do the time alongside you.
And now it's a 2 versus 4. You're looking for damage as Boom.
Severine can move in if he wants, but obviously that Nebula will keep him at bay for a little extra minute. Sight will be taken for free.
Plant down. Severine wants to pop in front of it. The Sheriff shots. Imagine another one.
Give him another at this point in time. His head's on a swivel, though. Unfortunately, those are the moments that you kind of set up for success, but just the way that Xerxia kept him guessing, he just couldn't do it in any way, shape, or form. There was no chance back into that round as Xerxia. They get a fourth, but this, I feel like, is going to be a big tell. This could be the one, Komodo, that the Boom lose that may call the timeout.
Certainly so. This next gun round is going to be very important for Boom Esports to get not only a round started, but also to kind of chip away a little bit of the economy that Xerxia have already started to build up. Showstopper and Bladestorm available, and here it is. Here's the timeout. Is it Boom's?
Either way can work. It would make sense from both sides. You know, do you keep your calm?
There it is.
It is Boom that's made the call. But again, it can benefit either sides, right? It's a second to breathe for the side of Xerxia if they need it. But another thing for Boom, because you can see the emotions are already quite flat.
Yep.
It's definitely not anything to read into, I don't think, at this point in the match. But again, it's the moment in time where you think about it. You allow the story to continue forth. Because remember, like, the theme of this event, take your place. That's what Xerxia are looking to do. That's what Boom are looking to do in this competition. It's been a rocky event. There has not been one moment where this journey has been smooth sailing.
Yeah.
Even Fancy, who were the first to qualify, had their sides rocked.
Yep.
But now, everything on the line for Group Alpha here.
And this is definitely where we need to just see Boom start to erode away at this scoreline difference as well. It's early stages, 0-4, quite recoverable. Berserks has gotten out the operator. You've got a Cosmic Divide online, couple away from some more important ultimates. We can definitely see the party started with Famous when that showstopper gets brought out. Everybody for Xerxia over towards the A side of the map to start on out. Paint Shells in, can buy some time. Trailblazer sent in to see if there's anybody on the back of them.
Later.
Yep. But as the cavalry starts to just waltz its way for Xerxia, again, these first 30 seconds of the rounds are just so passive from them.
Oh, do they clear? I don't think they do. They've actually let a lot of space up here. Famous didn't go for it, didn't try and contest that. The Poison Cloud's gone up as well.
Yep. Showstopper going to net nothing. 5v5 retake. Shiro with that Cosmic Divide can be called to arms here.
Sitting back at the screens. Waiting ever so patiently.
Bit of util still for Boom to work with here for the remainder of the players too.
They are all here, but it's going to be that amount of pressure. Alert actually getting forced into peek the screens. That's a crazy position because now Famous, LBY not ready for it at all, and Berserks has picked it up as well. Famous, yeah, as you mentioned, straight onto that. There's nothing they can do. Nothing they can do at all. Rolex just has to get out.
Yep.
And that is a massive, massive response. The pause.
Yeah.
Got it done.
The pause in time in that round as well. 5 versus 5. As soon as Boom realized that Xerxia are setting up for an A take with the Guiding Light, with the Trailblazer sent in as well from them, you have an idea that the Showstopper is going to be ripped. Oh, very cheeky operator shot to come out there, but what's even more fancy is what Famous has done with the Satchels. Getting in your face, doing what he does best on this raised kit for a round on the board for Boom.
Famous must have started in Greece the way he's been dancing around. It's just been so beautiful how sneaky and cheeky this man can be.
Not expecting any difference to come out from the starting of a round from Xerxia again. Very, very silent. Creepy approach up through mid. Leaving a lurk in the form of Rolex towards the A side.
Great start.
That is taking out Sirofop, who has actually been pretty decent at finding opening kills in this map so far.
Yeah, having a raise go down early is not what you want at all, is it?
No, not whatsoever, and he can still even go for more at the moment. He will be spot out, but remember, Shiro's here to help him.
Only some info off the back of that Trailblazer, but the spike's still down. They're just going to be patient.
It's dicey for Shiro, though, because there's a lot of players around this corner. There's two. There's a crossfire for both sides.
The Jet's just doing a stare-off as well. The Operator's still just outside B, but it's going to be Blaze King to take point again. That's his second in the round, Komodo, and he's also dinked onto LBY. There's Berserks. This is a complete and utter change from Xerxia. Where has their confidence gone?
And Exy just pushing through that Poison Cloud as well, getting decayed on down. Rolex onto Famous, though. Can get healed up by the regrowth, but with only 10 HP for LBY, 30
did
seconds.
He spot him?
The problem's 30 seconds on the round.
Yeah, Rolex. I think he actually did manage to spot Severine. I don't know if they knew at all. But Blaze King has the line. I don't think he's going to quite clear it. No way. There is no way he gets out with this. This is a turnaround. Boom have dropped the bag. They can get in now. They can send out the Seekers. They can get towards the site. But you're right, Komodo. Shiro, could he do it? They are looking for him. They are turning, but it's going to be all about the timing. He has to push the Poison Cloud, the Toxic Screen. And now LBY in position. Does send the Guiding Light out, but Shiro! Oh, he was ready for it, wasn't he?
The difference that some HP can make in this game, a 2 versus 5. So tantalizing for us, for everybody watching. A round to Boom yet again, though. A showstopper still carrying on over with a Viper's Pit for Blaze King.
I don't know if I want to see that as Xerxia at least, you know, showing that they've got that resilience, or Boom just crushing them even in a chance where they almost brought that back. That was a 2-on-5.
You got to see the timing gaps though in that round as well, right?
100%.
For Xerxia, the fact that there's some trigger discipline up
They
at
were
the ramp.
watching the flank.
Exactly right. So quick in for the next round. However, the Viper's Pit deployed in through towards mid. This time for Xerxia, no showstopper for them to get into the site very quickly. So they have to expand to New Horizons a little bit more. An entry in towards the tower.
They know where the operator is now as well, which is crucial information.
If they decide to go down in toward the vents, they can choke Blaze King from 2 different angles on that Viper's Pit.
Yeah, but it's scary as well. You know, do you want to go and fight in the Snake's Pit? That is always a terrifying prospect, but look at Berserk's. The proactivity. That Sirofop going down in the opening pick again, but Alert with a response. It's Jet for Jet, and now Alert with another. This is a man who is hungry, who is ready, but can he go inside it? Oh, Berserk's! What a risk to take, but the gamble reward has come through.
Viper's Pit activated on the side itself. You can get some time to get a plant. Heaven approach for Boom.
Yeah, it's still the advantage going the way of Xerxia, and Exy will be able to do it, but don't count Berserk's out. He can make this work. He knows how to fight inside close quarters, but he's got so many angles to watch.
On for an ace.
Absolutely.
But time ticking away from the spike and that Viper's Pit.
He opts for the operator. That's the craziest thing to me. He still goes in, does have bullets in the shorty.
Yeah.
This is the thing, Komodo, right? Take your place. Will you do it now, Berserks? You have to go now. You have to get moving, and you have to be inside the pit, but I think he's called it. He doesn't want it. Doesn't want to go for the risk to seek the reward. He's going to give the round for Xerxia, and that is 5 on the trot.
Oh, an exit kill, though. The money isn't too stable for Xerxia here.
He's going to get 5.
Get this closer one, it's going to be a consolation ace to come through from Berserk.
It's more than a consolation, it's a consolation gift. You know, it's been delivered to him on a silver platter. It doesn't mean everything, right? But at least it just stems something. And it gives Berserks a little bit of extra confidence to go in with this as well.
I hope it gives the team some more confidence too, because Xerxia is showing a little bit of a difference when it comes to this map right now.
But what excites me is the fact, because I spoke about it, almost winning that 2v5, right? Then still winning a round like this, even with Berserks getting 5. Xerxia not thrown.
Yep. Severine going to be down onto a Stinger in this round. That is an audacious peek from Blaze King. It's going to be able to just find him through the smoke.
You can't be doing that. It's like bullying at this point.
Yeah, well, Bully Hunters, Alert, chasing Shiro down.
He's the hunter, punishing back. He said, you can't do that to me, mate. Blaze King now has to be held back because look at Rolex. He's moving in and Sirofop's going to find it. Finally, an opener or at least something for this raise. There it is. He's making up for it in droves from what was previously taken away from him. 1v4 for Famous. But he does start strong. That's at least 1. Exactly right, Komodo. Satchel out, Alert spotted, on the groove, on the move, Famous. The paparazzi, they are out, they have lined together! And it's a camera starring moment! Famous! Give this man a bloody Oscar!
Put some respect on the place he comes out. This Raze kit, he is playing it incredibly. A 1 versus 4 when we're looking at Sirofop getting great kills, when we're looking at Xerxia on this attacker's side getting rounds that they are fighting hard for, making look clean. He just gets around the map so quickly, so concisely, and headshots double down.
Never count them out. Boom. Backs up against the wall. We've seen Berserks with the 5k. Sure, it didn't net them around, but then now Famous, a 1v4. I'm talking about getting in the heads of Xerxia.
Look at the buy that has actually caused for Xerxia here. They string together a couple of rounds. Xerxia still gets an opener.
That's a good trade at the very least in this position. Severine just behind the Nebula. But look at the positioning of Sirafop.
The smoke is going to fade. There's some time for things to settle in the server at the moment and clear out positions with utility. A gun, an operator, in fact, picked up. Who would you put it in the hands of at the moment on Xerxia? Because alert is down.
Patience is a virtue.
Oh, going to the B side as well. Severine's going to be holding from the back of the side. However, look at where Shiro is. He's in the garage at the moment.
They've taken all of this control for free.
Yeah, and a push over through the A side as well. Eventually, the jig's going to be up. Will Severine get one?
Oh, the head. No, it doesn't quite work out. Do they freeze? Do they go? I think they've dropped into the side here, Komodo. They want to keep on going. Exi with an operator. Picked it up out of the cold, dead hands. And he gets another. Sirafop doing it. They are going to come back, but they're so far away from this.
The thing is, it's a disadvantaged position for Boom as well. A 2 versus 3. Will they be expecting Rolex to be playing in the mail room? It's all going to come down to timing. A 2 versus 2. Ultimates allowed for Xerxia.
He's got the package. But how quickly is he going to send it? No showstopper this time round.
That operator. Oh, Blaze King.
He's funned it.
Oh,
there it is.
Got it.
Another one. This time, though, it's going to be Blaze King. He was my highlight. He was my head-to-head. We're talking about how important it was, him going up against Exi. And he manages to fell him inside. Exi managed to get the pot shot from the heavens.
Yeah.
But again, the angels don't mean much when the devils are Boomer out.
And when you clip their wings as well, you bring them down to earth at the moment. And that's not where we're seeing a couple of these players. They are getting a good bird's eye view, aren't they? Blaze King able to get something happening in that round as well, but not before his teammates did enough damage, enough work to allow such a round to be gained. Xerxia, though, not without a purchase into the new round. Sirafop back with a showstopper too. Will it be fast from them into the B side? They did it over towards A previously. The problem being Rolex on the Viper is not as autonomous as Exi can be on the Astra, and it's currently Exi carrying the spike with the squad in the garage.
Frozen in time for now. Crosshair trained on Berserks, and a punishment of the showstopper. Berserks doesn't like parties, and I don't blame him. Looking for more. Exi with the response, but Berserks, no! Punishment! Exi likes parties. He wants to be re-invited. And now that spike will be planted, and it's a 3-on-3.
Paint shells do some damage, get the heals up as LBY. Can Exi even get a Cosmic Divide, though?
Snacks, drinks, music, everything going on right now.
In mid, a battle.
You're right,
Won
the
by
timing,
Rolex.
it could be absolutely everything. He managed to get in towards the position here, but Famous already taking point on the side here. Severine also joining him. They have to go for it all here. Locked in, trapped, strangled.
Body block.
LBY is close. I think you're exactly right, Komodo. They might just go for this. They could do it. They're going to kiss and cuddle inside the corner, but they take off, and it's okay. LBY, he says not today. You got to finish the bloody game first. And Xerxia, they take 6.
You got to finish the round. You got to make sure the round is gathered. That was read in. That was known that Boom were going to do the body block. But the extra utility that Xerxia throw in as well on the back of the gravity well. There's a Nova Pulse, there's a Snake Spike too. Just making sure no defuse is possible.
Ho, ho, ho. Take a sip of that water, guys. Rehydrate. You're going to be ready.
Xerxia leading the charge, man. 6-4. It's an eco from Boom, stacking mid, pushing mid. It is only Blaze King here, and starting to get a little bit of damage to his body as well. The paint shells should finish him off. It's going to be Sirafop instead.
He's been tickled. Yep. Little giggle. There's also the Seekers out just for good merit, just for good order. And Exi's able to make quick work of Berserks as well. Those blades have been punished, Komodo, but never count him out. I've said it again.
The thing is, where will Xerxia be expecting Shiro to come from?
5 HP as well. It is a next to impossible task, and it'll be okay. Information gathered. This round now becomes an unlosable moment. They know the HP. They line it up. They crossfire perfectly. And that is going to be Xerxia winning out the half, Komodo. Is this more than what we had in the previous map? It is by 2.
Yep. Certainly is. Attacker's side providing us a good showing from Xerxia at the moment. Good adaptability. When you get a round presented like that, when it is just the pistols, you want to try and navigate it well, not losing too much.
And I harp on this narrative so many times about all the moments of brilliance that we've already seen again through the side of Boom, individual prowess. But when you have Xerxia, who are firing on all cylinders, operating together, it is so hard to fight against.
Operator early over a B for Berserks 2, but smoked off the line. An expected aggression as well. Xerxia falling on back. Actually still holding this Cosmic Divide, remember. He's been babying it.
They're trying to send him in, so that's going to be the tailwind going as well.
Yeah, but the problem is, now that that's expired, there's been some movement from Shiro away from the B line because it's being held by Berserks.
They might just walk into this Komodo at this point in time. I don't know if they're ready for it.
They could, but you would expect a Trailblazer or at least a Guiding Light in from LBY first. There's 5 players
there
here.
It is.
They're setting up for it, and now they know the op is at B.
Does he stay to fight, though? It doesn't look like it. It looks like he's going to get some additional support, and it actually pays off in dividends. Look at that alert. Maybe get a little bit too confident. Berserks gets another, but it is quickly traded by LBY. So it's not a done round just yet. Shiro has made audio. He has made sound, but Rolex has found another. But Famous! He shows up again with the double kill. Now it's all onto the captain and LBY, and the half ends just like that.
Always got to be a daring battle against Berserks when he's got an operator looking down the line at B. He gets one, gets out, a chance for another, nailed. And by the time that you trade him, the rest of the team is there for Boom as well. A showstopper from Famous, though, almost just to seal the deal in that round. 7-5. At least enough put up for Xerxia, I feel. Translate over into their defensive side, a discussion to be had now. And it's got to be, first and foremost, how to get the pistol. But you've got to look towards how you're going to close out this map to send us to the third.
5 different agents, 3 different roles. Call him Mac, because that is a big flex.
Absolutely.
But again, is it going to be enough? I do like it, you know, especially when the flex does send you onto a duelist on the occasion, right? The fact is, that is a diverse player base, but you said it, I think a couple of years ago. Everyone can get a gun, can do the shoot. It's just the kit and how you use it around your teammates, right? So Berserk's a very versatile player, but I think now...
And again, on that as well, the flip can still be said true. You've got different utility, and yeah, it's how you use it, but at the end of the day, you got to get the shoot on as well. And if you've got teammates to put you in good positions to be able to do the shoot, that's where things can come up good.
So as the half turns, will it be the finale of Group Alpha, sending Boom into the arena? Or will Xerxia say what the fans have been asking for in Susu?
And remember, that's the heroes to be cut down. When's the last time you saw a villain arc be successive?
So many times they put the villain up first, looks good, and then they explain their plot or something and the hero ends up winning anyway. So is that what we saw in Lotus? Still way too early to tell. I will never, ever, ever consider Boom out of this one at all.
No, nor Xerxia. Even though they are a map down, still a fight to be had, and it starts off with the pistol of this second half. It's quick from Boom.
Oh my
it's
God.
what we expect. The aggression from them can be unrelenting.
They are set up for it here, Xerxia, to a degree. They're straight on in.
Oh, they're not even going to contend with the side itself. They're going to go for a little bit of a wrap.
That's what I mean. Is this actually beneficial here? This allows the Xerxia side to reposition, but okay, yeah, they have. They know exactly what's going on, but Alert's going to be punished. Blaze King takes him down. LBY is stuck.
We've seen this position played for
they
time
know
and
he's
time
there.
again.
What a
so
read!
It's just read in. When you see Rolex with that wall, you know someone's behind it.
They knew they had to be more there, Komodo, so now it's back into their heavy advantage for Boom.
And a flank eventually from Shiro if required.
Nice one from Famous. So Sirafop and Rolex really tasked with the impossible here. Severine's going to punish him too. So it's all left on to Sirafop, and he does get one, but he's going to be slowly chipped away by Berserks.
Death by 1,000 cuts from Berserks there.
Quite literally.
Pistol round for Boom.
Oh, man. This is just surreal.
Yeah.
There has not been a single moment in this map where I've felt like anyone's kind of had control of the ship. You know, it really is those rocky seas. But again, it's who shows up there. If you don't have a good skipper if he just cruises down up the river, right? You got to take this to the open ocean. You got to deal with the swells, the tides, everything that gets thrown into it.
Yeah.
The ocean is unforgiving, Komodo.
Well, in this round, a bit of mid-aggression from Xerxia, but it is a guiding light sent in from Severine at A, with a bit of placement from Viper Util to then immediately come over towards the B side of the map. This is where we'll be expecting a bit of an explosion from Boom. No nonsense Valorant, just straight in with the better weaponry.
So they will take point. Spike should be planted in just a second. Everyone is here from Xerxia though, but I think BlazeKing's actually gone hunting a little bit.
It is a default plant as well, so you have to stay contained within the site for Boom.
Just got to move together. Only way these pistols will overwhelm, and it's already a dink shot up. And alert! And alert! No way you let this work out! No way you let this happen, Boom! Exy making it work. The gravity well is up here, but Shiro and BlazeKing, they have so much. They're put into a corner, put into a box, and now Seraphop taking another. Alert up close. Seraphop getting it done. If you want to be competitive, if you want to win Ascension Pacific, you cannot lose to a weapon that is free. It's just not allowed.
It's kind of nuts, not gonna lie. Alert with 2 almost immediately. Is it a right click where it's captured 2 heads? Because that is actually insane. No, it's just very quick shots to come on out. Classics from Xerxia, and that's why I mention a default plant as well, because you have to stay on the site. The 2 remaining players for Boom stuck in the garage. They have to run into the site after the gravity well is used. And things just turn upside down here for Boom, don't they?
Straight in, trying to force the narrative here, Berserks, but that's the one thing I'd love as a caster, right? To get excited about the eco clear. But then again, right, Xerxia just walked away with one of their own. The crowd loves it, and that's why we sort of feel like it would just be, I was about to say un-Australian.
Yeah, I want to highlight the fact that BlazeKing has gotten all the way through A. He's in their spawn. I know it's a 2 versus 5, but there could actually be some serious damage. Seraphop's not looking for this one right now.
False sense of security.
If you can get Rolex first too, there is a way back into this round.
Oh, don't do it. I was going to say, if you missed that shot, that would have been great, but now Seraphop knows exactly where he is. He's got to kind of pump the brakes here a little bit, Komodo.
Oh, but they're hunting Shiro down the sewers. He has to get out of this one.
Spike's down, bad spot. It's really hard to get back into this.
You would expect so. And there you go. BlazeKing taken down now, all into Shiro.
Empty.
Dusted. Rolex, a 4K.
Even if it's eco frags, it's good confidence booster, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
He had a good strong start on Lotus.
Now you can kind of call this one an upside down belated bonus round because, well, the Thrifty is gained by Xerxia. Now they go into this one on the quote bonus weaponry with a good lead on their own defensive side now. So the onus is on Boom to get this round, to keep this one competitive. Do not let that scoreline bloom out. And what have we got to play with? A couple of Vandals and Phantoms, some lighter shields, all the utility that you want as Boom to at least get something happening. But you need to be baiting out Util and Xerxia. You need to be getting information because you know from your VOD reviews, from your experience in this series at the moment that Xerxia are quite the passive team. You have to draw them out. They are happy to wait for you to come.
Patience, a virtue, Zen moments, which kind of doesn't live up to Bangkok, does it? Pretty chaotic.
LBY Trailblazer through A main, but Alert is pushing with an operator of all weapons, holding the line, and Blaze
that's so
King.
confident.
You're not expecting an operator on a bonus.
No bloody chance. The investment pays off. Stonks are rising. Exy also into position here as well. Seraphop manages to drop it. Exy does it. Oh man, this is a beautiful looking bonus for Xerxia, and they'll take it more than that. It does. 30 seconds left, basically, if a couple extras on top, but 5 alive. Barely any damage dealt. Utility not exposed the entire way.
30 seconds left.
They've got stuff to work with, and the reinvestment is going to be so minor. They've got another Vandal.
So we got like 30 seconds until we actually get back into the thick of things as well. So we'll want to see upgrades from Xerxia, take the weaponry. And I'm hoping that Boom take a timeout, not going to lie. They have had some woes on their attackers' side right now. The hometown heroes figuring out their groove on defense. As I said, happy enough to let Boom walk into their crosshairs, especially when Alert has an unsuspected operator in hand.
And these rounds are so weird, right? Because you think about how quick Boom have been, especially on their defense.
Yeah.
They were so happy to just mow straight on in, right? They're not a hesitant team. And that round, they saved in a 2v5, in a bonus, right? So you're showing those gentle cracks on the vase, you know, slowly it's been there. Maybe someone's just put a little crack into that windscreen, but over time, with pressure continuing to be applied, the whole thing's going to need to be replaced.
Yeah. And for Boom here, they're going to buy down to keep some credits in the back pocket, enough for the next round. But I am seeing that timeout happen, so there is a discussion to be had.
Xerxia, 4 kills between them. Every single player doing what they need. They've been consistent. There's been no flashy moments. There's been nothing sort of breakout crazy, right? None of these individual highlights. They've been very consistent, this map, and I think that is a massive testament to them because we were speaking about it. How the hell do you recover from Lotus?
Yeah, and you got to remember, there were so many, like, 2 versus 4s, 2 versus 5s from Boom over there, but you flip it here, we're getting a little bit of a touch on that as well, right, with the famous satchels in, the showstopper, the recovery rounds to come through from Boom, but apart from that, it's been the Xerxia show. And Xerxia are the ones that, you know, picked into Lotus, happy enough to still let Split go through, had some rocky rounds, some rocky scorelines on it so far already. But right now, in this instance, doing enough to try and send us to a deciding map. If we get to Ascent, Mitch, if we get to Ascent, it's one map to determine who gets into the playoffs.
Both incredible storylines. Both incredibly gifted teams, players, individuals, personalities, fans, explosive. This map is everything.
Yep, absolutely. Let's see what this party mix buy from Boom is going to be able to present us. Is it going to be just a little bit of a snack, a taster? Or is it actually going to be enough to fill our bellies? Get things real close here. Bit of info for Guiding Light, of course. Xerxia playing up at the B tower again, leaving Alert to just post on a line for himself. This time going to be positioned over at the B site, elevated, in fact.
Changing up the position, got to keep him interested.
And the Trailblazer actually sent through towards A.
Great
but as I said,
shots.
Alert, that's why. Blaze King's down.
He has been way more on it this map. Super sharp, you know, sure, no individual standouts by any means, but he's been getting that opening pick time and time again now as they rush into the vents.
Oh, showstopper in from Sirafop.
Sirafop.
Will he be able to clear the right angle? If he just shoots it left, you'll see it.
He's got to be ready. Is he going to turn for anything? They're letting it burn.
And it still gets him!
Shiro walks straight into it. Oh, that is a blunder.
But now they have to be focused on Heaven.
Absolutely, they do.
30 seconds.
Because Berserks has that control. He does have the Vandal in hand as well, and Rolex is going to get Goomba stomped on there. They might continue to move, but Alert's ready for it. Great shot there, and now he can start to fall away. I speak about individual moments of brilliance, Komodo, and he has to do it all. 15 seconds. They have one target, one location that they can go to, and Alert's going to let them in. He's going to allow it all, but he hits the third shot. This man is stepping up to the plate and hitting it out of the park. A home run for Xerxia as LBY runs them across the home base.
All he needed to do was buy time as well. He didn't need to get all of those kills, Mitch, but he does. He wants to get activated in from Sirafop to Shiro with that showstopper, but it's Alert putting on a show at the moment. One more round from them to get to 12. And then we'll be seeing the reversing of the names. That's the situation that Xerxia saw in the last map. They were on the receiving end of a smacking. And now it's Boom.
Oh, he's close. He's ready. But he knows. There's the panic. The slight sense of inconsistency there. Alert didn't know where to look. The alarm bells were ringing inside his head, and he's been punished for it.
Severine can rip Seekers, which he does. Famous with the showstopper. Will he choose to follow them in? Or entry in towards the site because the spike has left the scene. It's starting to head towards mid. Blaze King with the wall to cut off info over at B. And that's currently where Exi is by himself. There needs to be some time. There needs to be some info gained from Xerxia. And they've done it. They've headed towards B.
Very early popped.
Yeah, real early, in fact.
Calling his presence, letting them know. Eggsy, will he get away? He will.
Half damage.
They might overlook this Komodo. They will know. Clearing, nicely done. Sirafop, Rolex. They bring the advantage at least equal. Now Rolex in this 1v3, and he drops 2. This wasn't equal, Komodo. This was Rolex back up against the wall! And somehow, Famous puts his head up, and Rolex says, you might be rich, you might be on top, you might have all eyes on you, but I was the one that took Xerxia to this competition, and don't ever bloody forget it!
12 rounds secured for Xerxia. One away to get us into a third map, a decider map. And it holds so much importance for this series. Information to the A side already denied.
Skeet shooting! He's ready this time, isn't he, Alert? LBY as well. They're not going to let anyone go further, Komodo. Look at the rotation. Everyone is here. Everyone is ready to play. Shiro, that's at least one. Sirafop's going to go down here so they can at least break the noise for a split second.
That'll stem the bleeding, but you do have to remember there is a player advantage for Xerxia, and if they do push Exy...
If they clear him.
Oh, he got one.
How does he do it? He holds.
Another.
He holds! Severine! If you need a response, the time is now. Can he continue to hold? This would at least just bring the team back emotionally.
He has an approach to B. If he goes there, he will not meet any enemies.
But he's got no friends either.
He's by himself. All the years of his own individual experience, Mitch. This is where it comes into the massive play.
Alert right on the line. It's going to be just so narrow. He does at least manage to bait the shot, though, but he's got 30 more seconds. There's only so long you can walk around this one here, Komodo. But I think he's actually read this potentially. Maybe he can get to B.
Xerxia are happy enough to let him as well because they've got this 1 versus 3, because they know that's a situation that they should not be losing. It does give Severine a choice of plant position, a guiding light to play with as well, and he knows because there's so many dirty angles that he's forced to plant in towards default.
I've talked about so many storylines, how many players need to build this individuality, how many times, how many moments that you have playing this game in your career, in your history. Severine, one is now, but Alert's on the line, and it's not going to matter. History does not repeat. He's been punished. And that is Boom losing 13-6 here. That is an incredible response. One better than what they did there on Lotus. It was 13-5 where Boom looked like the Titans. But apparently Alert, they're ready to attack. They are the military police. And they're going to jump down and strike as they take us to a third map here.
A series that deserves everything. A series that needed to go to 3. We were asking for it. The curse of Komodo is not here
We get
this
a third
time.
map, baby!
We get that third important map, and none other than Ascent. Such a staple map as well when it comes to this region.
It is, and it's just a staple map in Valorant. One of the OGs. No fancy teleporters, nothing. Just cold, hard Valorant. And the agent compositions, we already basically know what's going to come through, but that's okay because we have a third map where we will be finding who will be going through. Is it the heroes into the arena for this tie-based competition, or will it be the villains in Boom who deserve, who fight, who work towards this one? But I'm not going to ramble on any longer because I need you guys to reset your minds and cheer loudly no matter where you are into the world, because this is Group Alpha's finishing for VCT Ascension Pacific. Back in a minute.
esta casa não tem porta nem morada. As janelas são fechadas, guardam tudo o que restou.
What you need to understand in this day and age is actions still have consequences, and that's exactly what they found out, didn't they? Boom, of course. Trying to put the wristwatch on the wrist, but unfortunately, it tore a couple of hairs out. Rolex showed up, Rolex grew teeth, and Rolex did it for Thailand and brought Zerja back into the game. It was an interesting affair, but Split, even though with the recent results from Boom, they looked clean on it. Unfortunately, today was not the day, and we're going all the way to 3, so I've got no complaints.
Absolutely, and the best part about it, right, it wasn't just Rolex. Like, every single player stepped up to the plate, and the amount of crazy plays that Boom still brought to the forefront of that map, and they were still unsuccessful. I think that is a massive, massive performance behind Zerja to be able to keep that resilience and keep on fighting.
And I don't think it's a case of Boom letting off the gas a little bit, right? I think it's much more of a case that for the side of Zerja, they stepped on it, and they stepped on it hard as well. So many rounds where we're looking at them be at a deficit, they bring it back.
Yeah, they bring it back, and they do it in style. Zerja with a 7-round dub, and that might be one of the cleanest wins we've seen from them in recent history on Split. And in fact, it is. But looking at that as well, Sirifop turned up, Alert turned up, Rolex leading by example and doing it with 248 ACS, which is why he's the MVP here. But as you can see, in terms of the kills, it was an effort by committee. Over on the other side as well, Famous, a huge individual performance on specific rounds. Some crazy, crazy clutches coming out of him. Probably some of the best we've ever seen.
Yeah, that was a crazy 1v4 at some point, defending the, retaking the B site rather. So.
Yeah. And for me as well, the thing is, what we were talking about in the pre-match rather is Famous and Berserks. They needed to show up, and they did. Shiro and Blaze King also showed up, at least in the first map. But even though everyone's showing up, Zerja came out with a game plan and came out prepared for Split and made it look good. And that's why we're back to a best-of-1 scenario now.
It just feels like they were rewarded with their patience on the defensive side as well. You know, the onus was definitely on Boom to try and get up close and personal, to get something happening, to better themselves in that map. But time and time again, it was shut down, right? When we see Alert get on that operator, almost an immovable object, and then you've got the rest of the squad as well. Time ticking away so far in so many rounds for Boom. They let it go too deep in those ones, and they had no time to recover.
Just the way that Split plays out with that composition was so intricate, so interesting. But Ascent is going to be even more so, and it's the map that is just so even. You're talking about defender side, you're talking about attacker side. It's literally just the play style at the end of the day. And it will be the final map for Group Alpha. You said it before, and I couldn't have asked for a better battlefield to play for everything, to play for all the marbles. Zerja so far this tournament, they've played it 2 times and won both times. And Boom, they've got a solid Ascent as well. They didn't win it yesterday against Nows, but they've still got that sting. So we'll see if that's going to power them up today.
Just blessed. Third map. Thank you very much. It's been brilliant, you know, to be able to get here for the finish of the competition. It's just been such a titan of events here in Bangkok, Thailand, obviously, for the course of it. And these teams, they finally sort of, it seems like they've understood how much it means, not only to be here, but to perform, and how well they need to perform to be able to get away with these victories, right? So now we've had stomps on either side. Is Ascent going to split the wickets and be straight down the middle, or is it going to be another one-sided affair?
I don't know. That's a question I don't have the answer to. And I don't want the answer to, because I don't want to be throwing out statements. The Zerja crowd was so loud. I think we were like 1 round in, they won pistol. I was trying to leave, just trying to go talk to someone quickly. And I just got blasted. They were cheering the hell out of that side of the room.
Yeah.
And over on this side, of course, Gary from Boom.
He can be louder than the whole Zerja crowd in one go, basically,
it's
right?
One man versus the country of Thailand. That's what's going on in the crowd behind us here. And I dare say it's going to be the exact same thing moving into Ascent. But let's start talking shop. Let's start looking at some agent compositions. Where do we see this one going? Are we going to see the tried and tested, the tried and true, the meta picks, or are we going to see something fancy come through?
Well, we know on the side of Boom that they steer into the meta as well, and we know that they've been rewarded once in this tournament so far, right? The game against Fancy United, 13-3, such a big scoreline. One of the biggest scoreline differences I think we've had in this whole thing. But then you look at the other 2 times that they actually played that, they lose to Now's 11-13, such a brilliant one, but their first opening series, and I'm going to throw this up to first series woes, where they dropped to one team 13-6.
Yeah. There you go. So I think it's just, again, it's been such a staple for so long, Ascent. Everyone knows what to do. Everyone has had it in their map pool at some point in time, because once upon a time, there was no map pool. There was the tried and tested, as we sort of spoke about, right? And only changing up with the Killjoy, with the KO. They're the only agents that have come into the fray. Then we still go back, you know, to the Jets, to the Omens. It's just... it works. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. And look, in terms of performance overall, it feels like Boom, they're just gathering around and trying to fire up Famous, who's gone 40 kills so far throughout the series. He's been the linchpin behind Boom, and he needs to be the linchpin on Ascent. He needs to do it again. Oh, I just don't know which way this one's going to go. I want to see Zerja. I've gone for them with the prediction. I'm sold on the storyline. But how solid Boom came out of the gates, like, I just thought we were going to get a full 2-0. I was a little bit worried moving into Split. But Zerja, they did it for Thailand, they did it for Bangkok, and they did it for the crowd and the hearts of everyone.
Both of these teams deserve the win, I think is one way to put it, right? Yes. There is no one higher. Yeah. We can't have both, though. It's not just a participation medal, Mac. You're not going to get the medal for running across the line.
And here we go. It's the mirror match again. It was expected. You've seen them play these comps before. And it's just going to be who's going to be knocking down that door harder. That's what it's going to come down to. Who's playing for all the marbles, who's taking them home, and who's going back to school.
Who's going back to school?
Tell me about the marbles. I want to know.
I've played marbles before.
Yeah, absolutely. Marbles is a great game to play, which is the one that we are duking down here.
I've got something for you guys, right? Berserk's looking so good when he was picking up that op, when he was picking up a duelist, but he's back on the initiator, back on that entry position. Of course, you know, you love to see him setting up Famous for success, but sometimes he has to put the bag on his back as well. Over on the other side, Alert, he started to find his feet in map number 2, and if he's still confident, if he still feels warmed up moving into this third, moving into Ascent, you know exactly what a Jet can do on a map like this.
You've got players starting to step up, but I see one outlier in this mix. Severine. He's been silent in both maps so far. If he is able to just get himself set up here.
This goes back to something we were talking about, something I've heard from a lot of the Indonesian fans. When they are talking with Gary, Gary gets worried if Severine's doing well, because then there's an issue with everyone else, right? He's the one that you don't need to be doing well. He's just sitting back. He's getting the impact when he needs to, but setting up the rest of the team for success. So that's why he is the outlier, but he's still
head, right?
the brains that drives the machine.
Correct. It's got to be that way always. And I think a brilliant thing anyway, just in these FPS games, is having a leader who is a bit more senior, bringing up the young talent around them, right? It's such a treat because when we lose them, when they retire, it sucks. We want them to stay around and keep on passing on their skill set.
Oh. I have absolutely no read on where this one's going to go. I feel like Boom, they're so good bouncing back off L's, but Zerja, a reverse sweep would taste so sweet, and I just cannot wait to see Ascent again. We talked about higher stakes, we've talked about the consequences, and only one team can prevail, and that's all happening right now. That's all happening here on Ascent. I want to hear some noise, I want to hear some fun. Zerja, Boom! Who's it gonna be?
Let us hear it, Thailand. We are bringing it back for the final series of day number 6. Group Alpha coming to a close shortly. Group Omega, even more chaos around the corner tomorrow. That's going to be brought all to you. This event has been electric, and it will not stop now. Komodo, Boom, Zerja, Ascent. Let's walk the path.
I'm absolutely ready for this one. I'm a little bit nervous. I'm a little bit shaky for these teams.
I've been shaky the whole bloody day, mate.
There is so much that is riding on this map right now for both of these guys. Ascent, it's a mirror comp. Who does it better? It can't be anything more beautiful than that. For Zerja, though, starting off on the attack too, remember. An orb gathered, but some aggression up mid. Oh, boom.
This is sneaky. Are they going to read the watch? No, they won't, because they're all ready for it. It's the underarm flash in. Oh, mate. Oh, Famous, stop. I can't have this. My heart can't take it in literally round number 1. Oh, Severine. Oh, Severine, we were talking about it. Oh, my God. The battle of the in-game leaders, and it's LBY to keep on going. Call him 5 because he will keep on moving, baby.
Oh, that's a pistol round that is so out of the norm as well. When you think the Xerxia are going to do something a little bit structured and try to go over to B after trying to draw rotations just off a blade and an orb gathering. No, you don't get that because Boom charge up mid, take the fight, and they lose it at the end of the day. LBY able to just keep it under control for Xerxia. And now with their upgraded weapons, there's going to actually be a battle around the entry of A.
Good job from Alert so far. We'll send them packing.
Yeah, this is where we can have a little bit of settling down, you would expect. See what the Classics can actually do for a little bit. For Famous, stuck on the side itself, the drone to start to explore.
I don't think anything's going to settle me down at this point in time, Komodo. We're hyping this series up to be the game of the day. Ooh. Fans of Bonkers, of course. You know, we got a little bit of that caster bias. Not in the game.
Oh, hang on a second. Hang on. Okay.
Relax.
I thought there was a world where there could be some more damage.
But what I was mentioning is how we prepped this series to be the series to watch.
Yeah.
It was putting the hands up. It was asking for the Spirit Bomb, giving us the energy. Everyone around APAC, it doesn't matter what region you're from, what region you support. If you like Valorant, you're watching this game right now.
Yeah, absolutely. For the fans rallying behind Xerxia as well, another pistol round gathered with a second going their way. Now is the time for the Boom fans to maybe see their team get around on the board. The guns are up, but hello, Xerxia, they want the action into B.
I don't know, Komodo, they're moving bloody quick here. Famous does manage to drop his mirror, but it's okay because Severine will support. Rolex does get one back, but they settle into an awkward spot because look at the spike.
Yeah, and Seraphop, he snuck himself in a good corner.
Paranoia,
the Paranoia though, is going to catch
They're
him.
not going to clear it.
Oh, they are.
Okay, that's fine. Due diligence needs to be done, but they have that spike, Komodo. Now Rolex on the line.
4 on 2. He has a turret, but he needs the kills. He has to have the gun up.
Oh, this is so hard. It's just a game of timing, and Blaze King's not going to matter. Paper thin walls, and I ain't talking the caster as now it's all on to Exy, as he'll be taking down, and Blaze King will set the round alight.
And 4 alive for Boom is really well placed for them because we've seen damage done in bonuses from Xerxia already here, right? So the fact that they're able to do this one cleanly here is going to be very well placed for them.
Last map, Xerxia was saying boo earns. Now they're saying bonus. You know, it's not really working out for them in here, but they've managed to respond well. Boom. They've got it done. They've made it move for just a second.
Yeah.
They haven't let this one get out of their control like the previous map.
I will say, though, that's 3 very aggressive rounds from Xerxia when you think about it, right? Quick in to reveal with that pistol round before, just a very silly battle in mid, but then 2 quick ones from them as well. Now when they actually have guns, are they going to try and slow it down? It would be suggested by the positioning of a couple of their players at the moment. Some orb control again in through towards A main.
Ultimate's close. Very close.
No retaliation from Boom just yet. 0 point actually been held from Berserks as well. Maybe expecting a little bit of aggression. They are waiting for it, so you can just see already Boom reacting to what Xerxia has thrown at them in the first 3 rounds of this map.
They are starting to get baited in a little bit, though. They're not comfortable with the silence.
Yeah, and that's the problem as well, because we know that Xerxia love to do this. Play with the clock. Play with the time. Let you simmer in your own thoughts and overcomplicate things.
Exactly.
Now for Xerxia, leaving only Rolex towards the B side of the map. This is going to be an explosion once again into the A site. What can Blaze King do?
They move quick. Blaze King, paranoid of his own. Hasn't sent his out just yet. He's going to allow the team in. And a little bit of a spray, but he'll allow the door to close as well.
Oh, they don't know if Alert's here.
Up close. Dark cover. That's going to fade. And it's Berserks to be ready. Striking whilst the iron is hot. Spike planted. But Boom with the advantage.
Blade again. They can clear out the close hell position.
LBY wants to get aggressive, wants to go for the fight, and he actually secures it, but Berserks and Blaze King, they've got something to say about it. But the person, the robot they've got to be scared about here is LBY.
They know where he is. 0 point out.
You get the defuse to half here. It's all going to be left onto LBY. I think they can just stick it. Yep, that's the round done. Not enough here this time round for Xerxia. Berserks to close strong too. 3 alive, and they will thrive as the round is secured. And that's a fantastic momentum booster for Boom.
That's big as well. Shutting down rifle rounds is something that Boom could not get situated right over on Split. They had it down to a T on Lotus. But those two maps almost don't even matter at the moment. A warm-up, an entree to the main course right now in Ascent.
Don't excite me. You know I love to overorder.
Absolutely. For Xerxia, though, they didn't quite have the funds.
No,
so they have to just go with a small appetizer. See what these Sheriffs can do. See what Zerofop can do with the Spectre as well. Again, Orb gained because Alert was one off the Bladestorm and immediate pop as well.
I love this.
Oh, and a double
Straight
tower.
into it. Yeah,
Not
that's
expected.
absolute perfection. Crispy as anything. Xerxia not ready for that at all. To play that angle, this sort of position, great stuff from Boom.
And now for Boom, all they need to shift their minds to is holding over every single gun to the next round.
They haven't even moved, bro.
Not really.
Don't need to.
Nah.
Famous has joined the party.
Yeah, make it a little bit more fun.
Oh, stand below him, please. Yes, look at this.
This is going to be a
Oh,
hoot from
Zerofop.
Zerofop. Oh, he's got the spike.
Oh.
They know he's here.
Yeah, spotted him.
And there goes Rolex.
Okay.
So Zerofop.
Oh, they're running for him now. If he can get 1 or 2, maybe it's okay, but the paranoia, it's good.
And there we go, 5 alive.
That's it, it'll meet the mark, and Boom take the lead back here in a pivotal moment in this series.
Yep.
Clearly not disheartened by that previous map of Split. 13-6 was the scoreline.
These are the rounds that I like getting into as well. When you've got gun rounds for both teams and you've got a many ultimate available and ready, it comes down to who pops them first. Are we going to get a lockdown for a lockdown? You got Hunter's Furies in the mix because we get these mirror comps, these meta plays to come on this map. Again, it is who is better than who. LBY with that null command can actually remove all of these ultimates for Boom if they get a little bit aggressive.
If they get another one, Boom will be saying more than Bagus Sakali.
Very slow yet again, though, from Xerxia. Rotate to the B side. When will we see a 0 point use from Berserks? Because we know that Shiro's already used that recon bolt. And now Berserk's rotation is over here as well. There's been silence around the A site.
Ooh.
It's been
A little bit
moved
too
around
far.
B. There's an L command in.
Deep, wasn't it? How do they push from this? Looks like it's been stemmed again. Berserks able to open up with another. That null command continuing to pulse, so they've got the site control still.
Yeah, but the problem is they can't get in. Even with the null command, they have to fall them back. They've lost Rolex. There's 50 seconds to get a rotation in. They can't afford to go through spawn. They have to just cut the path of mid. A smoke down towards the pizza will alienate Blaze King from a fight, but even he wants a piece of the action.
That's so bold. But will it be beautiful? Yes, it will. 5 p.m. show. Blaze King holds it a little longer.
30 seconds.
Patience again.
All 3 players are so split from each other as
Yeah,
well.
this is not good at all. Xerxia falling back to their old ways of what we saw in Lotus Komodo.
If Alert gets this pick on towards Shiro in the B site, they can get the plant, but you're starting to see Famous rotate over as well. This next fight has to happen in 2 seconds.
And look at the utility for the retake from Boom as well. They've got everything.
Oh, Famous, what have you got for us?
Round's done, mate. No chance. No chance at all. LBY, he's going to have to fight up against Shiro. 8 seconds. He's not going to be ready for it. They will drop and they will go down. Spike fell.
Both
Shiro,
of them.
great shots. Great crosshair placement. And Boom, 4 in a row.
They're getting in for early as well for Boom. Because we're seeing an orb grabbed from Xerxia and no extra information, we know that they can leave it. Because the Severine show is set up over at A, they're happy enough to welcome them in with open arms, roll out the red carpet for them. So they're just playing to their strengths at the moment, Boom, on this defensive side. You'd almost throw the name of Xerxia on them as well, happy enough to let them waltz in, because when they look for a play into the site, when they look to just overwhelm Boom, they're already available and ready for that. You see that the null command was even ripped there, Mitch. It didn't matter. They had the lines already pre-planned.
Absolutely. So really, Boom very much in the driver's seat. The hot seat, millionaire questions coming their way, but they are calm,
Phoning their
collected.
friends as well this
They
time.
might have to. Like, they're not going to be given the 50-50.
They got their coach, though. He's the friend.
More than just a friend. Oh, man, Xerxia. How would they be feeling right now? Coming off such a stellar victory on Split, to have Boom just literally get up. It's just like both maps have been tossed out the window for both these teams.
Absolutely.
Right?
A lot to think about here for both of these teams coming into this next bye. For Boom, these next few rounds can solidify such a fabulous half. For Xerxia, to first get back, make it equal. Chase a lead first. Going to be down onto some lesser equipped weaponry this time. Famous with an operator, that's what's kind of scaring me as well, right? Positioned in towards mid. Severine switching up his setup yet again. They're actually playing counterplay. Rolex has a lockdown. If they do place it over at the A side of the map, you can see that Severine has already set up a nano swarm in tree room to destroy that. Just aware of the situation, Boom.
Blaze King set up a trampoline as well. Bouncing around, they gather the info. And are they going to cross onto the line? Imagine that, just seeing this three-lined head of the Omen bouncing up and down, and then that's the last thing that flashes before your eyes.
Yep.
That's the thing about the nightmare
And
that
again,
this man is.
Again, you can just wait for Boom, right? You don't have to press the issue now. You've got a two-player advantage. You know it's a lesser equipped buy. Shiro just finds Rolex.
Oh, they're just playing with them at this point in time. I mean, look, it's just the eco, right? No stress.
Yep.
Only a gentle investment.
And Shiro can just play bait at the moment. Let Severine take a fight if he wants.
Spike's made its way out slowly. Just got to overwhelm Shiro here.
Yeah, full rotations for Boom too.
Yeah. Nice and quick. They actually have managed to get into a decent position, but they are split up. So Shiro can make easy work of it. It's no stress. Seraphop, great shot. But Famous responds nicely.
Again, big amounts of numbers alive for Boom. This economy is starting to just blossom for them. Hitting the 9Ks, hitting the 8Ks. There needs to be successive, clean rounds to come through from Xerxia to start to break that down.
I feel like an entrepreneur the amount of times we're talking about the economy. But yeah, we're going to need more than that, more than just get rich quick schemes to come on through. Because Xerxia, it's going to be a slow burn.
And the thing is with the previous rifle rounds as well, Boom haven't needed to rely upon ultimates. They're happy enough to do it with their set plays, with their individual prowess as well. Pushed off the line though of mid will provide Xerxia a bit of a path in to the B side if they would like to. Remember, heavy ultimate rounds for both sides as well.
Just so hard to read. They seem hesitant. Again, that's the word that I don't want to be using for Xerxia.
Blaze King once more, spotting over towards A main. Has two players in towards tree that can quickly turn around and help. Remember, Berserks has that fragment as well to try and get a little bit of chip damage if Xerxia want to go fast in.
The amount of times that Blaze King and Berserks have overwhelmed them, they have to change it up a little bit here.
Here we go.
They're going in. Alert up close. I think the Paranoia actually did catch him in the process as well. So there's Berserks again, managing to hold the spray. And he does get it done exactly right. Blaze King picking up another as well. He continues to swing.
Yeah, now as the Null Command fades away, you've lost two players. Your Smokes and Exy Alert is your entry. Can you get back into a round such as this? That dark cover will provide you an out as LBY, but you don't want to be saving in a round such as this because that will give 6 rounds over towards Boom. 2 to 5, all right, if you can get one and make it 3 to 5, you're looking okay. But 2 to 6 with elimination over your head?
Can't have that. They've been waiting so patiently as well for Seraphop, but Shiro's just holding this. Oh, that is rough.
Yeah, absolutely. 2 kills yet again, decides the whole round, and Blaze King's looking the wrong way. I think he got team blinded.
Oh, does he just...
Losing guns though as Xerxia.
What the hell is going on with Xerxia? Where was the team that we saw last map? They started on the attacker's side last map. 8 rounds. It was surreal. It was like watching a beautiful play. A romance, passionate, as they all just dance their way through. But this time round, we don't see Xerxia. We see a shell of something that was there to prove. And if we don't get a change now, we may as well leave the arena. but I can't because I love this game.
Absolutely. These teams are certainly showing us what they are fighting for. Can Xerxia get a thrifty to propel them back into this map? Do they just have to try and rip an ultimate? Because you know that it's going to be answered by Boom's ultimates as well.
It's not about just feeling the highs. It's about driving through the lows as well.
Oh, look at that 0 point. That's caught 4 of them.
Perfect.
With a minute plus still to go on the clock. That stalls Xerxia for the next couple of seconds. They will be able to smoke off this operator. They do then have to also contend with the fact that Severine has nano swarms on the side itself. A bit of a reveal. A bit of information secured for Boom, and a bit of a push through A main as well. This should give Boom all the information they need.
Great flash. At least getting them off the line, because what are they waiting for? Narrow miss shot, but some control taken now. Shiro, door will be closed, so they're having a little bit of a further look.
Oh,
Severine is there to support, but he will be blinded. He will be sent kicking. There's the paranoia Komodo. Moving on in. Shiro, Hunter's Fury, managing to make it work for now, but they do respond. That's 2 from Shiro. Back to this 2-on-2 onto the side. They have the spike, and it will be planted, but the rotations are coming in.
Yeah, we'll see what utility Boom have to work with, because apart from that, it's all going to be onto Berserk. 0 point can get both players on the back of the site. 2 flashes to set up Shiro as well here.
No utility to rely on, so it's just going to be information. They will spray away, but they are playing a little bit split here. Eggsy just waiting, holding that line. Only catches the 1 bit of information, but now the flash drive ready to be sent in. They have to get moving now. Boom, flashes in. Great catch. All onto Eggsy, but he can't do it. It'll be Shiro. And Boom continue their tear. The death streak that they are forcing down onto Xerxia.
Such a calm retake from those two at the end there as well, right? Waiting for the recon bolt to come online. Using that in combination with a flash so that anyone from the site that would look to try and destroy it would be blind, potentially revealed. A kill apiece in that retake. Ultimates expended from teams in this round as well, but it doesn't matter at the end of the day as far as Boom is concerned, because they have secured this defensive lead. They are setting themselves up for the playoffs right now.
More than the playoffs, man. It's the glory. Because some people would maybe feel bad about beating Xerxia. Boom won't. They thrive in that.
Yeah.
And they're fighting for it.
Here's that lockdown though, coming out from Rolex. This time no nano swarm set up from Severine to try and destroy that early. They have to respect it. All of the ultimates used from Boom. Null command available from LPY to get in towards this side as well to ensure the plant goes down.
They left it so late though, Komodo. They're only getting in right at the end of this. They've got to detain E, sure, and the spike will get planted, but they've got not much time to get into this post plant.
And there's an Null command that can lock them out. They have to just go for these dry jewels, and as Boom, you do not want to be doing that.
Yeah.
You have to respect this lockdown at the moment, and then you have way less time to try this retake.
Hesitating much more now. They've cleared out mid with Severine, so they are ready to get wriggling into the position.
Oh, that's big.
Alerts the one to show his hand first. Blaze King now gets the dark cover down, as you mentioned. Patience, time, ticking faster. They have to build, they have to move. Exy spots one, but as he does try to destroy the bolt, he will be taken, and it's working. They can push him, they can push him.
He's saved.
Rolex, the savior,
Oh,
the hero.
they've done it!
Rolex, you monster! I cannot tell you how well he played that round. We speak about heroes. This man is the emperor.
Holy! That relied on Rolex saving Seraphop to get that Hunter's Fury on, to get the damage. 4 kills in mere moments.
The average viewer along may not realize how impactful that round was. Wow, 4 kills, amazing. But to be the savior, to defend your teammate and then carry them home.
7-3, that stops Boom's defensive wrath. Just for now.
Alert needs more off it, but he's been taken. Berserk's not going to feel the pressure of that round. And once again, we go back to little old hesitant Xerxia.
And Alert, the entry jet, down for the count yet again. Exy with a From the Shadows. Can you use that to reveal some information for an entry? Because whilst you tried to get into A and you've been stopped, your player by himself up through short, taken down. Look who's having a peek in through B. It's Severine getting all of the information.
He can't get too overzealous.
He's trying.
He pushes too far, Komodo.
Oh!
Jeez.
That's cheeky.
We saw RVK do that the other day, didn't we? Pushes in dry and walks away with a reward.
5 versus 3. These are the rounds that Boom want to be closing really, really nicely.
The dark cover will go down, but that might soften them up a little bit, that shock dart.
And time. They are just being stalled out by all this util. Still a lot available as well. 2 flash drives from Berserks, well placed at the tree. Could be pivotal.
20 seconds. Another very slow round. 4 members already here, hunting in towards the site. They have to get moving quickly. Oh, Seraphop, that's good. But Famous, Blaze King, they are still alive, and LBY last standing.
10 seconds.
That's it. Not much time to work with. Famous, though, has been baited. He's onto the site, but he has to do this. It's a do-si-do. It's a game of cat and mouse. And Famous, he's not just a cat. He is the lion that is roaring as Boom continued their streak forward. 8-4, 3. Could be 4, could be 9. Who knows at this point in time?
Such a strength on this defensive side at the moment for Boom Esports. A 9-3 can set them up with a pistol round in a second. No faults can be made from Xerxia at a point like that, but we're not even up to that point just yet. We have another round still fresh and available in this first half here. A must-needed win for Xerxia.
A broke. Go B, please.
Well, they're going to try. And Famous has been revealed already on this operator.
Just how well Boom have been doing. That duo of Blaze King and Berserks is incredible.
And any ultimate orb actually gathered up is not going to permit an ult for Xerxia. It'll get Rolex one step closer. But unless he goes to the other side of the map to get the other one, he'll still need to kill or a plant. That is such a problem for Rolex individually. You add to the fact that there's no weaponry for Xerxia here. You add to the fact that there's already a read from Boom on what's happening. They're rotating over their important members towards this site. They're starting to push Blaze King up through mid to get some insight on what is happening.
Oh,
and now it's Famous.
He's been spotted, but it's... That he alerts Lucky to be alive. There's no other way to put it. But now, the big man, Severine, opens up with a strong one. Shiro there to defend as well, to support, to make it work. He's spotted, but Alert again gets away with another, and still he keeps on working with what he's got. They are going to creep, they are going to peek, but the timing doesn't fare Eggsy, and it's all on to Seraphop. 30 seconds, Hunter's Fury. You'll hear the shriek of the Sova. But Seraphop, perfection, anything less is unacceptable, and it's just not quite there. I don't even know if we can start to talk about a curse here, because if Boom lose this from here, they have done something wrong.
Mitch from Lotus at an 8-4 half. From a 7-6, 7-5 rather, at split. Now we get the 9-3. It's the biggest difference we've had in this series so far. We haven't seen any comebacks yet from a deficit at the half. So that would bode very, very darkly for Xerxia here.
How do you get out of your head? How do you sit into this halftime break listening to your coach, listening to the roars of the crowd? This is the most important half a lot of these players will play, because Komodo, I remind you, I've been doing it all day. It's my job. I love it. But franchising is on the line. Not only will the best 3 from each of these groups go to the arena in just a couple days' time in front of that massive live crowd, they are fighting for life-changing opportunity.
Something I want to add as well, Xerxia has not had the opportunities in this series to gain consecutive rounds. Albeit from the pistol in the secondary round, there has been one that they have gathered in the middle of the stampede that Boom has been running over them with.
Jeez.
A single round shown from Xerxia. There has been a lot of close ones, don't get me wrong, but Boom's setups and reads and their rotations have been impeccable so far on this map. And now, as we look to a new pistol round for Xerxia, this is the most important pistol round of this tournament so far. This pistol round determines if your climb to try and get into playoffs is going to be one step further.
Who will join Naus and Fancy United? Fancy the first. Naus joining earlier this morning, this evening, this afternoon. We are here, waiting to see.
Boom's quick.
As always.
But they're into the Killjoy setup.
Paranoia misses the mark. But they already have the site here. Famous, locked in, but do they overlook Rolex here? No. Famous, of course he doesn't. What a silly question. But Exy does get 2 before he is felled, and now they get out quickly. Alert gets another. Chaos on the pistol round. Would you have anything less? And now he's up and over the top. LBW does manage to save his teammate, and they drop as a trio. That is another round. Another pistol for Xerxia. Could it be?
Well, it was a requirement at this point in time, wasn't it? I just don't want to see them get the next round and then drop the ones after. The bonus round, for sure, it can be weaker, but we need to see the gun rounds to come through from Xerxia. This is the step that they needed. Get those fist bumps in, get the confidence there. The crowd is behind you. Your region is behind you for both of these sides right now. And Xerxia, they need to deliver not only for that, but for themselves. They have worked so hard to get to this situation right now, Mitch.
The pride of Thailand at this point in time. So much weight remains on their shoulders here, Komodo. As we see Boom creep up short, off angles being held.
Yep, see what damage they can do, of course. It is still the lesser weaponry for
Seen
the
it
Boom
win
side.
rounds though, haven't we?
Yeah, absolutely. But they are kind of just waiting at the moment. Through the tree, they look to go.
One thing that Boom have not been is hesitant. I would be disappointed to see anything different as they continue to put this pressure on. Severine, Blaze King. This is what I mean, Komodo. LBY, patience will be the most important thing, and lining them up as Severine. Here's the captain. He is the mature one. Can he continue this trend? Rolex, fully healthy, walking in, dropping from the heavens. Severine has given up his hand, the dark cover, to lock them in, to trap them into place. That spike is there. Sure, Rolex can get in. He can get the tap, but they can get the duo, the dance. This is the thing. This is the fear. This is what Boom are looking to do. Severine taken down. And Rolex, he can breathe a sigh of relief.
And in that situation as well, Severine was the only one that gave up his location with that Bulldog. Blaze King's position was unknown, but the dark cover fades, and he has to clear the corner anyway.
How important those kills are in a game like this, in a series like this. At the end of the day, it's 2 Spectre frags up against a couple of weakened opponents, right?
Yeah.
But that 5th round gives what they need.
Now we finally get the guns for Boom, though. 9-5. If they falter here, that is Xerxia to get back in.
Just remembering as well that that is 2 incredible hero moments from Rolex in this map alone.
Absolutely. Will it be anything more come this bonus round for them? Because it is, yeah, a little bit wonky. Seraphop on an Ares, the spam potential over at that B side. He's got Rolex with him, close with the judge in case they look to overwhelm Seraphop. Then for the rest of the team, they're more lent over towards the A side of the map. Another situation where for Xerxia, they are really happy to let Boom reveal what they want to do. Reveal their hands. And the Ares position is known. Over towards the B side. This is where Boom start to creep up towards A. Mid is still a dirty position, a dirty problem at the moment.
Patience again. You said Xerxia, immovable. As Boom walk into A main.
The thing is as well, LBY has that Sheriff and Exy up at heaven with a Bulldog. Needs a good spray unless he's isolated.
Oh, LBY, he's
blind.
blind.
The wrong way.
Yeah, trying to look up, but the paranoia unfortunately has captured him. Exy also tagged up. Shiro gets another one as well, putting the real pain in here.
They're waiting for the spike to get in. It's still at the entryway.
Oh, Famous got that frag! The floor bang! Something, an absolute treat on the occasion, not if you're on the receiving end.
You're still looking for damage though with Seraphop and Rolex.
Oh, that paranoia. This bonus has just been absolutely abysmal from Xerxia. Or maybe you just want to put it to the credit of Boom. That's another floor bang, 2 in 1 round.
Ooh,
oh, God bless you.
Close on that. 1v5 for Rolex. He's not looking for a round. He's looking for damage, and he's not even going to get that. Blaze King to pepper him through the dark cover as Boom find double digits.
This is just surreal right now. The game of back and forth that we were experiencing right now here, Komodo, is just night and day what we've seen throughout some of the further series here, because that's what everyone just, again, needs to remember. The pressure on these two teams, the pressure on both of these groups. Final game of Group Alpha. Final map of Group Alpha. Tomorrow, will it be the same as this? I hope so.
Yeah. This is quick from Xerxia. This is different though. Straight up the gut to B main and LBY onto Severine. That's an advantage, and we saw how many of those Xerxia were able to close out in the previous map of Split.
Straight on out again.
Yeah, immediate return.
Destroyed.
At least with Severine going down, he's going to have to be calling from the grave here. Paranoia, just for good measure. As now the spike looks to make its way forward. Oh, Seraphop! Can Rolex get this? Tickle the toes? No, but Exy gets Blaze King, so it's 2 on 5.
Yeah, and you got to look as well. There's no way you can get into this side if you are Boom to try and get that plant, because you would probably expect Xerxia to just flood you.
Great flash. That's
one way, yeah.
Certain way to get back into it, because this spike is still yet to be planted, so there is still some time to work with.
Starts to go down. Toy with the idea, but there's the Paranoia.
Pulled it away. They've got to be careful though here, Xerxia, that they don't overdo it. Berserks. Perfect.
Big from Exy.
Exy. A person, a player that I've set my sights on.
Yep. Don't want to count out Seraphop there as well, actually, because whilst all the action was happening around the A side, he stayed at the laneway of B with that Ares. He was able to catch his opponent off guard. That was a little bit of Sova action reading into it to make sure there was no late lurk to happen. So it's just these little tidbits of brain play that Xerxia are still putting into this, even though when they are behind and the action is still focused over at the other side of the map. Shiro was not expecting that duel.
It would be rude. It would have been rude, right, to just see Boom walk over and dominate this one. But as they creep on in, it's going to be that slow approach here from Boom again.
Lockdown available for Severine with a Blade Storm of Famous, but for LBY, he can deny a bit of the explosive play that Boom can pop with there because of the null command, and he's already at the right location as well.
Ready to go. Ready to pull the trigger. Alert spotted him. How close can he get? How personal can he get? Clearly, very. It's a juke on back and forth as Exy. He was the hero in the previous, but only LBY gets one. It's 3 for Boom. Ooh. And I think they probably just saved, to be honest with you.
This is going to be hard, especially if Severine gets that lockdown in, but the darts are going out. Rolex wants We want it. He's 22 HP now.
He has no business saving this one at all. He wants to go in, and Severine just tapping away. He actually manages to take advantage of that. Seraphop has to be the hero, though, in this moment. And he lines them up. Will he be ready for this one below? Famous getting up close! But he is like a thief in the night, Famous, the Prince of Persia, as he will strike when the sands are slow. Very nicely done from Boom. 11 rounds, 2 away, and Xerxia, they try their hardest, but it just doesn't work out.
Certainly a difficult situation as well when Alert can't even get into the action. You add 2 more members of the Xerxia squad to that situation. And then the 2 versus 4 is just going to be a very difficult situation to get back into as well. 11-6. A big decision to be had here for Xerxia, because unlike last time where a timeout was presented, in the previous map they had credits. This time they don't. They are half buying to play for a potential overtime, Mitch, or they are full forcing. And if that round gets dropped, if that single next round gets dropped in this scenario, that could spell the end.
This pause means everything. Boom. This would just be the icing on the cake. You know, a turbulent year, a big grand final in Jakarta to make their way here, finding that victory to represent their region. They've done it before. The core 3 remains from champs last year. They've got history, they've got storyline, and they are looking to further that today, to play again in front of the arena. They are fighting for it.
So let us see what Xerxia decided to do here. Oh, it's looking like that half buy. Has to be, doesn't it? They have to almost take the knee. The weaker buy for where Boom can find 12-6 rounds of cushioning, but we can't count Xerxia out. We've seen them win Thrifties. 1 away from a lockdown for Rolex. Do we see aggression? They're going through mid, 3 in tow. for Xerxia. But for the side of Boom, they're trying to bait out any util at the A side, trying to bait out rotations, and that has worked a treat. The B side, Mitch, absence of any defenders. A point of play for utility at the start, but that Nano Swarm can only buy so much time because we know Famous can get in front of it. We know Blaziken can get in front of it. This is going to be a turret destroyed and an immediate in for Boom.
All the eggs in the basket, but with that forward positioning, maybe they get the wrap. The warning shot, that's the info. Now, Boom should know.
If Boom go towards the A side, however, that's where the majority of the forces are for Xerxia. The lockdown over at B, this is all a ruse. Yeah, and it's actually baiting everything.
They've done it!
This is
Surely info, surely info.
Good info.
Yeah, he's used it. That's perfect with the From the Shadows there, Komodo, because now they've burnt out this time. Now they have to get moving. Exi at the helm. That's going to be the null command popped here. Rolex opens up. They're holding on. They are trying to make this work here, Komodo. Berserks, though. One and another. The right click. The classic. And we'll be calling that for years with Boom if they continue this streak. One player separates them between 4 and a 12th round, and they line up, they hold that, the paranoia, it's like sleep paralysis for Alert at this time. He has to try and face his fears, and it's in the form of Boom, and they will find 3 hungry members. Boom, map, series, group alpha qualifying points.
Alert needed a kill in that round for his Blade Storm. He has been absent in this map. 7 kills. There's nothing that he's been able to contribute for his team to gain them success. He has been isolated. He has been taken down time and time again by the side of Boom. And now he needs to do something with the rest of his team. There is a buy here for Xerxia, but there is so much momentum on the side of Boom Esports, and they are hungry. They want this B site.
They want to close this one out quick, and I don't blame them. Any momentum that Xerxia pick up behind them now could mean fear. It's tense in here.
Yeah.
Again, you could hear a pin drop, the crowd. They're up and about, they're ready. There is full focus, eyes on Boom to close this.
A lockdown for Rolex. In a post-plant scenario, would be destroyed from Shiro if allowed to be alive. And that might have to be the case because Boom are going to this A site. Some time to be bought. But Boom are silent. They are lurking. They are setting up for something sinister, and it's go time.
The calm before the storm, they're in. But will they be able to weather it? Famous. He is straight into the eye of the hurricane as he pushes forward. Exi does get 2 as a response. And now LBY, the captain, the null command available, but this positioning from Famous, there's another stopping Rolex, but it's a shot of Alert. We said he was quiet, but Shiro with the response. Alert, a 1v2 to try and clutch this one out. His position given, but he will hold, and the blades in hand are going to dice up the man.
He needs the spike.
Severine.
I got the spike. 10 seconds left.
Can't drop the door. Needs the plant. Will Alert give it
The
to him?
updrights are available. Is he going to use it? Is he going to fight for it? No, he
got him off it!
He did! One, who would win? One experienced in-game leader or one single cloudburst. That's enough.
Cloudy Boy gets the job done for Alert. It was enough to rattle Severine. He's had an interesting series here for sure, trying to do what he can with all of the experience, with the kills that he's being collected, but at the end, the 1 versus 1 this time does not favor him. And you got to look at the positioning from Famous as well. That could have been everything. The fact that Alert finally gets another kill where it's got so much impact in the round.
You literally cannot write this narrative. As I said, you could not put a knife through the weight of this room. The pressure is immense. It's hard to stand up.
Boom Esports.
Ultimates everywhere.
5 rounds in lead. To the A site to contend with Rolex, who's got a lockdown again. A Nano Swarm at the entry, but it's Famous to spot some info. That's 2. He's seen them.
This time it's just the fadeaway. Information gathered. Rotation's not yet pulled.
This would be different from Boom if they go down the guts of mid as well. A split, a spray may be required from Seraphop. A Hunter's Fury can be used.
They had to break the door. That was huge that it was put down before. Oh. No way Berserks hits that shot. Nasty.
And Blaze King just uses his ult as well from the shadows to spot out the boathouse. Knows LBY's here.
If you want to lead your team, it is the time now, LBY. He's close up inside that dark cover. I think he's actually slipped through. This could be massive. They managed to drop that one member, but LBY has to be ready for the corner. They're going to clear him. Severine, you can't teach that there as XC gets another. Now it's back to the 3-on-3 to rather Xerxia at the disadvantage.
Rolex has to use the lockdown. He's dropped it, but there's the Hunter's Fury from Shiro. Spikes planted. Time is a problem.
He's found it. Manages to connect with it. It all works out in their favor right now. Boom. No mistakes, and they close this. This is the time. You can take your place right now at these playoffs if you play this one out correctly. XC has to move in. Does punish one. Does punish another. That's 3 for XC. And it's going to be 4. There is no way that this man can continue to keep holding on when their backs are up against the wall, when it looks like there's no more chances. This guy holds true.
First it's Alert to keep them alive. Now it's XC who is going to be the next player for Xerxia to go above and beyond here. Who is going to be the next one to say, this is my place, not yours, Boom. Another round of play. It draws closer, and this is one where Xerxia can take a breath if they need, because there is no substantial buy from Boom. There is a Blade Storm, though, from Famous, and we know how deadly he can be.
Hasn't popped it. Now he has. Ready to get going. Straight in towards mid here. This time it's Alert holding this, but will he command and conquer?
Nano Swarm around the B side, but the alarm bot destroyed already. And look at what old mate Famous is doing. He's already near their spawn.
They're ready to get on a wriggle. Up close, LBY. Inside this dark cover. Is this going to pay off? Ooh,
it is.
Massive. Can he get another? He's hesitated. They've frozen. They're actually moving for him here now as well. They're going to be able to close the door, and that's Famous up short. He's changed his position. Are they pulling out or are they continuing in? Because it looks like XC again. He had the 4K in the previous round. Now he's got one more. Back to a 3-on-3.
3-on-3 indeed. Dark cover down. Paranoia available. And Seraphop time to perfection with a Recon Bolt can get some great info.
XC also with the From the Shadows. Berserk's not exactly the best weapon to hold it to. He's going to be under close. Has to just play with the Sheriff. Famous, ready to strike outside From the Shadows if he chooses. Berserk's, how does he get away with that? There is no chances that he holds this from under heaven, but he does. And now it's all on the Sheriff. And it's not going to happen in any way. Do you picture this? The script has been torn, ripped, shredded apart. It's been thrown out the window. But this is the storyline. You guys wanted it. You guys received it. Everyone has been a part of this journey, that the players, and you can just see what it means for these guys on Boom.
They have done it. They have gotten to the playoffs, eliminating the hometown heroes in Xerxia. Such a challenge, a trial by fire, and they have walked it barefoot here today.
The villain arc is real. Boom live into that narrative. They drive it forward, and when all of a sudden the boat felt like it wasn't going to go to port, right? That second map, it was all Xerxia. They looked disgustingly strong, but here we have it, Boom, closing it out. But absolutely, we have to give that test, and you can just see what it means to these players. The emotion is real. These guys, they get up every day, and not only do they play this game at the top of the top, they represent the region. They carry the emotion of Thai VALORANT, and it must be gutting. But that's what the competitive line goes. That's how this plays out. And you can just see love all around. It's beautiful. Hugs even from the coach. But I think a warm welcome is necessary, Komodo. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Boom Esports! The heroes that will be the third and final representatives from Group Alpha from VCT Ascension Pacific, Komodo. We've witnessed an absolute treat here today.
Absolutely, and when we're talking about players we needed to perform in this series to be able to have a chance, have a shot at getting into this very now position that the players are feeling. We were looking for Famous. We were asking for Berserks, and we got them here today. You add the other 3 members of the Boom side, and they did what they needed to do. Multi-frags galore, rounds read to perfection, rotations impeccable, shots impeccable, clutches from both teams in this series. Ridiculous, absurd,
Blaze
unexpected.
King and Berserks were just uncontested on towards the defense of this A side. Felt like Groundhog Day for a little while, right? Xerxia just kept bashing their head against the wall, trying to get in towards that position, but man, I literally cannot sit here and say that Boom did not deserve that win. We knew they were in it with a fight. We knew that both these teams wanted it so bloody badly, but when it comes all down to it, when it comes to that best of 3, when all elements and other things are thrown out the window, we get to see it. And we also get to see our good friend Mac, who's doing a bit of a scribble. What do you got?
Man, there is some sadness in this arena, but there's passion going everywhere. Oh, what a cast. What a bloody show. And Boom, they do it for Indonesia. Everyone backstage was screaming.
I can imagine.
It was absolutely crazy. Sorry, I'm just working on an illustration.
All right, come on.
We've got the top 3 locked in for the group. Of course, huge congratulations for Boom for securing their spot, but it feels so bad for Thailand at the moment. Xerxia, you could see LBY, tears running down his face at the end. It just meant so much. There was so much emotion put into that by the players. I was sold. Exy with that 3K on the retake, second last round. Alert as well, playing that one-on-one perfectly. It was all getting set up for the comeback story. Oh, but it just didn't get across the line, and now we have our 3 teams secured from Group Alpha, and they don't include Xerxia. Ascent certainly delivered, even though it didn't look that close.
Sometimes, Mac, you need to experience heartbreak. We're getting a bit older now. Yeah. We've been there, right? It happens, and I think that's what's happened with Xerxia here. They have to carry this, wear their heart on their sleeves, which we've just saw, and work out what's the next step for them. You know, off-season's going to be coming up. There's going to be more things to play for. But, man, like, you could see what it meant to fall away, but at the exact same narrative, you can't only have winners. Sometimes you need to take it through. And look at that. That is a surreal statistic, Komodo.
Domination.
15 first kills, and I mean, for Boom, how many of those are contributing to round wins when we've got multi-frags added into the mix, right? Because on those first kills, we had so many quick reactions to come out from Xerxia as well. Is it the staleness of Xerxia that was a little bit of their downfall as well? Not as reactive as what Boom were doing? Look, maybe one could argue that, but you cannot deny who stepped up the most today,
No chance.
The big man, Famous, the eyes on the prize, delivering so much goodness thanks to Indonesia. And oh my lord, Boom, they qual off the back of what he brought. It was what, 40 kills going into the final map?
Yeah.
How much did he end up with? That was nuts.
Jesus, yeah, it was a surreal experience to watch him there.
62 kills across the series.
No
that
way.
is a performance to remember.
And the amount of first kills, like I think especially as we move in towards Ascent, right, he was really going toe-to-toe with Alert. The amount of opening picks he was able to find, the operator frags that he pulled out, it was just no question that Famous really did it. But I can't put it just on him, right? Because the amount of frags that came out from the other team, from the players on the team, really meant that it was a group effort that made this work.
300 ACS over the series in a game like that. That is pure impact. That is pure performance. And Famous, if he can keep that performance moving into the playoffs, then I'm worried about the other group as
absolutely.
well. I have no idea how it's going to end up playing out. But look, he's plus 23. He barely died. He clutched up so many times. There was just everything going for him. We said that Berserks had to show up. He showed up as well. Everyone showed up. And you called out Severine at the end. You were saying, hey, he did nothing on the first 2 maps, but he found the impact he needed, getting that 3K to lock down the one that mattered, the one that got the W. And we've got Blaze King up on the stage for an interview as well. Let's go chat to the winners.
แม่เกม 3 ของเราครับโอ้โหตึงอย่างที่คิดไว้จริงๆครับแต่ผู้ที่ชนะออกมาได้นั้นฮะนั่นก็คือนะครับผมโหเป็นปูมอีสปอร์ตนั่นเองนะครับที่ชนะมาได้นะซึ่งวันนี้นะครับเราก็อยู่กับโอ้โหผู้เล่นคนนี้นี่พลาดไม่ได้จริงครับนั่นคือ Blaze King นะครับ and of course we have our victors which came out of a very intense match and that is Boom Esports and we are here today now with Blaze King I believe a lot is going through your head right now yeah
exactly
but I do have some questions for you นะครับและมีคำถามครับอยากรู้มากๆเพราะเกมนี้นะครับเป็นเกมเดียวเลยนะเป็นแมตช์เดียวเลยนะที่มี3เกมนะแล้วเกมที่2เนี่ยเซอร์เซียตีตื้นขึ้นมาได้อย่างยอดเยี่ยมครับเพราะฉะนั้นเนี่ยอยากรู้เลยว่าเฮ้ยแล้วพอผ่านเกมนั้นไปเนี่ยเขากลับมาตั้งหลักกันยังไงนะครับ so the first question we already know that in game number 2 Cersei made a very nice comeback their momentum is very strong of course the fans here are really supporting them so yeah game number 2 was really strong for them how did you and your team prepare yourselves mentally for game number 3
actually we just like try to reset from the map 2 and then try to not talk about it and then yeah we just move on and then like let's say hey guys focus on map 3 we're not gonna finish here so I'm not going home soon
โอ้นะครับสำหรับง่ายๆครับคำตอบนะฮะบอกว่าก็เอาง่ายๆเลยนะ reset อะไรที่คิดไว้ในเกิดขึ้นในเกม2เราทิ้งมันไปซะแล้วเราไปโฟกัสในเกม3อย่างเดียวเพราะว่าเราจะไม่กลับบ้านเร็วๆนี้นะครับแหมเป็นไงความมั่นใจนะครับของ Blaze King นะครับบอกเลยว่าไม่ธรรมดานะฮะก็เอาใจช่วยพวกเขาไปต่อด้วยนะครับแต่คำถามต่อไปครับเพราะว่าพวกเขาได้อยู่ใน Playoffs นะฮะก็คือมีพื้นที่แล้วแหละอยากรู้เหมือนกันว่าเขาเนี่ยกำลังมีความกลัวหรือว่ากำลังต้องศึกษาทีมไหนเป็นพิเศษหรือเปล่านะครับผม so given that you have locked your position in the playoffs already congratulations is there any team that you would find to be one of the biggest obstacles for you
if you want to talk about the biggest obstacle for us it should be like the D+ Kia because we scrims against them a lot and then I know they are good they're winning the Korea VCT so I think they are the best team here but everyone is actually strong here so everyone is an obstacle here
very nice answer นะครับสำหรับคำตอบนะฮะบอกว่าเอาจริงๆนะไม่ใช่ว่ากลัวทีมไหนเป็นพิเศษเลยนะครับเพราะว่ากลัวทุกทีมเก่งทุกทีมจริงๆนะครับผมตอนแรกก็คิดว่าน่าจะเป็น D+ เนาะเพราะว่าก็อย่าง VCT ฝั่งเกาหลีเนี่ยค่อนข้างจะเล่นกันได้น่ากลัวมากๆนะครับแต่ท้ายที่สุดแล้วเนี่ยทุกทีมที่มายืนอยู่บนเวทีของ Ascension ได้เนี่ยเป็นทีมที่น่ากลัวหมดครับเพราะฉะนั้นนะฮะบอกเลยว่าต้องติดตามต่อไปนะครับผมสำหรับรอบ Playoffs ของเราครับแต่อย่างไรก็ตามครับสำหรับวันนี้นะครับแมตช์ที่3นะฮะก็จบไปเรียบร้อยแล้วนะฮะแต่ว่ากรุ๊ปสเตจยังไม่จบเรายังมีกันต่อนะครับแต่สำหรับวันนี้หมดเพียงเท่านี้นะครับ and of course ladies and gentlemen back at home who's watching and of course from all around the world today has been quite an amazing journey we're now done with match number 3 and we still have a bit of a group stage left but for now you guys can go take a rest especially you after a most intense game but for now I'll take it back to the panelists and good night
Hang on. Don't send them to bed yet. We still got stuff to talk about. I did a nice drawing for everyone. Great to hear the passion coming out of Blaze King.
We love Max drawings.
That's it, man.
Let's
That's
go.
It, man. Look, I feel like even though Boom were the villains today, they're going to win the hearts of many here in Thailand. And hopefully for them, they have a solid run. And look, let's just bring it up. Before we look at the group standings,
let's go.
I've prepared a beautiful drawing for everyone. So, of course, this is the playoffs bracket. This is where Boom is. This is where Fancy is. And now, with everything going on, they ended up top of the group and they're jumping into the semi. Right. So that's what we're going to be seeing. Boom ended up, I think, in second place. Let me just double check, getting to the right one here.
It's crazy, isn't it? Just the way it sort of falls out, right? You know, you see, there it is on a screen. So
beautiful.
Fancy gets in first,
yeah,
and end up technically last in the standings in that regard.
Now, what this means as well, the narrative behind it is everything that happens tomorrow matters, but also we can calculate who is playing who, which storylines are going to matter going into the playoffs. Third place going to be playing Boom, who's looking real strong right now. Now's after everything they managed to pull at the top, going to be able to jump through and sit back in the arena and watch their opponents play up on the stage. And Fancy, of course, they're going to be going up against second position, whoever locks that one in tomorrow, which, God, I don't even want to start on tomorrow. The first game is going to be Bonkers and Bleed, and that could have so many outcomes. Bonkers still have a chance to make it through if Bleed beat them, but then it also, if that happens, theoretically, it boils down to who wins out of Scars and D plus Kia. If D plus Kia beat Scars tomorrow and Bonkers lose, Bonkers are out.
Right.
If Bonkers beat Bleed, they are in no matter what. But Bleed can get knocked out as well because D plus Kia has a head-to-head with them. So if Bleed lose and D plus win, Bleed, the favorites of the tournament, will not make it to the playoff stage.
Yeah.
That is what we call unexpected and an upset, and the hearts of many, especially those over towards Singapore, are going to be broken.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I think I'll summarize it best for Mac is just watch tomorrow. The games are going to be bloody incredible. I think they're really closely lined up as well, given the performances that we've seen, because, you know, you didn't expect Scars to come in crazy hot. They were. Bonkers, 2 big 2-0s internationally.
Yeah.
D plus Kia looking mortal. Bleed looking mortal. How do you even determine that just in... It's going to pan out in front of us. That's basically what I'm saying.
It certainly will. Now, before we close the show, before we say goodbye, even though, of course, he tried to send you to bed early, I need to say a huge thank you to Dax, to Black and Blue as well. They didn't get to say goodbye. They finished their series and we booted them off. But look, it's all right. I'll go say bye to them later. They're not gone yet. They'll be here for the playoffs and we're going to have a lot of fun on the sidelines. But, of course, this was your last chance to be here. Mitch is flying home tomorrow. He's already booked his ticket. He's got places to be.
Unfortunately.
Komodo, of course. You're not going anywhere. You're still on the show for the moment.
For the moment.
But not tomorrow.
For the moment? Hey, what do I not know here, Mac? What do I not know?
It's right. Not up to me. Not up to me. All right. I'm not making the shots here. But at the same time, you know, thank you. That was a lovely cast. Lovely. A lot of entertainment today. You certainly delivered in those 2 series and lived up to all the expectations. But of course, a final congratulations to the 3 teams that have made it to Group Alpha, Fancy, Nows, and of course Boom, who have made it all the way into the playoffs. No more Group Alpha. It's just Omega we got to worry about, and that's coming up tomorrow. I'm not going to waste your time anymore. Go have a good sleep because you're going to bloody need it.